Chapter 860. A Way to Regain a New Life? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Yenf Spirit Affinity House was indeed one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Spirit Affinity House actually had the method that Fang Yuan was searching for to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his new life. At this moment, Feng Kim Huang's proposal to use this as a gambling stake was a direct hit to Fang Yuan's weakness. He had no choice but to reject it. He. Fang Yuan laughed and calmed himself down. He looked at Feng Kim Huang and asked, "The method you mentioned, could it be the Crane Gates possession technique?" "Of course not." Feng Kim Huang smiled. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Your bet is indeed tempting. But this gambling capital is still lacking compared to my Immortal blessed land." Feng Kim Huang said, "The value of everything will change." Fang Yuan, if you had to choose between Immortal blessed land and being reborn, which would you choose? Of course it's to be reborn. Fang Yuan did not hesitate in his heart, nor did he hesitate in his mouth. Of course it's Immortal blessed land. This is my greatest foundation. Even if I become an immortal zombie, I can still rely on this to survive. The corner of Feng Kim Huang's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Fang Yuan, you're not such a short-sighted person. However, I know that you will not use Immortal blessed land as a wager, and I cannot force you to do so. Let's talk about something practical. If I lose, I'll tell you the method to regain your life. Don't worry, there are already successful precedents for this method. If you lose, we'll make a deal." Fang Yuan looked at the faint smile on Feng Kim Huang's face. He narrowed his eyes. "Oh? What kind of deal?" Thereupon Feng Kim Huang said, "If you lose, I won't be able to defeat you. He made a deal with my Spirit Affinity House to supply Guts Gu to us in the long term. The price is negotiable. It was fine as long as it wasn't too outrageous. But you must deliver the goods regularly and in sufficient quantities. If you lack a soul, my Spirit Affinity House can sell it to you at a price 30% lower than the market price. However, this transaction must be the highest priority, even more so than the Crane Gate. No matter how many goods you have, you must first supply them to my Spirit Affinity House before selling them to other parties." When Fang Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but size up Feng Kim Huang again. He had a whole new level of respect for this young lady. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the other party would have grown to such a degree? As expected of a genius. No, it should be said that there was a capable person behind him. Good education. Feng Jin Huang's request was too lenient to Fang Yuan, it could even be said to be generous. And Guts Gu was something that Feng Kim Huang urgently needed. Why? Because Feng Kim Huang used Dream Wing's Immortal Gu to explore the dream realm. Even with the help of Immortal Gu, the soul would get tired and get injured. And Guts Gu was the one and only soul-strengthening product in the world. Even the rank 9 demon Venerable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Kim Huang had challenged Fang Yuan. It was just a young man acting in a fit of pique. But right now, when discussing the bet with Fang Yuan, it was for the present, it was realistic. Practical benefits. This was a mature move. If Feng Kim Huang requested Fang Yuan to use Immortal blessed land or Dang Hun Mountain as the bet, Fang Yuan would definitely not agree. And although Fang Yuan had the reputation of Crane Gate, but his relationship with Crane Gate was known to the 10 great ancient sections, Fang Yuan would not care about Crane Gate's reputation. He had no choice but to agree to Feng Kim Huang's duel. Thus, Feng Kim Huang made this request. For Fang Yuan, selling Guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more Immortal Yuan Stone. Who would complain about having more Immortal Yuan Stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Feng Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Feng Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Feng Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Huang had explored dream realms many times, he had sensed the value of Guts Gu, thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Feng Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the Gu refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Hong made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, he understood another layer of Feng Kim Huang's intention. Then let's begin, the final victor of this duel will be me. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flickered, that might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Hong suggested refining River Wave Trace Gu as the topic. River Wave Trace Gu was a rank 5 Water Path Gu worm, it was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace Gu, rank 4 Wave Trace Gu, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using Water Path Gu worms, this could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Gu House. If he refined River Wave Trace Gu, Feng Kim Huang's advantage would be too huge. Feng Yuan suggested refining Blood Walk Gu. This was a rank 3 Blood Path Gu used for movement. Feng Kim Hong also rejected it. What a joke, who did not know that Feng Yuan specialized in Blood Path Gu refinement techniques, Feng Kim Hong had no confidence in refining Blood Path Gu worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 Fire Path Gu worm, 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon, the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the Gu according to the Gu recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel, because it was a martial duel, at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Feng Yuan immediately checked the Gu refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the Gu refinement. Feng Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes, they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the Gu master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the Gu refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. Gu masters could not always gather perfect Gu refinement materials when refining Gu. Sometimes, because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation, or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy Gu refinement materials in the market, Gu masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking Gu refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single Gu worm, they were all flowers, grass, rocks and bones. Feng Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the Gu recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 Gu recipes, corresponding to rank 1 Single Orifice Charcoal Gu, rank 2 Twin Orifice Furnace Gu, rank 3 3 Orifice Firehouse Gu, rank 4 4 Orifice Fire Tower Gu. as well as the rank 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. These 5 Gu worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. Then use single orifice charcoal Gu as the main material. Refine twin orifice furnace Gu. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of Gu refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Feng Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the Gu recipe and save on the steps of the entire Gu refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu in one step. But Feng Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the Gu recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom Gu in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the Gu recipe consumed a lot of time, it was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle, both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's Gu refinement. If the Gu recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the Gu refinement materials, Feng Kim Hong was inspecting the Gu recipe. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the Gu recipe, Feng Kim Hong was carefully inspecting the Gu refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started refining the Gu at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials and Gu recipe. They are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation for the two ancient sects. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Kim Hong, while others favored Feng Yuan. There were also 2 sects below. The numerous Spirit Affinity House disciples and Immortal Crane sect disciples were staring at each other and competing with each other. The leading elders of Immortal Crane sect had ugly expressions. Feng Yuan had used Guts Gu as the gambling stake and did not report it to Crane Gate's higher-ups, acting arbitrarily. This made them unhappy. At first, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Huang's Gu refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Feng Yuan relied on his proficient Gu refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Kim Hong, progressing faster and pulling apart the gap. After all, Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Even if Feng Kim Hong relied on Immortal Gu to explore dream realms and raise his refinement path attainment level, he was still far from being able to use it. He lacked practice. To catch up to Feng Yuan, Feng Kim Hong started to use her refinement path killer move. Advancing side by side. Her hands shook as the lump of fire she was holding suddenly split into 2, forming 2 lumps of fire. Refinement path killer move, small wishful hand. 2 small hands flew out of Feng Kim Huang's mind. They were made of will and were tightly condensed, emitting a jade-like luster. Feng Kim Huang's hands were holding the 2 lumps of fire, continuously adjusting the intensity and temperature of the fire. And the 2 small wishful hands were grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Amazing! He used 2 killer moves in a row. Feng Kim Hong came prepared. Her speed is far faster than Feng Yuan. Chapter 861. She used 2 immortal killer moves in a row. Under the mask, Feng Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. But soon, his gaze returned to the fire in his hand. Huff, that was close. Below the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House let out a breath of turbid air. Senior Sister Qin Wan, how is it dangerous? I clearly saw Senior Sister Jin Huang use 2 refinement path killer moves in a row and catch up. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House sitting beside Qin Wan, Sun Yao, who had some baby fat, asked curiously. Junior sister Sun Yao, you have to know, this duel is different from the previous ones, it is a martial duel. In a martial duel, Gu masters can attack each other and disturb their Gu refinement. Qin Wan explained patiently. Ah, it can be like this? It is already very difficult for me to refine Gu normally. But now, I have to be disturbed while refining Gu. Oh heavens! Sun Yao covered her mouth, showing an expression of disbelief. This martial duel is clearly a form of torture. Who thought of this rule? It is too crafty. No. Qin Wan, however, showed an expression of agreement. Resisting interference is also one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our future cultivation, we might encounter the situation of being sneak attacked by enemies while refining Gu. In fact, many times when we leave the sect and go out to complete sect missions, because of all kinds of reasons, our Gu worms will be exhausted, and we will have to refine new Gu in the wild to deal with the situation. By the same logic, when we face a strong enemy and discover that the enemy is refining Gu, we will also choose to launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to make the first move and create a favorable situation for ourselves. This is the practical meaning of martial duels. Junior sister Sun Yao, you also know. During the process of refining Gu, Gu masters need to be fully focused. Because of a careless mistake, they will fail and suffer backlash. But refining Gu in the wild, you need to pay attention to your own environment. First, senior sister Jin Huang used 2 refinement path killer moves in a row. This is very risky. Because the moment the killer move is activated, your mind naturally needs to be focused on the Gu worm that is constructing the killer move. If it were any other Gu master, they might get distracted and use the killer move, causing the fire to go out of balance and the Gu refinement to fail. If at this time, that devil Fang Yuan suddenly attacked eldest senior sister Jin Huang, I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for her. After listening to senior sister Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao finally understood. So that's how it is. It was indeed quite dangerous. Fortunately, that devil Fang Yuan didn't make a move. Because Fang Yuan had repeatedly used the blood path Gu refinement technique at crucial moments, Spirit Affinity House's disciples who did not like him called him a demon in private. However, there were actually many devils in the 10 great ancient sects of the central continent. For example, the third elder in Crane Gate, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path Gu immortal long ago. They were recruited by Immortal Crane sect. The one who reached the pinnacle in this aspect was Spirit Affinity House. The former sword immortal Bo Qing was a member of the fiendish Dao. He had a murderous nature. In the end, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao used her emotions to influence Bo Qing into Spirit Affinity House. Currently, the story of Fairy by Qing and Feng Jioga. It was also widely spread. Feng Jioga was also a genuine demonic path cultivator. Central Continent was huge, it was a land of outstanding people. Every once in a while, there would always be some talented demonic cultivators and lone cultivators appearing out of nowhere. In order to maintain the overall situation, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack. What a pity. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. One of the 2 flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Fang Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him and the Gu refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty, we actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yao anxiously shouted, her tone was filled with disgust towards Fang Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Wan's eyes brightened, she suddenly understood, so first senior sister was pretending to use 2 killer moves, it was actually a trap to lure Fang Yuan to attack her. Once Fang Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way, he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this? Sun Yao's pouting lips slightly opened, exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Wan's expression turned solemn. I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way, the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Fang Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch carefully, this duel is going to be extremely exciting. The two sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Yes. Sun Yao nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of Gu immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, the most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Kim Hong. But in the contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Kim Hong down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan could not come into contact with all the details. Even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Fang Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Kim Hong was defeated by Fang Yuan. This duel was Feng Kim Hong trying to get back at him. It involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question: who was the most outstanding young Gu master of this generation? What they did not know was, Fang Yuan had already become a Gu immortal. Even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu. He had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hong had already matured a lot. He understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Fang Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Fang Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hong used 2 killer moves. Little Wishful Hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed was still slightly faster than Fang Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the two was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Fang Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves. He only used Gu refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Gu refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of Gu refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Fang Yuan's Gu refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Wan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many Gu refinement techniques. Up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Fang Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient. Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Fang Yuan is only using basic Gu refinement techniques. His mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's. It will be more helpful for the Gu refinement later. Ah, it's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now? Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Hee, junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating, there are many things you have yet to come into contact with, you will slowly understand in the future. Qin Wan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Fang Yuan is really too strong. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started, both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. According to Feng Kim Huang's ability, she should still be full of mental energy, she should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hong could ignore the gazes outside the stage, she had outstanding talent and had Gu immortal parents, she had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hong was already used to it. Feng Kim Huang's pressure mainly came from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation, just by using Gu refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hong, even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance and strong battle results, the outside world's overestimation of his attainment level made Feng Kim Hong feel pressure even before the competition. After the competition started, Fang Yuan chased after her unhurriedly, causing Feng Kim Hong to feel pressure. This pressure greatly increased the expenditure on Feng Kim Huang's mental energy. It made Feng Kim Hong feel traces of fatigue and unease from the depths of her heart. It seems that even if I have refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment level, I cannot match Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment. What should I do? Feng Kim Hong refined Gu as she tried to think of a countermeasure. Now that I have used a refinement path killer move, my mental energy is being expended rapidly. The competition has just started, as time passes, Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect will become even more obvious. But if I give up on using refinement path killer moves, I will not be able to match Fang Yuan in terms of Gu refinement techniques alone. And my greatest advantage is the large number of refinement path killer moves that I have meticulously prepared. Chapter 862. In this duel, only the Gu refinement materials provided by the convention could be used. Although offensive methods and refinement path killer moves could be used, soul and mind related methods such as soul nourishing methods were all prohibited. This rule was suggested by Feng Kim Hong, the goal was to prohibit Fang Yuan from using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. The soul and mind were closely related. Feng Kim Huang's action was to restrict Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect, but who could have thought that she would be the first to taste the bitterness of this rule? Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Kim Hong flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan, directly aiming at the Gu refinement fire in Fang Yuan's hand. If this fire was hit by the golden light, even with Fang Yuan's ability, he could only admit defeat and suffer the backlash, starting all over again. But such an important position, how could a cautious person like Fang Yuan not pay attention to defense? Clang! With a crisp sound, the golden light hit an invisible barrier 3 inches away from the fire and was blocked. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, the fire in his hand was not affected in the slightest. Feng Kim Huang's attack was blocked by Fang Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack and defense ended did the Gu masters below the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong attacked first. But it was blocked by Crane Gate's Fang Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Kim Hong made a mistake this time, how could Fang Yuan not defend such an important place? It would have been better to attack Fang Yuan's body and injure him. Quickly look. Feng Kim Hong used a refinement path killer move again. There was a commotion below the stage, but the stage was very quiet. All the noises outside the stage were isolated. Attack the enemy's weakness, then take advantage of this relatively safe opportunity. Are you going to use other refinement path killer moves? Fang Yuan glanced at Feng Kim Hong as he sneered internally. Looks like you are going all out. As expected of Feng Kim Hong. Even when you were young, you knew your strengths and weaknesses. I have to say, this is a wise choice. While praising in his heart, Fang Yuan did not restrain himself, he continued to refine the gu according to plan. Feng Kim Hong attacked the enemy's vital point and wasted a precious opportunity to attack. And he used this chance to truly activate the second refinement path killer move. With the help of 2 killer moves, her gu refinement speed rose sharply, gradually leaving Feng Yuan in the dust. Without Feng Yuan pressuring her from behind, Feng Kim Hong's pressure was reduced, her body and mind felt light, a layer of shackles was removed from her mind, her gu refinement speed seemed to have increased by 10%. In this duel, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life and death battle. The power of each attack was limited to a certain extent. The first time, he could only use rank 1 gu. The second time, he could use rank 2 gu. And so on. The fifth time, he could use rank 5 gu. Similarly, when defending, he could only use gu worms of the corresponding rank. This was another restriction on Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie, he had the immortal killer move Myriad itself. The giant hand pressed down, Feng Kim Hong would not be able to block it. Of course, Feng Kim Hong had gu immortal parents behind her. She definitely had immortal essence, immortal gu, and the gu immortal's emotions or will. If Feng Yuan really wanted to kill her, it was unlikely. This time, he really used a refinement path killer move, advance together. First senior sister is far ahead. Outside the stage, Sun Yao shouted excitedly. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic. After all, victory or defeat depends on the gu refinement results. Qin Wan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Feng Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hong. But the strange thing was, he was not anxious at all, he did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hong. Feng Yuan was still using his gu refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal gu one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hong had already started refining rank 2 twin orifice furnace gu. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hong used the 3rd refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hong took the initiative to attack Feng Yuan, and while Feng Yuan was defending, she activated the 4th refinement path killer move. 4 killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hong already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her. Each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of gu refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Hong's gu refinement speed had already surpassed Feng Yuan's, and not long after, she started refining 3 orifice firehouse gu. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace gu. Looking at Feng Kim Hong's triumphant progress, leaving Feng Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Feng Yuan doing? Sun Yao giggled, first senior sister will win for sure. Qin Wan was also a refinement path genius, she was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Sun Yao's words, at this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel, I need to conserve my strength to deal with Feng Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2, while Feng Yuan is only defending, he has not attacked yet. Don't tell me, my conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim Hong could not understand Fang Yuan's performance, she could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed, Feng Kim Huang's refinement of 3-orifice firehouse gu was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim Huang's advantage was extremely clear, she was far ahead of Fang Yuan. It is time to make a move. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp, he sensed that the time was ripe, he took out a gu worm from his immortal aperture. I am going to attack. He suddenly said softly. Feng Kim Huang's attention was immediately attracted, her bright eyes stared at Fang Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the gu. You are finally starting to attack? But why did you take the initiative to tell me, what is the meaning of this? Feng Kim Hong was naturally extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan chuckled, continuing, Feng Kim Hong, you need to be careful. This gu worm of mine is a rank 1 ghost fire gu. Feng Kim Hong squinted her eyes, vigilance flashing in her eyes, she quickly thought, it is definitely a rank 1 gu worm, according to the rules, this is Fang Yuan's first attack, he can only use rank 1 methods. But ghost fire gu might not be the same, he showed me the appearance of the gu worm, is he trying to mislead me? After all, gu worms can also be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. Just as she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the gu worm in his hand. Once this gu was activated, it immediately turned into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, slowly floating towards Feng Kim Hong. It really is ghost fire gu? Feng Kim Hong was slightly stunned. Right at this time, ghost fire gu suddenly accelerated, shooting towards Feng Kim Hong. It's coming. It is merely a rank 1 ghost fire gu. Feng Kim Huang's eyes shone with a sharp light, she was extremely confident. She was already prepared, defending against the rank 1 ghost fire gu was a piece of cake. When the ghost fire gu rushed over, she even had the time to consider the possibility of Fang Yuan's continuous attacks. However, the moment the ghost fire gu got close to Feng Kim Hong, it suddenly stopped. Then, the ghost fire leisurely revolved around Feng Kim Hong, swaying left and right. What? Feng Kim Hong was secretly shocked, what is Fang Yuan trying to do? The next moment, her expression darkened as she understood. In this duel, the gu master's defense was limited to a radius of 3 feet. If the ghost fire gu did not get within 3 feet of Feng Kim Hong would not be able to defend against it. The process of the ghost fire floating could only be considered as the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is trying to use rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me and restrain my mind. Feng Kim Hong was extremely intelligent, she quickly understood Fang Yuan's intention. So sinister. Many people outside the stage also saw through this. Sun Yao was filled with indignation, Demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. Who can refine gu peacefully with a ghost fire floating in front of them? Is no one doing anything about this? This is too shameless. Qin Wan shook her head, saying solemnly, this rule was set by both sides. This kind of suspense attack is a classic battle tactic, it is not shameless. Damn it! Feng Kim Huang's forehead started to break out in cold sweat, the ghost fire attacks the soul. I have expended a lot of my mind, if I get hit, I will definitely make a mistake. But if I only defend now, I will have to divert my mind to pay attention to the ghost fire's movement, and the gu refinement speed will fall. There was another method in front of Feng Kim Hong, that was to take the initiative to attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this would not be worth it. Because her third move would be a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to destroy Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire gu, she would be at a disadvantage no matter how she thought about it. Maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention, he wants to lure me into using this precious opportunity to attack. Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan, gritting her teeth. Manipulating the ghost fire also expended mental energy. But Fang Yuan had not used any refinement path killer moves, he only used gu refinement techniques, he could be said to be full of mental energy, it was more than enough to manipulate the ghost fire. Oh? You don't want to destroy my ghost fire? You are really patient. He he he. Fang Yuan laughed. Then, how about I add another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out the second ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong, look carefully. This is a rank 2 ghost fire goo. Fang Yuan said plainly, different from Feng Kim Huang's sneak attack, he directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Huang's style. Feng Kim Huang's 2 attacks were fast, accurate and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Fang Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Fang Yuan could only be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hong, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire goo. It was twice the size of the first one. Chapter 863. The 2 ghost fires moved one after the other, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes far away and sometimes near, without any pattern. Feng Kim Hong had to guard against these 2 fires while also splitting her attention to refine goo. Soon, Feng Kim Hong could not hold on any longer. Bam! With a small explosion, one of the goo refinement flames that she controlled was instantly destroyed. The goo worm inside had already formed its embryonic form, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. First senior sister made a mistake. What a pity, that goo worm only lacks the final 3 steps. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. Qin Wan's expression also sank. This is the first mistake since the start of the duel. Even though first senior sister has a deep foundation, it is still too much for her to split her attention to so many things. Then what do we do? Sun Yao looked over with a pleading expression. Qin Wan pondered, if it were me, I would take the initiative to cancel a refinement path killer move. Because we have a huge advantage, as long as we maintain this advantage and do not make any more mistakes, the other party should be anxious. But canceling the killer move is the same as activating it. Because of the change, we will have to pay more attention to it, which will create an instant flaw. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was also having the same thought: cancel a refinement path killer move? Is that what Fang Yuan is trying to do? No, I still have a way. I will attack for the 3rd time and use a sound wave attack to get rid of these 2 ghost fires. Geniuses like Feng Kim Hong always had pride in their bones. They were not willing to admit defeat. Feng Kim Huang's eyes shone when she thought of this, but when she looked at Fang Yuan, her heart turned cold. Fang Yuan was wearing a sinister mask. His gaze was cold as ice in the holes of the mask. There seemed to be a mocking smile hidden within. Wait, something's not right. As their gazes met, Feng Kim Huang's heart shook. This is Fang Yuan's trap. He has been waiting for this. Once I attack for the 3rd time, Fang Yuan will grab this opportunity and attack. By then, my mental state will have already exceeded its limit. It will be hard for him to take care of the situation. He might not even be able to defend himself and will be hit by him. Damn it! Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to the corner of his eyebrows and down his cheeks. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. What should I do? Think carefully, think quickly. Bang! While Feng Kim Hong was thinking, another fireball exploded. This explosion. It was much more serious than the first time. The surrounding fireballs were affected. Feng Kim Hong quickly discarded the messy thoughts in his mind and tried his best to stabilize the other fireballs. Ah! Eldest senior sister had made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. Eldest senior sister is injured. Sun Yao cried out in alarm. Demon Fang Yuan gave her too much pressure. First senior sister was trying to think of a countermeasure, and in a moment of carelessness, she paid less attention to the goo refinement and made a mistake. Failing the Gu refinement would naturally result in backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not serious. Qin Wan's tone also revealed her nervousness. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, however, "This is also a good thing." Sun Yao didn't understand and angrily mumbled, "Senior sister Qin Wan, what are you saying? Senior apprentice sister made a mistake in the Gu refinement. Why is it a good thing that you're injured?" Because the fire in her hand extinguished 2 of them. Part of his mind was freed. Now, she had the strength to spare. "We can calmly deal with the current situation," Qin Wan analyzed. Sun Yao slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh, right. He. Feng Yuan started laughing again. When Feng Kim Hong heard Feng Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Feng Yuan take out the 3rd Gu worm. Feng Yuan continued, "Look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire Gu." In the next moment, 3 balls of willow, the wisp hovered around Feng Kim Hong. Damn it! Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Wan's expression was solemn. This way, the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yao gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining Gu properly and is spending all his attention on the willow, the wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil, I really want to beat him up. Damn it, how can this be? Feng Kim Hong fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Feng Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Feng Kim Hong knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Feng Yuan's control. Feng Kim Hong wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those 3 willow, the wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was a young girl after all, she was filled with anger from Feng Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying willow, the wisp, so she had to take the risk. But reason told Feng Kim Hong that she did not need to take the risk. Because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Feng Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Feng Kim Hong started refining 4 orifices fire tower Gu, not long after, Feng Yuan also started refining 4 orifices fire tower Gu. This discovery immediately made Feng Kim Hong shocked. When did Feng Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible, he has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this, Feng Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Feng Kim Hong. The Gu masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable, this demon Feng Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using Gu refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Feng Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Feng Kim Hong. These were people who overestimated Feng Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? Feng Yuan must have cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves, he did not use any killer moves to catch up. This is impossible. Sun Yao was very dissatisfied. What kind of eyesight does the hosting elder have? He is not even stopping the competition. Is he investigating this demon Feng Yuan? Senior sister Qin Wan, who was beside her, sighed deeply. Be quiet, junior sister. Gu refinement techniques naturally cannot compare to refinement path killer moves. But in this duel, they can win against killer moves. Ah. Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the key to victory is not the methods, but the Gu masters themselves. The Gu refinement has already reached the middle and late stages. Fang Yuan's mind is still full, while First Senior Sister's mind is fully focused. Once she relaxes, Fang Yuan will use ghost fire to intimidate her, making her feel tired. First Senior Sister is already very tired, without the control of her mind. No matter how powerful a refinement path killer move is, it is only a support, the Gu refinement speed will naturally slow down. Saying so, Qin Wan sighed, this is all Fang Yuan's plan. First Senior Sister suggested refining 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, and he agreed without hesitation. But the Gu recipe and refinement materials were all provided by him. From the start of this battle of attrition, he purposely lagged behind to preserve his mind. At the middle stage, he attacked, although he was lagging behind. But he held the initiative in the competition. Because First Senior Sister had the advantage, she did not want to take risks, so she dragged it on. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan's scheme. Now that it is the late stage, First Senior Sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower, and she will soon be overtaken by Fang Yuan. What? Sun Yao looked over worriedly. Soon, her worry became reality. Fang Yuan's progress was slowly on par with Feng Kim Hong. Then, he slowly overtook her. Don't tell me, is First Senior Sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes were red. She could not help but tear up, she has already worked so hard. It is already the end, and First Senior Sister is even injured. Was he going to let this despicable and shameless demon win just like that? I am not resigned to this. I am also not resigned. Qin Wan heaved a deep sigh, but First Senior Sister still has a chance. There is still a chance. Sun Yao turned her head, looking at Senior Sister Qin Wan in pleasant surprise. Qin Wan nodded, that's right, don't forget, First Senior Sister still has 3 chances to attack. Rank 3 attack once, Rank 4 attack once, Rank 5 attack once. Each attack will be stronger, this is the method to turn the tables. This competition is not over yet, there is still hope. That's right, we still have hope. First Senior Sister, do your best. Sun Yao's eyes brightened, she suddenly shouted. Her shout soon attracted the support of others. The strong sense of pride and belonging to the sect made the hundreds of Spirit Affinity House disciples cheer loudly, cheering for Feng Kim Hong. Even though their voices could not be transmitted, Feng Kim Hong could feel it. These guys. I cannot lose, I want to win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement Path Killer Move, Ink Transformation. Feng Kim Hong shouted in his heart, he raised his hand and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hong staked it all in one throw, he did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used all his remaining chances to attack. Child's play. Fang Yuan blocked all these attacks, at the same time, he sent out 3 ghost fires to interfere. The interference effect was not too outstanding, Feng Kim Hong extinguished these 3 ghost fires, his refinement path killer move was almost completed. Humph, expose Gu, go. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, he flicked his finger and a rank 4 Gu worm flew out. At the same time, he launched a rank 5 attack, attacking later but arriving first. Feng Kim Hong was prepared, she blocked the rank 5 attack, but expose Gu detonated when it got close to her. The explosion was not intense, but the light was very dazzling. How can this be? How did he know the flaw of Ink Transformation Killer Move? Under Feng Kim Hwang's incredulous expression, Ink Transformation Killer Move was completely interrupted. The killer move's activation failed, the intense backlash immediately caused Feng Kim Hwang's internal organs to twitch, a large amount of blood was flowing out of her body. The intense pain caused her body and mind to shake, she was no longer able to control the fire lump. The entire Gu refinement failed, another huge backlash erupted on her body. Feng Kim Hong raised her head and vomited a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The audience was in chaos. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up, but were blocked by the Gu formation. Do not disturb the order, violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he looked at Feng Yuan. At once, almost everyone in the audience looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had already fainted. Even if she woke up and tried to refine Gu again, the materials she had were far from enough. Right now, Feng Yuan was in an invincible position. As long as he refined 5 orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, he would obtain victory. But just as Feng Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete Gu worm in his hand suddenly self-detonated. Feng Yuan was stunned. This? Chapter 864. Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Huang's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Feng Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 Gu's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough Gu refinement materials for a second attempt. While Feng Kim Hong had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hong was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hong looked at Feng Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings, the second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Feng Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hong chose the second option. Feng Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hong first handed an information path Gu worm to Feng Yuan. The Gu worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract. As a subordinate force of Crane Gate, the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan, would establish a Guts Gu trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Feng Yuan would prioritize the supply of Guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House. Even Crane Gate would have to wait. Lord Feng Yuan, my clan's Lord He Fengyang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Crane Gate elder came to Feng Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh. Feng Yuan was surprised, then lead the way. On a desolate mountain peak, he met He Fengyang again. He Fengyang still had the appearance of a young man, wearing a white robe. He had a black belt and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Fengyang looked at Feng Yuan with a deep gaze. Feng Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate, so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Fengyang examined Feng Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, "It is a pity that you have such talent in refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My Crane Gate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body." Feng Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Fengyang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Feng Yuan was opposing Crane Gate and had some other background, just based on Feng Yuan's Gu refinement attainment, it was enough to move Crane Gate. Feng Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Fengyang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Fengyang would never have expected that Feng Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body, Feng Yuan said. He Fengyang shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours, you must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Oh? Is this a threat? Fang Yuan's tone sank. Fangzheng was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Fangzheng was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Fang Yuan let him go? He Fengyang nodded. You can think of it as a threat. But I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Fangzheng. This is an order from the Celestial Court. You might not understand the weight of the two-word Celestial Court, but you need to understand. In Central Continent, no force or person can go against the Celestial Court. How could Fang Yuan not understand the power of the Celestial Court? He had his previous life's memories. He knew more about the power and terror of the Celestial Court than he Fengyang. Of course I know about the Celestial Court. But the Celestial Court actually wants to get rid of Fangzheng? It actually wants to get rid of a mortal so seriously? Isn't your excuse a little too fake? He Fengyang, how can you convince me? Fang Yuan shrugged. He Fengyang sighed, I don't need to convince you. But if you leave Fangzheng alive, the final outcome would be Hu Immortal Blessed Land being attacked and absorbed by the Celestial Court. To me, to Crane Gate, I do not wish for this to happen. Think about it, but there is not much time left. If you can think it through, 3 days later, hand over Fangzheng to me. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the existence of Fate Immortal Gu, and could not link the Celestial Court and Fangzheng together. He looked at He Fengyang's face, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Do you think I am stupid? Handing over Fangzheng to you is equivalent to handing you the key to attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Fengyang raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan, it has been hard on you, an immortal zombie. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. You don't need to test me. The truth is, you are already starting to believe my words. I am actually more curious than you. But regarding the Celestial Court, it is better to stop being curious. 3 days later, I will execute Fangzheng in front of you. But in exchange, you have to bring Master Tenchiru's soul back intact. You should know that he is my subordinate. He is quite capable. Fang Yuan became silent. He Fengyang did not stop. He disappeared on the spot with a flash of light. Since He Fengyang left, Fang Yuan did not stay for long. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He threw the matter regarding Fangzheng to the back of his mind. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to research the method that Feng Kim Hong gave him. Fairy Lian Xiang. What Fang Yuan did not expect was that this method of getting rid of the zombie body was related to a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Lian Xiang was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, just like how Mo Yao was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, when Fairy Lian Xiang was rank 5, she was plotted against by an enemy and refined into a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue Desolate Een physique. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was baptized by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. She was reborn. In the end, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House deduced, getting rid of the zombie body. The method to obtain rebirth was the immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. This method. To him, it was not feasible. Even though he had Blood Skull Gu. It could raise a Gu master's aptitude. Guyue's generation was Fang Yuan's role model. But Blood Skull Gu was only a mortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise Fang Yuan's aptitude as an immortal zombie. However, if I can raise Blood Skull Gu to Immortal Gu, it will be useful to me. I can use Blood Skull Immortal Gu to raise my first aperture to Guyue Desolate Een physique, and undergo immortal ascension. I will have a high chance of reviving. But to raise Blood Skull Gu to Immortal Gu, I need to deduce the Immortal Gu recipe of Blood Skull Gu. this will take a huge amount of time and effort. Also, even if I raise my aptitude to the level of one of the 10 extreme physiques, my future tribulations will be very dangerous. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, Fairy Lian Xiang's immortal ascension tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 Gu immortal. It was very likely that the immortal ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying and attracted the wrath of heaven. If not for the help of several Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Lian Xiang might have been turned to ashes by the grand tribulation. The tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques when they undergo immortal ascension. It was very terrifying. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed He Luolan's tribulation, the latter had even lost her immortal Gu. When one of the 10 extreme physiques turned into a zombie and attempted to ascend to an immortal, the tribulation would be even more terrifying. Its might would increase by dozens of times. Fang Yuan concluded. This method not only needed a lot of preparation, it would waste a lot of time and effort, the risk was also very high. There was no help from others. With Fang Yuan's current strength, even if he worked with Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Luolan, and Fairy Li Shan, it would be impossible. It was also impossible. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Yuan could only put this method aside. He entered Dang Hun Palace's prison. He saw Fang Zheng, who was imprisoned inside. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Fang Zheng shouted angrily, his gaze was filled with hatred. Fang Yuan said, "What, you still haven't thought it through?" Fang Zheng shouted, "Even if there is a reason, Crane Gate and Master are responsible, you are still the main culprit, you are the true culprit who killed uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you, I will never let you off. Kill me, otherwise, I will forever be your enemy." Oh. My good little brother, you are really stubborn. In that case. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, he suddenly stretched out his hand and aimed at Fang Zheng. Soul Search. Fang Zheng's body shook, he could not move, he wanted to scream but could not, his throat seemed to be blocked, his expression was filled with pain. Fang Yuan searched Fang Zheng's soul 7 or 8 times, but did not find anything valuable. Fang Zheng is such an ordinary Gu master, why was Celestial Court ordered to exterminate him? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Although there was no evidence, he was inclined to believe that He Fengyang was speaking the truth. Fang Yuan did not know that Celestial Court had Fate Immortal Gu. Although he had his previous life's memories, they were limited, he could not know everything. Especially when it involved the secrets of the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Celestial Court. Did someone do something to Fang Zheng's soul? Fang Yuan shook his head. This was not possible, but it could not be ruled out. Then should I hand over Fang Zheng or not? This was the problem. Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Fengyang, but he was wary of Crane Gate, and more worried about Celestial Court. Celestial Court had rank 8 Gu immortals, as long as one of them made a move, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, this was the result of the battle. Fang Yuan naturally would not be so foolish, he could still escape, he could escape. Fixed immortal travel was a great method. 3 days later, Fang Yuan handed over Fang Zheng, as well as the spirit incubating flea, Master Tenchiru's soul was inside. Fang Zheng had clearly been tortured, he had gone through many terrifying tortures, not only were his flesh torn, there were many wounds on his body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Even one of his arms had been cut off and replaced with a dog's front limb. And Fang Zheng could still feel the dog limb, he could control it and perform a series of actions. Such torture could cause a person to break down. But He Fengyang only glanced at him, he did not say anything. He said to Fang Yuan, "You have made a clear choice. Now, fulfill your promise." Fang Yuan's gaze shone brightly. "Then watch carefully." He Fengyang slowly made his move, under Fang Yuan's full investigation, he killed Fang Zheng on the spot, not even a trace of him was left behind by the flames. "Lord He Fengyang, why? You promised me." Master Tenchuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. This is the Celestial Court's order. Crane Gate needs Fangjing's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your fate. You wanted to possess Fangjing, but in the end, your heart softened. You were willing to accompany him and guide his cultivation. Now, he is completely dead, not even a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good candidate for you to be reborn. He Fengyang said slowly. Lord! Master Tenchuru cried. Chapter 865. Now, I can confirm that He Fengyang is expressing goodwill towards me. Fang Yuan had a realization. He Fengyang invited Fang Yuan to Fei He Mountain to take a look. What kind of place was Fei He Mountain? It was where Crane Gate's mountain was located. Even though the symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, the meaning behind these words was already very clear. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan pondered over He Fengyang's subtle attitude and suddenly laughed silently. After the duel with Feng Kim Hong, Fang Yuan had established a business relationship with Spirit Affinity House. This Guts Gu transaction had a higher priority than Crane Gate. But because it was the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, and with so many witnesses, even Immortal Crane's sect could not find any excuse to stop this transaction that had extraordinary meaning. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Spirit Affinity House were in cahoots. This made Crane Gate feel a sense of danger. In history, Spirit Affinity House had the most cases of roping in demonic path Gu immortals. For example, Bo Qing, Feng Jioga, and others. They were examples that were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not long ago, after failing to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan displayed extremely high refinement path attainment. Crane Gate finally decided to appease and rope in Fang Yuan. Thus, He Fengyang's attitude towards Fang Yuan had changed. Fangjing's matter should be true. He Fengyang's actions were no doubt a kind of goodwill towards Fang Yuan. He even used the possession method to lure Fang Yuan. To him, if Fang Yuan detained Fangjing, Celestial Court would definitely attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan did not destroy Dang Hun Mountain in advance, Celestial Court would definitely obtain it. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be moved away, and Celestial Court might not be interested in it. He would leave it to one of the 10 great ancient sections. As for which ancient sect it was, it would depend on the results of the internal competition within the Celestial Court. Obviously, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at Crane Gate had low influence. The possibility of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the competition was not high. Even if they took it back, without Dang Hun Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would be greatly reduced. No matter how he looked at it, this was against the interests of He Fengyang and the Crane Gate. Therefore, He Fengyang told Fang Yuan about this to protect his own interests. Right now, I am a vassal of Crane Gate in name, but I am benefiting from both Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. All of a sudden, my external pressure has been reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan sighed. In fact, Fang Yuan had been planning for such a situation for a long time. Previously, he had ignored Feng Kim Huang's challenge. Later on, he took the initiative to communicate with him. What was the point of accepting the challenge? He wanted to borrow Spirit Affinity House's influence to resist Crane Gate's strength. Fang Yuan achieved his goal, but the crucial factor was not him. It was the temptation of Guts Gu itself. Fang Yuan snatched to Immortal Blessed Land, which caused Feng Kim Hong to be stimulated and discover the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu. And it was because Feng Kim Hong used Dream Wings and tasted its benefits that he placed even more importance on Guts Gu. If not for that, how could Spirit Affinity House let Fang Yuan borrow its influence so easily? The other party was not an idiot. That's right, Fang Yuan purposely made it a draw. It was to show a gentle attitude to Spirit Affinity House's people. For Fang Yuan, because of this duel, His situation in Central Continent had undergone an unprecedented change. It greatly reduced his pressure and allowed him to have more energy to make other plans. Of course. Once the secret of Fang Yuan destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower was exposed, Central Continent's situation would definitely collapse. Fang Yuan would be chased by everyone and forced to flee for his life. For Feng Kim Hong. Although she was injured and defeated in the duel, she was the biggest winner. From now on, with the help of Guts Gu and Dream Wing's Immortal Gu, she would advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing almost all Gu immortals and growing rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Kim Hong, but in this life, it seems that I am the one who made her a success. Regarding this, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. It was not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Tai Bai Yunsheng came to bid farewell. These days, he had been walking around northern plains, looking for a suitable place to set up his blessed land. He had already found a good place and was about to set up his blessed land, but at the crucial moment, he was called back by Fang Yuan. I have to thank you this time. You chose a good location, don't worry and adjust the heaven and earth chi. When the tribulation comes, I will definitely lend you a hand. Fang Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded and said goodbye to Fang Yuan, using a stargate to go to northern plains. After Fang Yuan obtained star form blessed land, his starlight firefly Gu reserves were extremely huge. The construction and opening of stargates were no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan came to the secret room and saw Guyue Fangzheng again. Wasn't Guyue Fangzheng killed by He Fengyang? How could he still be alive? As it turned out, this was a trick arranged by Fang Yuan. He purposely cut off one of Guyue Fangzheng's arms and installed a dog limb, making it look like he was tortured and humiliated. In fact, he left this severed arm here. After He Fengyang killed Fangzheng, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was called back by Fang Yuan, used man as before Immortal Gu and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangzheng. He Fengyang did not suspect him. He also had his limitations. He did not know that an immortal Gu like man as before existed in this world. In his opinion, Fangzheng's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of his eyes. Fangzheng was truly dead. If it were any other Gu immortal, they would also think so. This was common sense. But this world was huge. There were all sorts of strange immortal Gu, immortal killer moves and so on. Just like man as before, they did not know that humans had limitations. Even immortals were no exception. Omniscience and omnipotence, even rank 9 Gu immortals or Renzu could not achieve this. Perhaps there was only one great existence that could achieve this, and that was this world. Fang Yuan threw an information path Gu worm to Fangzheng, showing a mocking expression. Take a good look, this is the crane gate that you are so grateful to, and that kind master of yours. If not for me, you would be dead already. Impossible. I will not believe your lies. Fangzheng screamed, but he still took this information path Gu worm. This Gu worm naturally recorded the scene of He Fengyang killing Fangzheng, as well as the conversation with Master Tenchu's soul. After Fangzheng saw it, he immediately crushed the information path Gu worm to pieces, falling into an incomparably furious state. He raised his head and screamed. His expression was distorted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Impossible. This is all fake, you faked it. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. You lied to me, you lied to me. Unless I see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears, and get my master's reply. You will see it with your own eyes. But, now is not the time." Fang Yuan turned around and left the secret room. He closed the door. The secret room fell into darkness again. Fangzheng screamed in the darkness, moving around in a frenzy in the limited space, punching and kicking the walls in a hysterical manner. After dealing with Fangzheng's matter, Fang Yuan returned triumphantly in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He eliminated the true Gu refinement experts in advance. It made the later stages of the convention easier than the middle stages. Eventually, Feng Kim Hong obtained 6th place. And Fang Yuan entered the finals. He faced the strongest opponent in this convention, Yumu Chun. In this match, Fang Yuan lost cleanly. Even though the competition's topic was the same as in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the huge advantage of knowing beforehand. But his opponent, Yumu Chun, was a genuine refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This attainment level was terrifying. Even if Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wing's Immortal Gu, he could not easily reach this attainment level. The higher the attainment level of a path, the more difficult it was to advance. In the whole of history, only 3 people surpassed him. They were the 3 refinement path elders. In the whole of Northern Plains, only 4 were publicly recognized to be comparable to him. They were the 4 refinement path elders. Fang Yuan knew that even if he had the advantage of knowing the topic, he could not win against Yumu Chun. This was the difference in strength. Speaking of which, this Yumu Chun was dressed like Fang Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. He also had a large mask on his face. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he was the one who obtained 1st place. Unsurprisingly, his strength was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan admitted defeat. Many people criticized him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to describe. Yumu Chun was indeed very strong, but Fang Yuan was also very strong in the eyes of the world. Such an action of admitting defeat without fighting made the spectators who were looking forward to the finals very unhappy. Rumors started to spread that Fang Yuan admitted defeat without fighting. This was a shady plot. No matter what, Fang Yuan, who obtained 2nd place, achieved his original goal. He had a success Dao mark engraved on his body. After that, Crane Gate and the other 9 great ancient sects sent people to contact Fang Yuan, trying to buy his Dao marks. This success Dao mark could not be seized or transferred. Even Celestial Court tried many times, but none of them succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not want to seize it. They only talked about transactions. In any case, Fang Yuan had such amazing Gu refinement methods. They still greatly overestimated Fang Yuan. He could refine Gu. If he refined a rank 6 Immortal Gu, this success Dao mark would be used up, in exchange for 0 failure rate. No matter how high the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fang Yuan rejected them all. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made the final preparations to refine change form Immortal Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan had the plan to refine change form Immortal Gu, he had been gathering Gu refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan only needed to gather 1 set of Gu refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Fang Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining Immortal Gu could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan only gathered 1 set of materials. His accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Gu trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 866. Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the rolling hills. On one of the steep peaks, a hairy man was climbing with all his might. "Master, master! Wait for me!" The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Different from other hairy men, this hairy man's gaze was filled with intelligence. He spoke like an ordinary human. He chased after Yumu Chun's figure in the mountains. Ever since the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this hairy man had been paying attention to Yumu Chun. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yumu Chun got 1st place. The hairy man chased after him. This hairy man was at the prime of his life, but he could not catch up to Yumu Chun. After the convention ended, Yumu Chun entered Truyang Mountain Range. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting as he chased. Along the way, he suffered a lot, he was covered in dust and injuries. "Master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed the mountain, but his eyes were wide open. How can this be? Master was still on the peak earlier, how did he reach the foot of the mountain in such a short time? What goo worm is he using? The distance that he had closed with much difficulty grew even further. The hairy man became anxious and hurried down the mountain. In the end, he stepped on empty air and lost his footing, falling down the mountain stream. Thankfully, there were many branches that helped him resist the force of his fall. Even so, when he cried out as he tumbled down the mountain, his head was bleeding and his body was broken in many places. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. "If I miss this chance, it will be hard to find Master again." The hairy man's face was covered in tears. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head and moaned in despair, "Master, please have pity on me, please wait." Sob, sob, sob. His voice was extremely weak. After the moaning, he started to cry. But when he cried, his body shook. He found that unknowingly, a pair of feet had appeared in front of him. He followed the feet and looked up. He was surprised to find that Yumu-chun had returned at some point. He was standing in front of him, looking down at him. The hairy man quickly knelt on the ground. "Master, Master, you are finally willing to see me." Yumu-chun sighed. His voice was deep and magnetic. "Handui. A few years ago, I just casually gave you some pointers. We are not fated to be master and disciple." Hearing this, the hairy man Ben Duo started to cry. He did not know where the strength came from, but he suddenly jumped and hugged Yumu-chun's leg. "Master, Master. Even if you don't want to admit that you're my master, I was able to escape from ignorance thanks to your guidance." After breaking through the shackles, his goo refinement had reached an unprecedented level. Although you only said a few words, the grace of teaching is as heavy as a mountain. Deeper than the sea. My fate has changed because of this, so in my heart, you will forever be my teacher. Yumu-chun stretched out his hand and rubbed the hairy man Ben Duoyi's head. He. I taught you back then because I saw that you were more quick-witted than normal hairy men. His mind was clear. However, I don't want to acknowledge you as my disciple. It's for your own good. I am the one who escapes my fate. If you get involved with me, there's no benefit to it. From now on, you must not tell anyone about what I've taught you. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a tragic death. Remember this, remember this. Disciple will remember. The hairy man Ben Duo-e nodded rapidly. Yumu-chun snorted lightly. Ben Duo-e quickly corrected himself. I will remember, I will remember. Master Yumu-chun, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple, please let me be your follower, your servant. I am very hardworking and smart, you even praised me earlier. I will be loyal and devoted to you, and do my best to serve you. Yumu-chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you. Forget it. Considering that you chased after me and went through over 30 mountains, suffering countless hardships. This sincerity and perseverance towards the Tao is very rare and precious. Ben Duo-e, remember, this quick-wittedness is your greatest strength. Man is the spirit of all living beings, you are a hairy man but your intelligence is no longer human. But you cannot rely on this, you need to know that a good swimmer will drown. Today, you need to remember your sincerity and perseverance. Get up. Yumu-chun said. Master, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Ben Duo-e shouted. Oh no. Suddenly, his arms were empty. His arms were originally wrapped around Yumu-chun, but now an invisible force was repelling him. He could only look up as Yumu-chun ascended into the sky step by step. Ben Duo-e, our fate has come to an end, today will be the last time we meet. Now, I will teach you one last lesson as a parting gift, watch carefully. In the sky, Mu Chun's voice came. Ben Duo-e hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky expectantly. Central continent, Earth abyss, star form blessed land. The night was warm, the wind was gentle. Fang Yuan looked up, the blessed land was filled with stars, giving off dim starlight. It was completely silent. Fang Yuan slowly lowered his head, he retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at the giant tortoise shell in front of him. This tortoise shell had an extraordinary origin, it was the shell of a desolate beast tortoise. Right now, the tortoise shell was upside down like a giant bowl. The tortoise shell was filled with poisonous blood. This poisonous blood was collected by Fang Yuan when he was undergoing tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, to refine change form immortal goo, these poisonous blood were put to use. Change form immortal goo refinement can finally begin. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Fang Yuan kept the matter of refining change form immortal goo a secret, he did not tell anyone. People like Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark, they did not know anything. Star form Blessed Land had already closed its doors long ago. The Blessed Land itself was deep in Earth Abyss. At this time, this layer of Earth Abyss was not known to anyone yet, it was very safe. Safety was very important. Refining immortal goo was not easy to begin with, it was filled with difficulties. There were too many external factors that could affect a goo immortal's goo refinement. If there was a mistake, the valuable immortal materials would be wasted, their efforts would be wasted. Thus, the refinement of immortal goo required a calm and stable environment. Even though Fang Yuan had a success Dao mark and could reduce the refinement failure rate to 0 when refining rank 6 immortal goo, it was not enough. But what if during the refinement, Fang Yuan made a mistake? Thus, Star Form Blessed Land was a quiet and reliable environment for goo refinement, he needed it. Otherwise, if Fang Yuan failed the goo refinement, he would not even know where to cry. Even though he was about to start, before Fang Yuan started, he meditated for a long time. Only when he felt that his soul was at its peak condition and could not be any more perfect, did he make a move. His eyes shined, countless ghostly fires burned at the bottom of the tortoise shell. At once, the surrounding several li was engulfed in dark flames, the temperature fell rapidly. The poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, however, was calm, central continent, Truyang mountain range. Ben Duo-e had just raised his head when he was stunned. At once, his eyes opened wide. He had thought that Mu Chun would give him a final lesson, he would at most teach him some unique goo refinement methods or powerful refinement path killer moves. But to think that Mu Chun stood in the air, waving his hand as a vast light shone down. This light was extremely pure and dazzling, Mu Chun's tears flowed down. Just as he was feeling dizzy, he heard Mu Chun say slowly, Ben Duo-e, open your eyes for the final lesson, how much you can absorb will depend on your luck. Alright, watch me refine an immortal goo now. Immortal goo. Ben Duo-e's heart shook, his mouth was wide open, his jaw almost dislocated. Refine an immortal goo? He stammered, he could not understand, he was shocked and uncertain. Why did Master Mu Chun go so far? Even if Ben Duo-e was not skilled in goo refinement, he knew that refining immortal goo was not easy. Before refining, one needed to adjust their condition to the peak, they had to calm their mind, they had to research and deduce the immortal goo recipe countless times. But Mu Chun did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered Truyang mountain range and traveled in the mountains, he did not rest at all. And he was refining goo here? Truyang mountain range was a very dangerous place. The environment was very important to goo refinement, even a 3-year-old child knew this. Right now, Ben Duo-e was very worried, what if the goo refinement attracted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts? This was not the most troublesome thing. Compared to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, goo immortals were more threatening. Because of Song Zixing, many goo immortals in Truyang mountain range were searching here, trying to find Song Zixing. On one hand, they could beat him up when he was down, on the other hand, they could complete the mission that the 10 great sects of Central Continent had secretly issued. Yu Chun did not care about Ben Duoyi's worries and nervousness. He had a relaxed expression as he waved his hand. At once, this mountain peak shined with 1,000 rays of light, auspicious clouds and auspicious qi appeared. Winds blew, the grass on the mountain swayed with the wind, the mountain flowers bloomed, emitting the purest fragrance of nature. Central Continent, star-form blessed land. An hour had already passed. In the huge tortoise shell, the poisonous blood was boiling, emitting loud noises. Above the poisonous blood, a large amount of poisonous qi was coiling, forming a dense pitch-black poisonous fog. As Fang Yuan continued to heat it up, the poisonous fog started to spread, corroding the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to wither. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously, he had already set up layers of goo formations around him. These poisonous qi would not spread out, they would only stay in the surrounding space. 1,000-year bitter shell. Fang Yuan stared at the boiling poisonous blood, he suddenly stretched out an immortal zombie monstrous arm and spread out its huge claw. Here, master. At the next moment, Star Form Land Spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fang Yuan. To refine change form immortal goo, Star Form Land Spirit had become Fang Yuan's free labor. Chapter 867. Bitter shells were hidden in deep water. By eating the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sand and turn it into bitter water. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water to make wine. The bitter shell wine that was brewed was bitter and fragrant, it was very unique. In the past, Fang Yuan had obtained a bitter shell, he pried it open and used the bitter water to refine wine, using the bitter wine to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were rare, 1,000-year bitter shells were even rarer, they were excellent materials for refining immortal goo. The bitter shell in Fang Yuan's hand was the 1,000-year bitter shell. The shell was pitch black, there were white patterns on it like tree rings. The black and white color was very eye-catching. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the fire under the tortoise shell, as for the 1,000-year bitter shell in his hand, he did not even look at it and threw it in. Refining immortal goo was very important, all immortal materials had to be checked. But Fang Yuan had already checked many times, he could ensure the materials were flawless. Thus, Fang Yuan was refining goo now, he did not need to check the immortal materials while refining goo, he could focus on the intensity of the fire. After the 1,000-year bitter shell was thrown in, the poisonous blood stopped boiling, but the poisonous smoke and gas surged like a black python inside. A strong stench was immediately emitted. Fang Yuan did not move, he carefully sniffed in the stench. Although he was an immortal zombie, he could not smell anything. But with the help of investigative killer moves, he could replace his sense of smell. This stench was indescribable, it was extremely terrible, Fang Yuan felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But Fang Yuan had to persevere, because this stench was a sign of whether the goo refinement was successful or not, whether the 1,000-year bitter shell had completely melted. Soon, the 1,000-year bitter shell that Fang Yuan threw in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped moving. The poisonous blood started boiling again. Fang Yuan threw in a second 1,000-year bitter shell. The third 1,000-year bitter shell, after a total of 12 bitter shells melted, the poisonous fog became extremely thick, the intense stench started to emit a faint fragrance. Fang Yuan's expression became more solemn. Twin ice hearts, the hairy man Ben Duo-yi shouted. Although he was only a rank 5 goo master, his refinement path attainment level was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary. Thus, he was very knowledgeable. The moment Yu Chun took out the immortal material, he knew the name of the immortal material. Honda's face was filled with shock. An ice heart the size of a thumb was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yu Chun took out was the size of a wash basin. It was not just big. Most importantly, this ice heart had a special appearance. It was made up of two heart-shaped pieces of ice connected together. This was the twin ice heart. It was 100 times more precious than an ordinary ice heart. Ordinary ice heart was only a rank 6 immortal material, it could be used to refine rank 6 immortal goo. Twin ice heart was an immortal material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. He's the first to take out such a precious immortal material. Clearly, the twin ice hearts were not the main material of the goo refinement, but a supplementary material. Master was really amazing. I wonder what goo he wants to refine. Ben Duo's eyes shone with admiration. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. He even used such a precious material, it showed that Master Yumu Chun had made preparations, he did not do it on a whim. But Ben Duo thought, Yumu Chun was here. In the wilderness, refining a precious immortal goo in front of everyone. Should he say that Yumu Chun had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duo could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger, soon, strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other, they did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yumu Chun was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yumu Chun laughed heartily, his body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart, the pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yumu Chun's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duo, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duo. Hairy men were variant humans, they were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were two different races. Even Fong Yuan did not know about Yumu Chun's identity. Like he understood Ben Duo's worries, Yumu Chun paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot. Why do we hairy men have the talent for goo refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dao marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of goo refinement history, we hairy men have a long history, our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful, they exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the goo refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men, there are many mistakes in this. Yumu Chun continued, for example, when humans refine goo, they emphasize on silence, they seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the goo refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing goo is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the goo worm. Why does this goo worm need to be fed with such food? Between the goo worm and the food, there are countless goo recipes. As for using goo, it is to experience the Dao marks on the goo worm. Goo refinement is even more crucial, it is the handling of the Dao marks. When refining goo, one should be in nature. Because this world was the place with the most Dao marks. It is like a mother to a baby, heaven and earth is the best place to refine goo. If we can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth, in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine goo. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine goo? Ben Duo stared with wide eyes, he was tongue-tied. Yumu Chun's words were shocking, this was the first time Ben Duo had heard of this theory, it was extremely enlightening. Yumu Chun laughed heartily, his eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duo, you are learning human goo refinement techniques, even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. If you want to advance to refinement path Great Grandmaster attainment level, you will need to return to your roots, return to our hairy man goo refinement path. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yumu Chun, please be merciful and teach me hairy man Gu refinement techniques. Ben Duo Yi shouted excitedly, kowtowing non-stop. Yumu Chun laughed heartily. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision, there is a huge risk in this, it might not help you but harm you instead. I started feeding Gu worms when I was 3, when I was 10, I only had to touch Gu worms and without any guidance, I could learn what food foreign Gu worms needed and how to feed them. When I was 16, I used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu, with 10% success. But this was a detour. When I was 22, I realized this and decided to start again. I started refining Gu in nature. When I was 138, I had initial success in my natural Gu refinement technique. Now that I am 246, my natural Gu refinement technique has reached great success. I can comprehend nature, I can understand the astronomical phenomena above and the geography below, I can choose the most suitable place and use the hidden Dao marks of heaven and earth to help me refine Gu. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 Immortal Gu. Rank 7, 1 out of 20. As for rank 8 Immortal Gu, due to my cultivation level, I have not tried it yet. Hearing this, Ben Duo Yi's heart shook intensely. Yumu Chun's Gu refinement success rate was simply too high. Normally speaking, the success rate of rank 6 Immortal Gu was less than 1%. The success rate of rank 7 Immortal Gu was 1 in 1,000. The success rate of rank 8 was 1 in 10,000. And when Yumu Chun refined rank 6 Immortal Gu, he had a 40% success rate. This was 40% success rate. And when refining rank 7 Immortal Gu, he had 1 success rate in 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the whole world. This was the power of the natural Gu refinement technique. But Ben Duo Yi could tell. To refine such a powerful technique, one had to have talent. Yumu Chun's talent was outstanding. When he was 3, he fed Gu worms, at 10, he touched foreign Gu worms and learned what they ate. This showed that he had already understood the connection between the Dao mark fragments of Gu worms and all living beings in the world. When Yumu Chun was 16, he used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu. When he was 22, he realized this was not his path, he gave up on his abilities and started cultivating again. From this, it could be seen that Yumu Chun not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspirations. Secondly, to refine the natural Gu refinement technique, he needed a lot of time and resources. Yumu Chun only had minor success when he was 138 years old. At 246 years old, he had major success. This required a huge amount of practice and resources, it was unimaginably terrifying. Putting aside talent, just the consumption of resources was unrealistic for someone like Ben Duo Yi, who was by himself. Gu immortals needed resources. Refinement was even more important for refinement. Without a lot of practice and resources, even Gu immortals could not do it well. Most Gu immortals were flying masters, but only a few were refinement path masters. Fang Yuan did not have high attainment in refinement path, he only became a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and lack of focus on this path, it was also because of the lack of resources. Yumu Chun saw that the tornado forest was stabilizing, he started to refine Gu. He stood in the air, his hair fluttering in the wind as he grabbed or pulled out immortal materials from his immortal aperture. He selectively tossed these immortal materials into the tornadoes one by one. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades, they quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duo Yi was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining Gu worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Yumu Chun was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest, his method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude, he did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish, he would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duo Yi would scoff at it. But Yumu Chun used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duo-e was petrified, his eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 868. Star Form Blessed Land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, the 3 layers of the Gu formation had already been corroded and destroyed, the surrounding ground had turned into a thin layer of poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This Gu refinement material was very special, it was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Astral chi was the heaven chi of the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick astral chi wall. If Gu immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the earth chi of the 10 earths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, in this earthly limit astral chi, the two were in harmony. Not only did they coexist peacefully, they were also transforming into each other. The black mud turned into astral chi, while the astral chi turned into black mud. Fang Yuan waved his hand, this lump of earthly limit astral chi quickly turned turbid, the black mud and astral chi mixed together, forming a lump of gray fog. But if he did not shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, while the astral chi remained. Black and white would appear again, they would circulate slightly. Dealing with this immortal material is the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only by using the publicly recognized strongest 4 immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, muffled thunder stone drum, and wind grind can I deal with it. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. Fang Yuan had a thought as he stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air, with a light leap, he entered the turtle shell and the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on the 6 monstrous arms. Then on his chest. Wounds appeared on his back and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell pot seemed to be attracted, it started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain, Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using Gu worm methods. He needed to sense the pain to understand to what extent the immortal materials were processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell continued to mix. It formed a cycle, entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body continuously. After the process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limit astral energy that he had taken out earlier. With a gulp, he swallowed the earthly limit astral energy into his stomach. This was a unique creation of his previous life, a blood path Gu refinement method. He named it the flesh and blood refinement art. The earthly limit's astral energy entered his body and was constantly washed by his blood, slowly dissolving in it. This blood. Then, it flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and into the turtle shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the cauldron flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and washed away the earthly limit's astral energy. As the cycle continued, the earthly limit's astral energy grew at an extremely slow speed. It continued to melt and shrink. On a mountain peak in Truyang mountain range, there was a huge gust of wind. Whistling sounds could be heard. The hairy man Gu Immortal Yumu Chun suddenly pointed. In the direction of his finger, there were 5 to 6 tornadoes. They started to move closer. When they got close to a certain extent, they suddenly merged into one, forming a huge tornado that howled and rotated. Yumu Chun flipped his palm and took out a stone bead-like immortal material. With a flick of his finger, this stone bead was shot into the huge tornado. This stone bead was small and inconspicuous. But after it entered the tornado, it emitted an ear-piercing sound. The whistling sound of the tornado was much weaker, and it spun much slower. It was like a strong man who had eaten too much. But as time passed, the tornado spun faster and faster, it was rapidly digesting the bead. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely digested the bead, the entire wind pillar was dyed black and white, alternating between white and black. Earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo saw this and had a flash of inspiration, he blurted out. Yumu Chun was a little surprised, he praised, you are quite knowledgeable. To process the earthly limit astral energy bead, the small tornado earlier is not enough. Only a large tornado can do that. Ben Duo suppressed the shock in his heart. Earthly limit astral energy was already an immortal material that was hard to process. Ben Duo knew that even if he used all his strength, he would need to spend years to slowly corrode a lump of earthly limit astral energy to refine Gu. He was a mortal Gu master, to process immortal materials, it would take years. As for the earthly limit astral energy bead? It was a large number of earthly limit astral energy, they were compressed together and condensed into a pure bead. One bead was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral energy. Earthly limit astral energy beads were very hard, they were hard to process. Even Gu immortals needed months or even a year or two to wear down one bead. But Master Yumu Chun used such a short time to process one earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo suddenly thought of something, his voice trembled. Could it be that Master Yu's refinement path killer move is the legendary wind grind? It should be, only the 4 legendary refinement path killer moves can process immortal materials to such an extent. That's right, it is wind grind. Yumu Chun replied. Ben Duo's eyes were burning with passion. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials, even if he was not a Gu immortal and could not use an immortal killer move. Right now, he was filled with envy, he was fantasizing about the day when he could use wind grind to process immortal materials perfectly, how amazing would that be? After the earthly limit astral energy bead was processed, Yumu Chun started to throw immortal yuan stones into the countless tornadoes. One by one, the immortal meta stones were thrown into the tornado pillar. Immortal yuan stones were not as hard as the earthly limit astral energy bead, they were grinded into powder by the wind blades, bursting with a dazzling green light. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated, the nearby mountains started to shake, the sky was filled with dark clouds, thunder could be heard. What's going on? Ben Duo panicked. Looking around, he found that there were traces of light in the surrounding space of the mound he was on. These light traces were Dao marks. Some were red fire path Dao marks, some were blue water path Dao marks. These 2 types of Dao marks were mostly incomplete. Most of them were earth path and wood path Dao marks, they were more complete. But most of them were Dao marks shining with silver light. These were rule path Dao marks. These Dao marks were densely packed, but they were not evenly distributed. Some overlapped with each other, they were densely packed. Some were sparse, they were sparse. Ben Duo found that the place Yumu Chun chose to refine Gu was the place. It was the place with the highest concentration of rule path Dao marks. This mound looks ordinary, but there is something extraordinary about it. Did Master Yu choose this place to refine Gu? Strange, ordinary mountains definitely do not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duo found, the more questions he had. He felt increasingly stifled, because the mountains were shaking more intensely. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker. A storm was brewing, a great calamity was approaching. Even those tornadoes seemed to have stopped, they shrunk in size. Yumu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly, his laughter was filled with confidence and boldness. At this moment, his immortal Gu refinement had reached the most crucial step. Come! He suddenly pointed at the sky and the ground. In the sky, lightning flashed. The lightning was like water, it gathered into a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. A giant python made of lightning. It contained yin and yang, it dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, it looked gentle instead. This was slumbering lightning python. One of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. On the ground, the countless tornadoes merged together, quickly forming a single gigantic tornado. The wind pillar was tall, it almost connected heaven and earth. The slumbering lightning python started to move slowly. It descended slowly, coiling around the giant wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling at all. The process of the python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that could shake one's soul. At this time, heaven and earth chi suddenly rose. An intense sense of danger filled Ben Duoyi's mind. Master Yu, what is going on? Why does this look like the records of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation? Ben Duoyi screamed. Ah, you guessed right. It is a small problem. Yumu Chun said plainly. Small problem? Ben Duoyi's eyes were wide open, his mouth was dry. Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was twisted in pain, his 8 monstrous arms were stabbed into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing heavily. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got rid of the earthly limit astral chi and fused it into the poisonous blood. The pot of poisonous blood was originally full, but now, less than half was left. The most difficult step is over, land spirit, throw those captives in. Fang Yuan shouted angrily. Star form land spirit quickly agreed. At once, large numbers of living beings like cows, horses, pigs, and dogs were thrown into the poisonous blood. Screams, and roars could be heard. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, it was like a swamp. After these living beings were thrown in, they struggled but they sank even faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all dissolved. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged, his bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil, they only had stubbornness and loyalty. Star form land spirits started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rock men, snowmen, ink men, egg men, feather men, mermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, but Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, more, more. Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. Ah, spare me. So painful, it hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Fang Yuan was unmoved, he only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side, he struggled to get up. Fang Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood, his fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky, it was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state, it was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood, the poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Fang Yuan's ankles. Fang Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a goo from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form Immortal Goo, success. Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. Ben Duo Yi sat on the ground, muttering, I finally passed the tribulation. More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yumu Chun kept the refined Immortal Goo in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path goo worm to Ben Duo Yi. Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance, it is for you. You can learn the natural goo refinement method, but if you are not a goo immortal, you cannot use it to refine goo. Because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Yumu Chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duo Yi's body shook, he knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down. Chapter 869. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal Goo Starlight. Fang Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Fang Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated Starlight Immortal Goo. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Fang Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone, it was very gentle. In this stone nest, there were already many goo formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight, and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their goo worms to absorb the incoming starlight, before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, star thought goo were refined one by one. These star thought goo flowed along the pipes, into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Fang Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine goo for days without rest. After using Starlight Immortal Goo, there was a huge amount of starlight. Fang Yuan no longer needed to purchase starlight goo and use it as the main material to refine star thought goo. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using Starlight Immortal Goo required immortal essence. But if he purchased a huge amount of Starlight Goo, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved Star Thought Goo recipe was also safer. Goo refinement was a risky matter, it was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining goo. After Fang Yuan sent the Starlight Goo, he did not leave, he observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current Star Thought Goo recipe. He had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the goo refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of Star Thought Goo was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit, unless my Star Path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better Star Thought Goo recipe. Fang Yuan knew that he did not cultivate Star Path. His Star Path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future, he could explore dream realms and raise his Star Path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of Star Thought Goo can more than double. Fang Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form Immortal Goo, not only did he expend the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, he also used up almost all of his immortal materials and Immortal Yuan stone. As a result, the current Fang Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, the problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them, before he could get qualified hairy man slaves to refine goo for him. Fang Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other Gu immortals. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now, Fang Yuan was in a very weak state. Even if he had the killer move Myriad Self, and 3-star path Gu Worms. He had obtained several star path immortal killer moves from Star Lord Wanxiang. Without enough immortal essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand. He did not panic. For Gu immortals, the so-called food. The most important thing was immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone. Thus, Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate immortal essence. After leaving this stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lulan's management. She used her immortal Gu strength to provide Gu refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of air sac Gu were refined, they were loaded with guts Gu and sold to Central Continent's forces, to Jewel Yellow Skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining air sac Gu was much higher than refining star thought Gu. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fang Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of guts Gu. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts Gu increased. Fang Yuan had to increase the production of air sac Gu. In a stone nest, Fang Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, "Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent Gu immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections." Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply, "We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land." Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, "He Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains Gu immortals. Once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty, he is skilled at escaping, our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in Truyang mountain range. How can we find him?" "You are right." He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days, she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately, these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch. She would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. But once the project was established, it would face market competition. How much she could earn would depend on the situation. He Lulan investigated for a long time. She also asked Fairy Li Shan for guidance. She knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages, it would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it. She was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures. Time flowed very quickly, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After He Lulan's investigation, she found out the only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of guts goo, a seller's market, a monopoly business. It was unique. Or like the business projects that Fang Yuan plundered in Dongfang tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others, these resources were already well managed by Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, He Lulan's desire for star form blessed land deepened. As long as she obtained star form blessed land, He Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wanxiang's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Fang Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he had already become the owner of star form blessed land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if He Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if He Lulan found out about this and asked Fang Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, although he could choose not to answer. He Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Fang Yuan's plan. After Yumu Chun refined the immortal goo, he went deep into Truyang Mountain Range. Ever since he parted with Ben Duo Yi, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day, at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path goo worm and threw it in front of him. The goo worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Yumu Chun did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Yumu Chun's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yumu Chun could not help but frown, saying, "Using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious." Song Zi Xing, cough cough, there is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in. From the depths of the swamp, Song Zi Xing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation, as a hairy man goo immortal, Yumu Chun actually had a deep relationship with the #1 demonic path goo immortal of Central Continent, Song Zi Xing. They were very close. Yumu Chun walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here. He was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zi Xing. Song Zi Xing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Yumu Chun arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zi Xing, Yumu Chun's expression turned grim. With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan. Hehe, I just have to give up my life and cultivation level. Song Zi Xing had a plain expression. He spoke in a carefree tone. He changed the topic. You refined that rule path immortal goo? After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural goo refinement method, the goo refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity. If I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks. It is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yumu Chun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Yumu Chun's sigh, Song Zi Xing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years, to think that I would have to activate it now. These years, we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since Fate Immortal Goo was not completely destroyed, it is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yumu Chun said. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about fate's existence. But Yumu Chun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. "Oh, right." Yumu Chun said whatever he thought of. "Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance." Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Gu Master world. It was like ancient China, people used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them, even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point: to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth. It was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yumu Chun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea and Dongfang Naganori. Yumu Chun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. What kind of grand plan could make this unfathomable refinement path Gu Immortal expert do it? There was no hope of survival? What kind of motivation could make him so willing? Even Song Zixing, the first person of the diabolism in Jianghu state, who had just escaped with his life, was willing to sacrifice himself for this great plan. Furthermore, Yumu Chun actually said in front of Song Zixing that he was going to choose the inheritor of his inheritance. This was not normal. If Song Zixing had ill intentions and secretly went to intercept him, he could easily snatch Yumu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. And to Yumu Chun, now that his background was exposed, he would be countered by Song Zixing. Yumu Chun was able to tell Song Zixing such a precious secret like his inheritance. He clearly trusted the latter. This level of trust could be said to be from the bottom of one's heart. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and had a terrible reputation. How could he gain Yumu Chun's trust? Was it his charisma, or was there another reason? I need to make some preparations. Hearing that Yumu Chun left behind an inheritance, Song Zixing had an indifferent expression. He did not seem to have any intention of snatching it. Let me show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a ripple in the blood pool, a blood fetus floated up from the bottom of the pool. The blood fetus was the size of a pony, there was a human figure in the fetus, it was curled up like a sleeping baby. Yumu Chun looked at this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said in disbelief, this, you actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing laughed, showing a proud expression. Even though I did not collect the complete blood deity immortal goo recipe, I did collect some remnant blood deity recipes. This blood fetus was created by using blood deity's remnant recipe and Northern Plains blood path methods, as well as my immortal killer move blood demon body separation. The fake body created by blood demon body separation needs to expend immortal essence to maintain its existence. There is a time limit. But this fake body created by this blood fetus does not expend immortal essence, it can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, it can cultivate and have independent thoughts, it can cultivate step by step until it becomes an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning? Yumu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It doesn't matter if I die, the important thing is for the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, I will have to consider what to do after that. Song Zixing needs to survive. Even if I sacrifice myself, the blood fetus will give birth to a second Song Zixing. Yumu Chun looked at the blood fetus, showing an interested expression. Can I research this blood fetus? I seem to have a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research it. But remember, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for an instant. I know, don't worry. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Looking at the whole earth goo in front of him, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's second whole earth goo. The first one was connected to Crane Gate, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House was completed. Large numbers of air sac goo carrying guts goo were sent to Spirit Affinity House. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan obtained 180 immortal yuan stones, solving his urgent problem. Speaking of which, in the competition between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong, the true value was not the immortal zombie revival method that Feng Kim Hong provided, but the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Kim Hong took out the revival method was because he was gambling. Because Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he could not use this method. But she did not know that Fang Yuan still had the first mortal aperture. She wanted to scam Fang Yuan, but she did not manage to do so. With these 180 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to convert half of them into green grape immortal essence. This way, he passed the period of weakness and recovered his battle strength. A day later, he transacted with Crane Gate again, obtaining a huge sum of immortal yuan stones. Crane Gate's attitude was much more amicable than before. Evidently, they were concerned that if they pressured Fang Yuan too much, Fang Yuan might side with Spirit Affinity House. At the same time, Crane Gate wanted to buy the success Dao marks on Fang Yuan. They asked for a high price and asked Fang Yuan to refine a certain rank 6 immortal goo. The immortal goo recipe was given to Fang Yuan for free, and the immortal goo materials were all provided by Crane Gate. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had an endless demand for immortal goo. Towards this request, Fang Yuan tried to evade it. He did not say that he had already used them, he only said that he needed some time to consider it. Crane Gate needed help from Fang Yuan, they naturally had to be more amicable. After completing these two transactions, Fang Yuan immediately used the immortal yuan stones he had to buy some hairy man slaves from Jewel Yellow Skies to replenish the goo refinement losses. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. The immortal yuan stones in Fang Yuan's hands had just started to rise, but now, they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had plenty of green grape immortal essence, it was much safer than before. But even if he bought these hairy man slaves, Fang Yuan could only replenish his losses, he could not expand the scale of the next stone nest. Because of the transaction with Spirit Affinity House, the Guts Gu orders had increased by a huge amount. Fang Yuan was using 2 stone nests, it could not satisfy the current market demand. He planned to first accumulate a sum of immortal Yuan stones to build a 4th stone nest, and provide hairy man slaves. This was not a small amount of funds. Fang Yuan's 3rd stone nest was funded by He Lulan. But with Star Form Blessed Land's secret help, Star Lord Wanxiang's Gu Worm businesses were also helping Fang Yuan accumulate immortal Yuan stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan accumulated immortal Yuan stones while using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form Immortal Gu into vaguely familiar face. Moreover, with his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level, he successfully deduced the rank 5 all-out effort Gu's recipe. Different from the ancient Gu recipes, the Gu recipes that Fang Yuan deduced used Gu refinement materials that could be bought easily. All-out effort Gu was the vital Gu of Fang Yuan's 2nd immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this Gu recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort Gu. After failing once, all-out effort Gu advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort Gu to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost, it would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced small family Qi Gu's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 871. The sky was slightly green, winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feathermen, others called it Sky City, while the Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the Feathermen in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige, they had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless Feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, there were still 3 supreme Feathermen in Sacred Feather City, they were Gu Immortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage, 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. Yu Fei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City, WW plus WW. Son, I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname. A tall and muscular Featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome Featherman prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using Gu worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a Featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak, he was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the Featherman prince's attacks. Dan Yu! Dan Yu! The spectators were shouting the Featherman prince's name, the voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Dan Yu, had the absolute advantage, while his opponent, Yu Fei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yu Fei was covered in dust. Battered and exhausted, he rolled on the ground like a mouse, trying to escape. Dan Yu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yu Fei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King. Suddenly, Yu Fei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Dan Yu. What? You actually still have strength left. Dan Yu hurriedly retreated. Yu Fei jumped into the air and was about to get close to Dan Yu. However, after Dan Yu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. Yu Fei. I broke your wings and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate? Dan Yu looked at Yu Fei, who was falling down, and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yu Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation. The next moment, Yu Fei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach, his entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yu Fei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yu Fei suddenly turned into a balloon. It was truly comical. Even Dan Yu was stunned for a moment before relaxing. It really is your style, Yu Fei. But you can't become the new king of the Feathermen just by playing around. Lose, killer move, strong blade wind slash. Dan Yu's eyes shined with sharp light. He raised his arms and slashed in the air. Two translucent blade-shaped wind blades slashed towards Yu Fei with incredible speed. Yu Fei was still rising slowly. Many of the audience gasped. They had watched the battle for a long time and were very clear about the power of the strong blade wind slash. If these two wind blades landed, Yu Fei's stomach would definitely be cut open and he would be heavily injured. But right at this moment, Yu Fei, who was in danger, had a strange light in his eyes. He saw a fleeting opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth as an intense qi current shot out of his body, giving him great propulsion. Yu Fei's speed increased as he shot towards Dan Yu. This is... Dan Yu was pale with fright. Yu Fei's body rapidly shrunk as he nimbly passed through the space between the two strong blade wind slashes. Dan Yu wanted to retreat, but his speed was slower than Yu Fei. Where do you think you can run to? If you are a man, fight me with your fists. We will fight for 300 rounds. Yu Fei shouted. His body continued to spin in the air as his legs touched Dan Yu's body. Killer move, coiling old tree roots. Yu Fei shouted in his mind as his legs suddenly turned soft, coiling around Dan Yu's waist like old tree vines. Dan Yu could not break free. He subconsciously activated his defensive goo worms. Killer move, crane crossing neck. Yu Fei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head. His long neck coiled around Dan Yu's neck like a metal chain as he tightened his grip. His sharp beak pierced towards Dan Yu at lightning speed. Clang! The beak pierced Dan Yu's forehead, but sparks burst out. It was like he had pierced a tough steel wall. Even though Dan Yu was not injured, he suffered a heavy blow. The pain was unbearable and he felt dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 Great Windmill. Yu Fei saw the chance and his head turned back to its original shape. Using the recoil force to move backwards, his head was buried in between Dan Yu's legs, causing Dan Yu's body to spin in the air. The two's bodies were tightly coiled together. Like a windmill, they rapidly approached the ground. The Feathermen spectating the battle erupted in screams and screams. But Dan Yu was hit by the killer move. His entire body was spinning, his mind was in chaos. He was dizzy and could not react at all. When he was about to reach the ground, Yu Fei retreated. Only Dan Yu was left. He smashed towards the ground. With a loud sound, his head landed on the ground unluckily. The tiles of the battle stage were sent flying as his head pierced into the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. They were all stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. Only Yu Fei's heavy breathing could be heard. A long while later, the Featherman elder in charge swallowed his saliva as he shouted, "The victor is Yu Fei, he is our clan's new king. Yay! I finally became the Featherman king, I succeeded." Yu Fei raised his arms as he shouted excitedly. The audience reacted. First, they broke into applause. Then, someone shouted, "Yu Fei! Yu Fei!" The voices calling Yu Fei's name became louder as more people joined in. Soon, the entire battle stage. No, the whole of Sacred Feather City was filled with the cheers of, "Yu Fei, Yu Fei! Ha ha ha, ha ha ha!" The young Yu Fei placed his hands on his waist as he raised his head and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he grimaced as he touched the wings on his back, breathing in deeply, so painful, so painful. On the other side, the unconscious Dan Yu was pulled out of the ground by the healing Gu masters. He was saved in time. Deep inside Sacred Feather City, 3 Featherman Gu immortals were half asleep, communicating with their consciousness. This generation's Featherman king. He looks quite unique, he is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard he is very ambitious. He wants to expand our Featherman empire. But after he becomes the Featherman king for some time, he should become more stable. The 3 Gu immortals conversed casually. If this was the past, the new Featherman king had already been elected, he would bring a new atmosphere to the peaceful Sacred Feather City. If there were no accidents, Yu Fei would rule the Feathermen of Sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, something that the Feathermen did not expect happened. Boom! The entire Sacred Feather City was shaking amidst the earth-shattering explosion. The Feathermen in the city screamed as they flew up. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Yu Fei was caught off guard, he lost his footing and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. Look, this. The Feathermen who saw this were the first to notice something amiss. They pointed at the sky but stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads and were shocked to find that above their heads, there was a huge crack in the green sky. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman Gu immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted, they flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting instructions to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a strong enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm, defend our homeland. Gu Masters, get to your positions, take the formation cores and activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic, it was in chaos. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time, they lived a peaceful life, it was like a paradise. Their defenses were lax, and with the new king, the soldiers and civilians could not react properly. Everyone, why have you come uninvited? Please leave. We Feathermen do not fight recklessly, we love peace, but that does not mean we have no battle strength. The 3 Featherman Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the invading enemies. The invaders were silent, most of them looked at their leader. This Gu immortal leader was a thin old man, he was barefooted as he stood in the air. His head was wrapped in a white bandage, his forearms and calves were also wrapped in white bandages. The old Gu immortal had a deep gaze as he looked at the 3 Featherman Gu immortals, before looking at Sacred Feather City behind them. Begin the attack. The old Gu immortal said plainly. Yes, Lord White Sea Shatua. The other Gu immortals replied. An intense battle erupted. There were only 3 Featherman Gu immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6, even though they were strong, they could not compare to the invaders. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights, 1 Featherman Gu immortal died and 2 were injured, they could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge immortal Gu house. Because of the power of the immortal Gu house, they could barely resist the attacks of Wuxia Xianxia's group. Chapter 872. Rumble. The explosions had been going on for 3 days and 2 nights. The attacks from Wuxia Xianxia's group had never stopped since the beginning. Countless mortal killer moves mixed with immortal killer moves landed on the immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City trembled incessantly. More than half of the soldiers and civilians in the city had already died, and despair was spreading. Failure is inevitable, let's break out. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong suggested. Sacred Feather City has already been locked down by the enemy. Without this immortal Gu house, how can we break out? Another Featherman Gu Immortal, Zhengling, asked. Sacred Feather City had 3 Gu Immortals. Now that one had died, only rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhengling and rank 6 Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong were left. Lord Zhengling, the situation is urgent. I have to speak frankly. Zhou Zhong had a solemn expression on his face. The reason why Sacred Feather City was previously trapped was because you were unwilling to give up on this piece of land. That was why the enemy had time to set up a trap. Now, if you don't cut off your wrists and make a prompt decision, you will be killed. I'm afraid our lives will end here. I'm not afraid of dying in battle, but the tens of thousands of innocent people in the city will also die. Even if the enemies spare their lives, they will train them into slaves and make them work for the humankind. When Zhengling heard these words, he finally came to a realization. He looked at Zhou Zhong with tears in his eyes. You're right, I was foolish. Zhou Zhong consoled him, Sir, I can understand your decision. After all, this is the world of the human race. There is no place for us mutants to live. This world was a fragment world of green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens, isolated from the rest of the world. This was a paradise, and he couldn't give it up easily. But we won't give up now. I have to give up too. Zhengling furrowed his brows. Now that Sacred Feather City is also under control, we need to escape with the people in the city. There's only one way. Zhou Zhong immediately expressed his support. That's right. Let's use that immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. Thus, an hour later, the remaining Feathermen were summoned and gathered around the training grounds. I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I'm willing, the Feathermen of my race will be free. I wish for our Feathermen to have a world. Tens of thousands of Feathermen roared in unison. Under Zhou Zhong and Zhengling's combined efforts, the entire Sacred Feather City started to shine with a pure white light. At first, the light was only 5 to 6 feet, but it quickly climbed higher and higher until it reached 7 to 8 feet. Lord Wuxia Xianxia, the enemy seems to be making a big move. Are we not going to destroy it? The female Gu Immortal Tang Yanran asked. It's fine. I had already anticipated this situation. I only want this immortal Gu house. They can't be taken away. Wuxia Xianxia explained faintly before ordering the others. Don't stop attacking, just maintain the status quo. Don't disturb them, just let them escape. Northern Plains, Tai by Blessed Land. The sky was as blue as crystal, and the earth was as wild as Yellowstone. Accompanied by Tai by Yunsheng, Fang Yuan took a tour of this excellent blessed land. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come to Tai by Blessed Land. However, he was accompanied by Tai by Yunsheng. This was the first time. Only when the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture is placed in the world would the Gu Immortal's main body enter the immortal aperture to control the situation. Normally, the immortal aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. When the immortal aperture landed in the outside world, the immortal aperture contained the Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals and their immortal aperture were one. When the immortal aperture is in the outside world, the Gu Immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture. Go to the outside world. Tai by Blessed Land itself was a top-grade blessed land with a vast area. It covered an area of more than 7 million acres. Time path resources were extremely abundant. A day in the outside world. This was the 33 heavens. Of course, after Tai by Blessed Land landed, it absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the outside world and established a connection with northern plains. The flow of time had slowed down. There were only 12 days left. Tai by Paradise had been managed well by Tai by Yunsheng. There was no need to mention the float ball tea grass in the air or the flock of jade peak birds among the tea grass. In the sky, there were already large patches of Tiankue clouds. Flowers grew in the clouds and sparrows soared. Tai by Yunsheng had already started to establish the third economic pillar. His first source of income was landscape as before. It repaired blessed lands for Gu immortals and restored the outside world of the 5 regions. This was Tai by Yunsheng's biggest source of income. Not only could he increase his wealth, he could also expand his network. Basically, it could be compared to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Tai by Yunsheng's second source of income was float ball tea grass. Every season, Tai by Blessed Land would produce a large amount of float ball tea grass. These tea grass would be sold to Eastern Seas Market by Tai by Yunsheng. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai by Yunsheng had already entered the market. But this business was very competitive, it had low profits but high turnover. Often, a season's profits could not even compare to the remuneration that Tai by Yunsheng received from helping other Gu immortals repair their immortal apertures. I intend to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third source of income. The sparrows have already migrated over 100,000 sparrows. The sparrows have parasites on them, large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Gu will be produced from these parasitic worms. But now, it will depend on this earthly calamity. If it passes smoothly and increases the number of Cloud Path Dao marks in my blessed land, that would be the best. Tai by Yunsheng stated his expectations to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, the resources in his blessed land were not moved out. It was to draw out the earthly calamity that was related to it, and after the earthly calamity, Tai by Blessed Land would gain more Cloud Path Dao marks. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Earlier, when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he moved out all of his precious resources and welcomed the Blood Path earthly calamity, increasing the number of Blood Path Dao marks in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan did not move these resources away, the earthly calamity might change and form other earthly calamities. For example, Fire Path Dao marks that were beneficial to eerie fire dragon pythons, Wisdom Path Dao marks that were beneficial to regretful spiders, Water Path Dao marks that were more beneficial to dragonfish, and so on. If these Dao marks increased, it would be very beneficial to the related resources. But there were disadvantages to this. When an earthly calamity occurs, these precious resources would often suffer heavy losses. In other words, it was to lose current benefits in exchange for long-term gains. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities might not go as one wished, this was only a possibility. Fang Yuan might not have moved these resources away. It would still be the blood begonia earthly calamity. If that was the case, his losses would be huge. After all, this was heaven's will. It was impossible to fathom it. Right now, Tai by Yunsheng did not move these resources away because he wanted to draw out the Cloud Path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had no confidence. He consoled, "In this tribulation, I have already used the immortal killer move Time Aid Luck on you. Who knows, you might get what you want." Speaking of which, Time Aid Luck immortal killer move, during this period of time, Fang Yuan had modified it slightly. Using the light of wisdom, he had modified it slightly. Right now, Fang Yuan was gradually experiencing the huge effect of wisdom Gu. Even though he could only use the light of wisdom, just this point alone had a huge effect on his cultivation. Tai by Yunsheng suddenly sensed something, his expression changed, the earthly calamity is here. The whole of Tai Bai Yuncheng started to shake slightly, large amounts of earth qi were moving, small amounts of heaven qi were falling down. A burst of profound light suddenly exploded. From the profound light came the call and prayers of countless people. I wish my clan's feathermen to survive. I wish my clan's feathermen to have freedom. I wish my clan's feathermen to have heaven and earth. The profound light faded. In the western part of the blessed land, tens of thousands of feathermen appeared. What earthly calamity is this? At once, even Fang Yuan was in a daze. He had never seen such a strange earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yuncheng fell into deep thought. Where is this place? The featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong quickly looked around with a vigilant expression. After using the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force moved all the feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They teleported out, leaving behind an empty Sacred Feather City. Wuxia Xianxia had great foresight. Without much effort, he successfully took over this immortal Gu house. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng slowly flying over, the featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's expression changed. Oh no! This is a human Gu Immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We have been treated as an earthly calamity and descended here. Zhou Zhong also had a shocked expression. How can this be? Won't we still have to face Gu Immortal enemies? There are only 2 rank 6, and one of them is a bottom-tier immortal zombie. What are you afraid of? Zheng Ling laughed loudly. If we kill them, we can obtain this place. Heavenly Wish. Although this place is inferior to the original Green Heaven Fragment world, it is enough for our clan to survive. But it is enough for our clan to survive. Attack! Zheng Ling said as he flew up. He was thousands of steps away from Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng when he pushed with his palms. Whoosh! Winds howled as a thick wind wall formed, pressing down on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng. This was an immortal killer move. Zheng Ling was venting his anger. He could not get back at Wuxia Xianxia. He vented his anger on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng. Seeing the wind wall pressing down, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yuncheng behind him as he snorted in disdain. Petty tricks. Myriad Self-First Style, Giant Hand. Rumble. The Strength Path Giant Hand smashed through the wind wall, shattering it to pieces. Moreover, its momentum did not decrease as it continued to crush towards Zheng Ling. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong's expressions changed. They looked at Fang Yuan's giant hand like they had seen a ghost. What? A mere bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie actually has rank 7 battle strength. The 2 featherman Gu immortals knew that they had met their match. Zheng Ling had a bitter expression on his face. If he was in his normal state, he would not be afraid of an opponent like Fang Yuan. But now, after the intense battle with Wuxia Xianxia and the rest, his battle strength had fallen greatly. Not to mention the rank 6 Zhou Zhong, his situation was even worse than his. Wait, we can talk this out. I acted rashly earlier. I have offended you, please forgive me. Zheng Ling shouted. We have our difficulties, we had no choice but to enter your blessed land. He shouted for them to wait, but Fang Yuan moved even faster. Not just that, he even activated 5 Strength Path giant hands that he had comprehended and attacked. Chapter 873. The featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's expression turned ugly. Sir, do you think you have us under your thumb? Why must you be so overbearing? It is not easy for your immortal aperture to develop. Wouldn't it be a pity if all these resources are destroyed in battle? Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's bloodshot eyes shined with a fierce light. Of course not, but I am speaking the truth, isn't that right? Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong said. Fang Yuan laughed loudly in his heart. If other Gu Immortals were threatened like this, they would have to be cautious. These 2 featherman Gu Immortals might really succeed. However, the person they encountered was Tai Bai Yuncheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng had immortal Gu landscape as before. It was the best way to deal with this threat. The two Featherman Gu immortals did not know about landscape as before, that was why they said this. According to Fang Yuan's intentions, he wanted to leave the two Featherman Gu immortals alive. But this was Tai Bai Blessed Land's tribulation, it was not Fang Yuan's decision. And Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person, he had a kind and gentle nature. Thus, Fang Yuan did not speak, he looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. The two Featherman Gu immortals also looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, waiting for his response. The mortal Feathermen looked at the sky with deep respect, looking at the four figures floating in the sky. Earlier, when Fang Yuan talked to the Feathermen, they were loud, so these mortal Feathermen could hear them. Tai Bai Yunsheng's decision would greatly affect the fate of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. Some Feathermen were already praying silently, some were gritting their teeth, some were groaning in pain. Yu Fei, who had just ascended to the Featherman throne. He clenched his fists, staring at the sky with all his might. He was a commoner. He was not like the original Prince Danyu, he did not have much knowledge. This was the first time he was seeing Gu immortals. While he was shocked, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Bai Yunsheng had been in deep thought ever since the Feathermen appeared. The Feathermen disaster, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not expect. These intelligent beings could communicate with each other. If Tai Bai Yunsheng released these Feathermen, then the earthly calamity would be over. If he did not let them go and fought in his immortal aperture, he might be able to recruit these Feathermen. However, the risks and losses of the battle were difficult to estimate in a short time. No matter what he chose, it was a big decision. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Tai Bai Yunsheng was somewhat indecisive. At this moment, he could not make up his mind. Seeing Fang Yuan looking at him, he also looked back, using his eyes to ask for Fang Yuan's opinion. Of course. Fang Yuan replied immediately. It was resolute and decisive. You have the immortal Gu landscape as before, you are not afraid of your immortal aperture being destroyed. The only thing that was lost was the sky full of float ball tea grass, sky chief clouds, and other resources. If these resources are destroyed, immortal Gu landscape as before cannot be restored. But during this tribulation, you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses. Your main source of wealth is landscape as before, the gains from these resources are small, even if you lose them all, there is no harm in starting over. There are tens of thousands of these Feathermen, they can all be trained as slaves. There are tens of thousands of these Feathermen, they can all be trained as slaves. Feathermen have innate cloud path Dao marks. They are good at flying, the elites of the Feathermen are almost all flying masters. But these two Featherman Gu immortals, they cannot be left alive. Even if they do not cultivate cloud path, killing them will give you a lot of cloud path Dao marks to add to your blessed land. Isn't this what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two Featherman Gu immortals were injured, they did not seem to have any way to escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunsheng did not open the entrance, these Feathermen would be trapped. Once these two Featherman Gu immortals were killed, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai Blessed Land. This was a very rare situation. The Gu immortals who died would leave behind their immortal apertures. To turn the immortal aperture into a blessed land, it would need to absorb heaven and earth chi. Like back then, when Fang Yuan took away Star Lord Wan Xiang's corpse, he went deep into Earth Abyss and placed the blessed land there. But when the blessed land was placed, it absorbed a large amount of earth chi, a small amount of heaven chi was extracted, causing an intense earthquake in Earth Abyss. If the Featherman Gu immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai Blessed Land, they would need to absorb heaven and earth chi to turn it into a blessed land. But Tai Bai Blessed Land was different from the 5 regions, it was controlled by Tai Bai Yunsheng, heaven and earth chi could not be extracted easily. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a blessed land, what would happen? There were clear records in history that in such a situation, the immortal aperture would be destroyed, all the resources inside would be destroyed along with the immortal aperture. But the Tao marks inside the immortal aperture would remain, fusing into the outside world. The outside world here was Tai by blessed land. As mentioned earlier, Tao marks were extremely precious, the cost of obtaining them was extremely high. Even if Tai by Yunqing destroyed the blessed land, if he could inherit all of the Tao marks of these two Featherman Gu immortals, this deal would definitely be profitable. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, before adding, "Old Bai, don't tell me you are soft-hearted and want to give up this fat piece of meat that is already in your mouth." Tai by Yunqing had a stern expression, he made up his mind and transmitted, "Don't worry. Variant human feathermen are not pure humans. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Then let's fight and kill them. As for these featherman captives, I will treat them well." After the discussion, he was about to make a move, but Fang Yuan transmitted secretly to stop him, "Wait. This is a rare opportunity, how can we fight just like that? Let me test it out a little more." How could Tai by Yunqing not know Fang Yuan's cunning? He immediately said, "Then I will have to trouble you, Fang Yuan." The secret conversation between the two only lasted for a short period of time. Fang Yuan looked at the two Featherman Gu immortals, saying hypocritically, "It is not impossible to let you go. But you have to keep these Feathermen mortals as our slaves." The Gu immortals of both sides did not conceal their conversation. After arguing for a long time, Zhengling finally gave in. He said that he could compensate Fang Yuan's side with a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone. The two of them, Zhou Zhong was the good guy while Zhengling was the bad guy, they had a tacit understanding. Fang Yuan looked at Tai by Yunqing, Tai by Yunqing rolled his eyes. How could this immortal Yuan stone compare to the value of tens of thousands of feathermen? Fight, I can deal with them any time. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunqing's tacit understanding did not lose to the other two. On the ground, the feathermen were in a commotion. They were angry and helpless, this was the cruel world, the sorrow of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky, "Enough. Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves." This feeling of being discussed like livestock, of being used as a bargaining chip was truly terrible. Shut up. Do not provoke existences like Gu immortals for no reason. You are the new Featherman King, you need to consider the entire race. You are mocking Gu immortals like this, are you trying to drag our race into the abyss? Dan Yu scolded. Damn it. Yu Fei gritted his teeth, his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging, but he listened to Dan Yu's scolding and fell into silence. To Yu Fei, the rise and fall of fate was too fast, it was too sudden. He, who aspired to become the Featherman King, had already achieved his life's dream. But his grand and lofty goal was now like a speck of dust. Gu immortals were simply too strong for mortals. No matter how hot-blooded they were, no matter how much they fought, they could not surpass that gap in strength. Floating astronomy. Chapter 874. Zhengling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai by Yunqing rejected it, but Fang Yuan pretended to think, we want Featherman slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this, let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai by Yunqing had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, I will take care of you in minutes. If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai by Yunqing's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai by Yunqing was an imposter. Zhengling and Zhou Zhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai by Yunqing was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two Featherman Gu immortals did not find this strange, because Fang Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted in disgust. They felt Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunsheng, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence, he is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young, he has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated, we need to be careful. Forget it, the current situation is better than him, let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two Featherman Gu immortals analyzed seriously, they even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Fang Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhou Zhong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, the world of Gu immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the Feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept a sum of immortal yuan stone as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fang Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing, he could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal Feathermen first. At most, we'll just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhou Zhong and Zheng Ling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually, Zheng Ling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite, they had to use the information path immortal killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge Gu. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. First, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yunsheng was sent to fight, the latter was full of fighting spirit. He had an excited and bloodthirsty expression as he shouted, "Come, I'll take care of you in a minute." Zhou Zhong was truly intimidated by this attitude, he was a variant human after all, his intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhou Zhong had misgivings, he did not want to sacrifice his tribesmen. He did not want any of the Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose the thing he was most proficient in, the duel. What, you only want to compete in flying speed? Tai Bai Yunsheng was surprised. According to the agreement, we will decide what the duel is, are you going to renege on it? Humph, I'll do as you say. Tai Bai Yunsheng was very annoyed. This duel had no suspense at all. Tai Bai Yunsheng only had a mortal killer move for flying. But the other party not only had wings, he also had an immortal killer move that focused on movement. After witnessing such a result, the Feathermen on the ground cheered enthusiastically. After all, this concerned their fate, freedom or enslavement, they were naturally very anxious about the outcome of each duel. Here's an immortal yuan stone. Zhou Zhong laughed loudly, he threw over a dozen immortal yuan stone to Tai Bai Yunsheng in high spirits. Tai Bai Yunsheng received it with a gloomy expression, but internally, he was very impressed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is really good at scheming. The other party clearly paid the immortal yuan stone, but he is so happy as if he gained a huge advantage. I am inferior. In the first duel, Fang Yuan's side lost. In the second duel, Fang Yuan went up. In view of Fang Yuan's rank 7 battle strength, the two Featherman Gu immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu immortal Zhengling to fight. Fang Yuan suggested, let's compete in speed as well. Zhengling's expression froze, but he nodded in agreement. In this duel, Fang Yuan quickly lost. Zhengling also had an immortal killer move, his speed was twice as fast as Zhou Zhong's. And Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, they were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel, he did not activate Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu, he had no hope of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel, in duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side lost continuously, while the two Featherman Gu immortals won continuously. The duel was one-sided. Fang Yuan's and Tai Bai Yuncheng's expressions became more unsightly. The two Featherman Gu immortals, on the other hand, were becoming more confident. They had gradually realized that the two opposite them were all bark and no bite, they were mostly bluffing. Like the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, he was only at rank 7 in terms of offense. He only relied on mortal killer moves and his immortal zombie body for defense. He had recovery and healing methods. But it was limited to the immortal zombie body's recovery ability. He did not have immortal killer moves for movement, investigation, and so on. And Tai Bai Yuncheng was arrogant. He was very arrogant. But his actual battle strength was too horrible to look at. They both used mortal killer moves. The two Featherman Gu immortals. They felt like they had been deceived. So these two are so useless, if I had known earlier, we would have fought directly. Sigh, humans have always been the best at scheming. We have already used information path immortal killer moves to restrict our movements, we can only leave this place and cannot attack anymore. Think about it, we were also frightened by that group of human Gu immortal invaders earlier. With our sacred Feather City's foundation, we can surpass most human Gu immortals. The two people in front of him should be considered as outstanding. They are still not our match. Just like this, the two Featherman Gu immortals won 9 duels in a row, there was only 1 duel left. Regardless of the result of this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to stop these Feathermen due to the agreement, they could only let them leave safely. On the ground, cheers of victory could already be heard. The new generation Featherman King Yu Fei had a much better expression. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the two Featherman Gu immortals, another grand goal appeared in his mind. I have decided. Only by becoming a Gu immortal can I be considered a true man. I must become a Gu immortal, even if I do not become a Featherman King. I must become a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan took a step forward, his voice turning cold. This is the final duel, all 4 of us will participate. Let's have a battle of offense and defense. I will attack, you defend, then I will attack. The other can only use healing methods. If either side cannot persevere, it will be considered a loss. Zhengling and Zhou Zhong looked at each other. They both frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Fang Yuan had designed the duel rules like this. He was clearly trying to make use of all their advantages. But Zhengling and Zhou Zhong were restricted by the agreement, they could not directly object to this duel, they could only accept it. This way, this will be the most difficult duel among the 10 duels. This is the final duel. After we win, we can protect all the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Featherman Gu immortals transmitted to each other before agreeing to the duel. Sir, please make your move. Zhengling also took a step forward, saying. Fang Yuan did not speak, he was 1,000 steps away from Zhengling, he stretched out his hand towards the other party. Rumble. A strength path giant hand tore through the air, grabbing towards Zhengling ruthlessly. Zhengling suppressed his intention to dodge, he gritted his teeth and activated a defensive killer move. A layer of phantom light armor shone around him. The armor was lifelike, it blocked the strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had seen this phantom light armor in the fourth duel. It was a light path immortal defensive method. He blocked it. Zhou Zhong shouted happily, "Next, it is time for us to attack." Fang Yuan snickered, "Sir, you are coming to a conclusion so quickly, isn't it a bit too early? My attack is not explosive power, it is endurance. My attack is not over yet." "No matter. Sir, go ahead and attack," Zheng Ling said solemnly. In the previous duel, Fang Yuan had also attacked. Zheng Ling felt that this myriad self-giant hand could completely block it. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan revealed a sinister smile, Zheng Ling's expression changed. It turned out that Fang Yuan had been concealing his strength earlier, only activating one core immortal goo. But this time, he activated all of his core immortal goo. The strength path giant hand crushed the light path defensive method until it gave off a creaking sound. "Oh no! If this goes on, Lord Zhengling will be crushed into minced meat." Zhou Zhong was shocked. "Zhengling, have you considered it? My giant hand only has offensive power, it cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out now, you will be violating our agreement. This way, you will be the first to violate the agreement. The duel earlier will not count." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "Damn it! I will fight it out with you." Zheng Ling shouted furiously, activating his defensive killer move again. It was also an immortal killer move. Two immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. This way, both sides were in a deadlock. Alright, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie, how can he match Lord Zhengling in a battle of attrition? Zhou Zhong relaxed instead. But a moment later, Fang Yuan still had plenty of strength left. While Zhengling's expression became more anxious, he was showing signs of not being able to hold on. "Oh no! The other party must have turned the immortal Yuan stone into immortal essence and is using it. On the other hand, because of the intense battle, we have expended a lot of our foundation. Thus, we are the first to be unable to hold on." Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong felt indescribable anger and gloominess in his heart. At the same time, he was panicking. What should I do now? If I want to help, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, I will be violating the rules of the duel, all of the duels will not count. He was clearly here, right in front of him, but Zhou Zhong felt helpless. The mental trap that Fang Yuan meticulously created had already trapped him deeply. Sometimes, your past achievements were obstacles that prevented you from achieving greater achievements. Win one round and you would win everything. Save all of the feathermen and bring them away safely. Just one more round, just one more round. If they violated the rules of the duel, all of it would not count. These thoughts made Zhengling choose to resist, while Zhou Zhong was sweating nervously, but he did not do anything. "It's over." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other strength path giant hands flew out. The strength path giant hands smashed towards the feather men on the ground with a crushing force. "What are you doing?" Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He was like a furious dragon. "Don't fall for it, he wants to lure you to attack and break the rules first. The other party must be at the end of his rope, persevere." Zheng Ling shouted. Zhou Zhong was stunned, his gaze towards Fang Yuan completely changed. Don't immortal zombies have rigid thinking? Why is this one so insidious? While he was in a daze, Fang Yuan got close to Zhengling and opened his mouth to spit. Immortal killer move, poison breath. This was a modified version of harboring malicious heart using woman's heart immortal goo as the core. Chapter 875. At the crucial moment of life and death, the only remaining Featherman Gu immortal, Zhou Zhong, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He thought of the most direct method to change the situation. "I admit defeat," he shouted. Fang Yuan's attack stopped abruptly. Zhou Zhong breathed roughly. In just a short while, he was already sweating profusely. The tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground finally reacted. They gasped in shock. In just a few blinks of an eye, the featherman's rank 7 Gu immortal died. Zhou Zhong had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plan was exposed. The feathermen had to pay a huge price. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. This was completely different from the previous 9 duels. It was like heaven and earth. Thus, the feathermen could not be blamed for being shocked. Zhou Zhong's expression was pale. He had some lingering fear in his heart. He repeated, "I admit defeat. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We need to leave this place." He looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng with unconcealable hatred and anger in his gaze. The other party killed the Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling, but Zhou Zhong was not strong enough now. He could not take revenge. How could he take revenge? If Zhengling was still alive, he could join forces with Zhou Zhong and suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was the truth. Zhengling and Zhou Zhong's foundation was extremely deep. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal Gu, but they had already deduced and designed many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves covered attack, defense, advance and retreat, healing, investigation and other aspects. They had no shortcomings in any aspect. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng mostly used mortal killer moves. If they really fought intensely, they would be suppressed in all aspects. It would be hard to even gain the upper hand. Of course, this was Tai Bai blessed land. Fang Yuan's side had the geographical advantage. But don't forget, the blessed land could not contain immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zhong could only suppress his anger. He also suppressed his desire to take revenge. He decided not to bicker with Fang Yuan's group. The most important thing now was to escape this place and find a new place to live. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not stop his request. The reason was simple. It was the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that went against the agreement, they would suffer an intense backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan. He did not have the time path killer move, Kai. Thus, he could not violate this agreement. In fact, Zhou Zhong was very vigilant, hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. This way, once the enemy was dead, this blessed land would fall into the hands of the feathermen. As for Tai Bai Land's spirit recognizing him as its master, that was a matter for another time. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not make a move. They could not summon outsiders like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan either. Even though the feathermen did not have as much spirituality as humans. But such a simple loophole could not exist. Once Fang Yuan summoned outside help, he would be violating the agreement. He would die on the spot. Indeed. The 10 duels have already ended. According to the previous agreement, we need to open the doors and let the remaining feathermen leave safely. Fang Yuan nodded. He said to Zhou Zhong, "Don't worry. We will not go back on our words." "That's good." Zhou Zhong let out a breath of air. He was satisfied with Fang Yuan's promise. He still felt a sense of regret. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. "But what?" Zhou Zhong looked at him nervously. Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed at Zhou Zhong, showing a devious smile on his face. What? At this moment, Zhou Zhong thought he was hallucinating. A Gu immortal was actually going to be a slave? How could this be? Zhou Zhong looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. He wondered if the other party had gone crazy. Fang Yuan smiled. "Did you forget?" Zhou Zhong. Our agreement was that as long as we win the duel, we can choose a portion of these feather men on the ground to be our slaves. Fang Yuan emphasized the words on the ground. Zhou Zhong was like a bolt from the blue, he was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding feather men were no longer panicking and dodging, instead, they stood on the spot like stone statues, staring at their Gu Immortal's feet. Zhou Zhong's feet were on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhong's expression was very interesting, he was as pale as paper at one moment, ashen at the next. His wings subconsciously flapped slightly, his legs were also slightly raised, it was as if the ground was boiling lava, burning his feet. Oh, oh, oh. Fang Yuan laughed strangely, his red eyes shining with a crafty light. From the moment you stepped on the ground, you were my slave. Zhou Zhong, even if you fly now, it is too late. Zhou Zhong shouted at Fang Yuan, this is a trap. This is a devious scheme. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing a shameless expression as if he was proud of this. That's right, this is a trap, a devious scheme. Unfortunately, you fell for it. Beside him, Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed deeply, the two of you can only blame yourselves, you subconsciously neglected yourselves. Indeed, a Gu Immortal's dignity cannot be violated, there are few examples of Gu Immortal slaves in history. When we set the agreement, the two of you were in the sky, looking down on the ground, you did not realize this was a trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not land on the ground, we would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you felt guilty and wanted to sacrifice a portion of the feather men as slaves, in exchange for your freedom and that of the other feather men. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed, Old Bai, even if he did not land on the ground, I still have a way to deal with him. Let's slowly choose the slaves for a year and a half. We can directly drag the feather men down. The feather men need food to survive, but Tai Bai blessed land is yours, because of the agreement, they cannot harm the blessed land. As long as we do not finish choosing the slaves, they will be prisoners in the blessed land. This time, even Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan with slight shock. Zhou Zhong's mouth was wide open, at this moment, he felt that he was too foolish and naive. Zhou Zhong. Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered, his eyes dazed. As expected, this guy. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. He did not ask Tai Bai Yunsheng to revive Zhou Zhong. A slave who did not fear death and did not want to be a slave had no value at all. Moreover, Zhou Zhong was a Gu Immortal, reviving him would cost a lot of immortal essence. Even if he revived, his immortal Gu would be gone, and his immortal aperture, Tai Bai Yunsheng, would not be able to annex it. It would be better to let him die like this. The immortal aperture could not absorb heaven and earth chi to form a fixed blessed land, it could only be destroyed. After it was destroyed, all of the Dao marks on Zhou Zhong's immortal aperture would be added to Tai Bai blessed land. Zhou Zhong's death made all of the feathermen fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a moment, when the new featherman king, Yu Fei, suddenly shouted, I, Yu Fei, do not want to be a slave. Everyone, can't you see it? These two human Gu Immortals are demons, they have already planned to capture us all. They will not let us go. You can choose a new featherman king. I will go with old ancestor Zhou Zhong first, I will go first. As he spoke, he was ready to be executed. King! The feathermen erupted, shouting furiously, their voices shaking the surroundings. That's right, in this world, there are no feathermen who are slaves, there are only free feathermen. Even if I die, I will be free. When a heart of confidence beats, there will never be a featherman slave. Take our corpses and make them slaves. The feathermen were either shouting, howling, muttering, or mocking. Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei's actions influenced the feathermen. At this moment, they all chose to commit suicide. Oh no, why are we not stopping them? A group of mortals, humph. Tai Bai Yunsheng, quickly make a move, use man as before immortal goo, we cannot afford to lose this fortune. I will make sure they cannot die even if they want to. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. But Tai Bai Yunsheng did not make a move. Tai Bai Yunsheng, what are you doing? Fang Yuan turned around and was inwardly shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a conflicted expression. He said to Fang Yuan with difficulty, Fang Yuan, there are two voices in my mind. One voice is telling me to be rational, I should turn these feathermen into slaves. But the other, louder voice is telling me to give up. These feathermen are true feathermen, they cannot be humiliated, even sympathy is an insult to them. Saying so, Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes started to tear up. Damn it! A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. It was so subtle that no one could detect it. If these feathermen were turned into slaves, it would be of great help to Fang Yuan's Western Desert plan. Especially when Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify the immortal killer move myriad self time and time again. Not only did he gain several core immortal goo, he also gained many soul path mortal goo. When used together, after the strength path giant hand killed the enemy, the heavily injured soul would be captured by Fang Yuan. If others were not paying attention, they would think that the soul was also destroyed by Fang Yuan. But in fact, Fang Yuan had secretly captured the soul. This was something that even Tai Bai Yunsheng did not notice. Because he did not have an investigative immortal killer move. Fang Yuan also did not tell him. The value of a Gu immortal's soul was much higher than a Gu immortal's will or immortal soul. Fang Yuan had just finished his first soul search. In this soul search, he learned of the origin of these feathermen. They are from Western Desert's Featherman tribe. They have lived in a fragment world of green heaven for generations. No wonder they have such an ancient style, even if they commit suicide, they will not lower their heads and become slaves. But they live in a paradise with abundant resources. They are a single race with no strong enemies, but these feathermen's minds are corroded. Wuxia Xianxia, who is he? He can actually gather so many people. He attacked Sacred Feather City. And his methods are so powerful that it is beyond imagination. He can actually restrict an immortal Gu house. The feathermen can only escape pathetically. Fang Yuan searched his memories but could not find any information about Wuxia Xianxia. In the end, Fang Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also filled with hidden experts. In conclusion, this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land had huge gains. Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained the lifetime Dao marks of 2 Featherman Gu immortals, one rank 6 and one rank 7, he could be said to be the biggest winner. Fang Yuan's gains were also not small. These feathermen had a huge origin, they also had Sacred Feather City, if one were to trace their origins back to the early late antiquity era, the era of spectral soul demon venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu immortal Zheng Ling had a lot of secrets, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, and so on. There was a high possibility of a complete Gu immortal inheritance. The fragment world of Green Heaven had been isolated from the outside world for so many years. Sacred Feather City could be said to be the sacred land of feathermen, it was very likely to be the largest featherman settlement in the 5 regions. Because they had little interaction with the outside world, and because the fragment world of Green Heaven had abundant resources, the Gu immortal methods that these featherman Gu immortals had were very ancient, they had distinct characteristics of the late antiquity era. Fang Yuan even had some expectations. If his luck was good, he might be able to find the strength path inheritance in Zheng Ling's soul. The only pity was that these feathermen were mortals. Fang Yuan still planned to turn these feathermen into slaves, they would help him open up a market in Western Desert, and even establish a caravan. Feathermen were the best slaves in Western Desert. Super forces and large forces all had caravans with feathermen as their main members. Fang Yuan could not only do business with Shao Clan, he indeed needed to use Shao Clan as a springboard to enter Western Desert's market in the beginning. But if he only worked with Shao Clan in the long term, Fang Yuan would suffer a huge loss. But these mortal feathermen were dead, so be it. Looking at their nature, they were used to being wild, it was very difficult to tame them. It was not as convenient as directly buying featherman slaves. Fang Yuan was not a person who would dwell on the past, he soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. Chapter 879. After Fang Yuan obtained change form Immortal Gu, he fused it into the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face, he could transform into anything now. But the situation was not good for him to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance again. Because Sha Huang's identity was exposed, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was very vigilant, he could not successfully sneak into Zombie Alliance by repeating his previous actions. Thus, Fang Yuan started to target other Zombie Alliance members. As long as he secretly killed one of them and transformed into this unlucky person, it would be possible to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan was undergoing immortal ascension in Northern Plains, he had the aura of Northern Plains all over his body. Zombie Alliance's entrance could stop Feng Jioge, but it could not stop him. However, this secret assassination also had its difficulties and risks. First, he had to kill a Zombie Alliance member, the entire process had to be carried out secretly, no information could be leaked. It was very difficult to accomplish this. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength now, it was very easy for him to defeat an ordinary immortal zombie. It was also not impossible to kill an immortal zombie. But it was very difficult to assassinate one secretly. Because during battle, the commotion would be huge, it could not be controlled. If the immortal zombie wanted to run, Fang Yuan would have to chase, true solid bat wings was not so reliable. If the immortal zombie used information path goo worms to ask for reinforcements, Fang Yuan would have to use sufficient and accurate methods to eliminate these goo worms during the intense battle. In the end, other than Fang Yuan's outstanding offensive strength, he had many shortcomings in other areas. Especially when Fang Yuan lacked battlefield killer moves. Battlefield killer moves could temporarily isolate the surroundings and create a battlefield environment. In battlefield killer moves, goo immortals could not use information path goo worms to ask for reinforcements. Of course, this was not absolute, there were no absolutes in this world. Moreover, outstanding battlefield killer moves had a limited range and could prevent enemies from escaping. Immortal battlefield killer moves had another name, they were called quasi-blessed land. Once activated, countless Dao marks could be temporarily replicated, forming a temporary unique battlefield. Most goo immortals did not have such immortal battlefield killer moves, only a few goo immortals had them. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield killer move, it was very difficult for him to kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance member alone. Even in his previous life, he did not have one. Because when he obtained his first immortal goo, he was besieged and had to self-detonate to revive. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng did not either. They had just become immortals, no matter how outstanding their immortal apertures were, they would need a long time to accumulate. But Fairy Li Shan had it. Pear Orchard was her battlefield killer move. If he could lure the immortal zombie into the pear garden, then there was a high chance that he could secretly kill it. Of course, even if she succeeded, there was a risk. Fang Yuan naturally would not forget old Lord Kenyang's group, there were definitely wisdom path goo immortals among them. He deduced that the possibility of Fang Yuan sneaking into Zombie Alliance was very high. Once the truth was exposed, or even the slightest news got out, Fang Yuan entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would be like entering a tiger's den. Li Dragon into Li Chen sect. But Fairy Li Shan rejected Fang Yuan's request. Just as Fang Yuan was about to think of another way, a request for help arrived in his immortal aperture. Ever since the Northern Plains auction, Fang Yuan had rarely contacted the land spirit of Langia. This time, the land spirit of Langia contacted Fang Yuan to ask for help. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In Fang Yuan's mind, Langia Blessed Land had an extremely deep foundation. In his previous life, Langia Blessed Land, this ownerless Blessed Land, had resisted 7 waves of Gu Immortals' attacks. And on the 7th wave, even Feng Jioga died in Langia Blessed Land. Langia Blessed Land only had 12 cloud buildings on the surface, each with 1 desolate beast. They were the 12 desolate beasts. But as long as one was not an idiot, they would understand that these 12 desolate beasts were only the outermost layer of defense. Don't forget that the original owner of Langia Blessed Land was Longhair Ancestor. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. He had refined 38 immortal Gu in his life, not just rank 7 or 8. And this was only the number recorded in the official history. If unofficial history and rumors were included, the number of immortal Gu was enough to surpass 100. Thus, Fang Yuan had already deduced that the true defense of Langia Blessed Land was the many immortal Gu left behind by Longhair Ancestor. And not desolate beasts. Langia Blessed Land was very different from other blessed lands. Even without an owner, the Blessed Land's land spirit had an endless supply of immortal essence that could be used. This was because Langia Blessed Land had a heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Gu that could produce immortal essence. Precisely because of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus support, the land spirit of Langia could use immortal Gu on a large scale and display their unique power. Now, the land spirit of Langia is asking me for help. In his previous life, he could last until the 7th wave, but after careful calculation, this should only be the 4th wave. Don't tell me, because of me, Northern Plains situation has changed greatly, and the influence is too deep. Could it be that Langia Blessed Land is facing the fiercest invasion in history? Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. To be able to make the land spirit of Langia ask for help, the strength of the invaders this time could be imagined. They definitely surpassed Fang Yuan's personal ability. But in danger, there were often precious opportunities. Langia Blessed Land had a deep foundation, it was overflowing with wealth. In his previous life, even the Celestial Court was tempted by greed and forcefully took down this blessed land. Although the Celestial Court paid a huge price, they also gained a lot. Even if they sacrificed Feng Jioga, they still profited greatly. There were many benefits to cooperating with the land spirit of Langia. This point could be clearly seen from their past interactions. Fang Yuan had relied on swindling to obtain many benefits from the hands of the land spirit of Langia. Chapter 880. Qin Baisheng, Jianghu, Heicheng, Shuesong Zi, Helang Zi, and 2 mysterious Gu immortals that he did not recognize. Among them, only Shuesong Zi and Jianghu were rank 6 Gu immortals. The rest were rank 7 Gu immortals. As for the 2 mysterious Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not know about them, so it was fine. The remaining 3 were Qin Baisheng, Helang Zi, and Heicheng. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals. Heicheng was a Gu immortal of the Super Force He tribe. Even though he had a hidden injury and could not use immortal killer moves, his battle strength had fallen greatly. He was far from his peak state, but he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. He could not be underestimated. Helang Zi was a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. His growth was different from ordinary people. he was ferocious and had 3 immortal desolate wolf transformations. His battle strength was very high. He had once been recruited by old ancestor Xuehu, but was rejected by He Lang Zi. The most powerful one was Qin Bai Sheng. This person had roamed unhindered in northern plains for hundreds of years. As a lone Gu immortal, he defeated Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong, and Nu Er Du, killed by Kan Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, fought Yuan Rang Zun, and escaped from 5 Elements Master. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. His status in northern plains was equivalent to Central Continent's Shirley. In the eyes of the world, he had peak rank 7 battle strength. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could suppress him. He was even stronger than Kanyang Laojun. More terrifyingly, not only did he have outstanding battle strength, he could also organize the Northern Plains auction. He was the one who profited the most. It was not strange that Fang Yuan felt it was difficult to protect the cloud building in front of such a person. But Land Spirit of Lengia patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, saying, "I did not ask you to protect the cloud building. You only need to resist as much as possible. What I want is to stall for time." Humph, these people are too daring. They actually dared to attack Langya Blessed Land. As long as I can drag this on for another 30 minutes, I will be able to make these guys suffer. Land Spirit of Langya's tone was full of confidence. Like Fang Yuan had guessed earlier, Langya Land Spirit definitely had a trump card to win. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, Land Spirit of Langya's battle strength. He definitely did not rely on these 12 desolate Gu immortal. Then, what is Langya Land Spirit's reliance? Fang Yuan could not help but feel a strong sense of curiosity in his heart. God Master Gu no. However, Langya Land Spirit did not tell him and only smiled mysteriously. Master. This cloud building had already been lent to Fang Yuan by Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan could freely manipulate it. Fang Yuan browsed through it a few times before memorizing all the methods. Next, he tried to practice and quickly got the hang of it. The cloud building was the formation core of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Star thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. After understanding the cloud building, he started to understand the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. He also had a good understanding of it. All in all, this was a maze-like fog formation. Although it had not been perfected to the level of a battlefield killer move, it was only a step away. It was not that Land Spirit of Langya did not have a battlefield killer move, but to create a battlefield killer move, Dao marks had to be carved. The newly added Dao marks could not perfectly match the Dao marks of this world. There would always be conflicts and contradictions. This would cause damage to Langya Blessed Land. Thus, the Land Spirit did not take them. In terms of stalling for time, the 12-wave cloud confusion formation had already reached the limit of a Gu formation. When a Gu immortal is inside the formation, their 5 senses would be confused and confused. They would not be able to distinguish left from right, they would go around in circles and so on. Only an investigative immortal killer move could identify the correct direction in the Gu formation. Only by completely destroying the 12 cloud pavilions could the formation be completely destroyed. Without an investigative immortal killer move, the Gu immortal could only run around in the Gu formation and see if they could find a cloud building. That would be purely based on luck. Thankfully, once the formation was created, the 12 cloud buildings could not be moved. Otherwise, Gu immortals without investigative immortal killer moves would not be relying on luck. It would be impossible. Fang Yuan sat on the cloud bed and opened many mirrors, observing the surroundings of this cloud building. His authority was limited to this cloud building. He could only observe the surroundings of a certain range. There was only white fog in the mirrors, not a single Gu immortal appeared. Fang Yuan did not lack patience, he waited silently. A moment later, a Gu immortal's figure appeared in one of the mirrors. She wore a purple dress, her nose was tall, her beautiful eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick, her skin was slightly dark, she gave off a gentle and charming aura. It was Fairy Jianghu. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he immediately thought of her dark limit immortal Gu. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. Before becoming an immortal, she used dark limit immortal Gu to enter He Lulan's body and move around, concealing the aura of the great strength true martial physique. At the start, He Lulan's plan was to steal dark limit immortal Gu before it was exposed. But unfortunately, Fairy Jianghu's whereabouts were unknown. This plan failed before it could be carried out. Later, when He Qing chased after He Lulan, this plan could not be carried out anymore. Dark limit immortal Gu, if I could obtain it. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he felt regret. Unfortunately, in this situation, even if I capture Fairy Jianghu alive, I might not be able to obtain dark limit immortal Gu. It was very difficult to steal an immortal Gu, the chances were slim. After all, one could make an immortal Gu self-detonate with a single thought. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about it, Fairy Jianghu moved around in a roundabout manner within Fang Yuan's territory, moving to the side and leaving this place. After leaving Fang Yuan's area of control, Fairy Li Shan disappeared from the mirror. But not long later, a second Gu immortal entered Fang Yuan's area. His appearance was clearly reflected in the mirror. It was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn as he watched Qin Baisheng get closer. Undeniably, among all these Gu immortal enemies, Fang Yuan did not want to meet the most. It was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan did not know that Qin Baisheng had regained his original battle strength after fighting Feng Jioge. But just based on Qin Baisheng's performance, he was at the level of Central Continent's Shirlei. Such an opponent was too strong. If he really found this cloud building, Fang Yuan would immediately make a decision. He would only deal with the situation for a while before retreating. Even though he was supporting the land spirit of Langia, this type of support depended on the situation. Fang Yuan had never planned to risk his life for the land spirit of Langia. And the land spirit of Langia clearly had trump cards. It was not his turn to risk his life. Qin Baisheng was getting closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move, he was moving forward in a straight line. The cloud building that Fang Yuan controlled was right beside his route, about 300 steps away in a straight line. The range of the Immortal Killer move's investigative Immortal Killer move was suppressed by this 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. But it was definitely more than 300 steps. Once Qin Baisheng got to a certain distance, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baisheng would naturally charge towards the cloud building, and Fang Yuan's first battle would end in failure. But this failure was not scary. Fang Yuan did not have any psychological burden. For someone like Fang Yuan, failure would not affect his morale. It would not damage his fighting spirit, and it would be difficult to change his plans. His state of mind would not be disturbed. But soon, things changed again. Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed, he directly changed his direction and flew towards the northeast. Their information path method is not only at immortal level, it is also very effective against Gu formations. They can actually transmit information in the Gu formation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan heard. The land spirit of Langia's voice was filled with surprise. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, replying, "Since the other party is attacking here, they should have come prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this method earlier?" The land spirit was silent for a while. Then it replied, "No. The cloud buildings before were all guarded by desolate beasts, they fought alone and killed desolate beasts, breaking into the cloud buildings. But this time, Mo Tan Sang and the desolate beasts are guarding the cloud buildings together. The other party should have discovered a Gu immortal for the first time, thus they changed their strategy of fighting alone and rushed over to help." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Not good. Mo Tan Sang is the city lord of Inkman City. It is already good that he came to help, but he might have to conceal his appearance during the battle. Once the connection between Inkman City and Langya Blessed Land is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City will face a calamity. Mo Tan Sang is restrained in battle, while the other party is strong and many of them are working together. He might not be able to defend the cloud buildings. The land spirit immediately replied, this 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Langya Blessed Land's own Dao marks to divide the enemy and make them fall into a predicament of fighting alone. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 immortal information path killer moves, preventing the enemy from communicating with each other. Even if they set up whole earth goo, it is useless. But this group can communicate with each other. It is likely related to the previous attacks. Sigh. I should not have coveted the benefits of selling goo immortal slaves, I should have killed them all. This group of people should possess a rather powerful soul Dao technique. I have already erased the memories of the goo immortal slaves' souls. The land spirit of Langya's analysis was clear and logical, he felt great regret. Fang Yuan also agreed with the land spirit of Langya's analysis. When Gu immortals fought, their thoughts were all astute. Qin Baisheng only did a small action of helping, but he exposed so many things. On the other hand, since the other party was related to the previous attacks, Langya Blessed Land's exposed secrets would not be few. Can you show me the battle scene over there? Fang Yuan made a request. A new mirror appeared, displaying the scene of the battle. Mo Tan Sang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with Gu immortal He Cheng. Mo Tan Sang was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he was at a disadvantage. He cultivated Qi Path, but at this moment, he used other methods to fight. He Cheng had a hidden illness, but he was still rank 7, he did not use Dark Arrow immortal Gu to control the battle. The main reason was because Mo Tan Sang was afraid of exposing his identity, he had Inkman City's foundation, he could not let it be destroyed. Right now, he was only supporting the desolate beast, letting it attack while he healed and defended from the side. Desolate beasts were brave and fearless, but they lacked intelligence to observe the battle situation. Needless to say, with Mo Tan Sang's careful help, although the desolate beast was suppressed, it was still vigorous and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. But Fang Yuan knew that when Qin Baisheng arrived, the desolate beast would only die on the spot. Just as Fang Yuan was paying attention to Mo Tan Sang, a third figure appeared near Fang Yuan. Shuesong Zi, did he not receive the news and go to the battlefield over there? Fang Yuan was surprised, he had many guesses in his heart. A moment later, Shuesong Zi found Fang Yuan's cloud building. He paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building. Fang Yuan also stood up with a solemn expression. The battle was about to start. Chapter 881. Among the 7 Gu immortals who invaded Langya Blessed Land, the one Fang Yuan wanted to meet the most was Shuesong Zi. Because among them, Shuesong Zi had the lowest cultivation level and battle strength. At the same time, Fang Yuan and Shuesong Zi had fought before. In the previous battle, Shuesong Zi was chased around by the Strength Path Phantom Army, he was in a pathetic state. One could say, Shuesong Zi was defeated by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had experience and knew Shuesong Zi's foundation. But I cannot be careless in this battle. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he looked at Shuesong Zi in the mirror. Getting closer to the cloud building that he was guarding, he did not have any disdain or arrogance in his heart. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. And in this battle, Fang Yuan had many concerns. The first concern was that this was not a one-on-one battle, it was a chaotic battle between the invaders and Langya Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan fought with Shuesong Zi, would the other side send reinforcements? This was quite possible. The second concern was Shuesong Zi's battle strength. In Langya Blessed Land, the invaders were forbidden from using mortal Gu. Shuesong Zi could enter here because he had immortal Gu. Shuesong Zi could enter here because he had immortal Gu. This secret was obvious. Because Xue Songzi was rapidly approaching Fang Yuan, he was using a genuine immortal killer move. It seems that in this battle, I need to use a sneak attack to establish my advantage. Even if reinforcements come later, the pressure I face will be reduced. The pressure I face will also decrease. Evil thoughts rumbled in Fang Yuan's mind. Using malicious thoughts to scheme against others was the most effective method. Fang Yuan had already experienced it deeply. Xue Songzi flew rapidly. The scene in front of him did not change, it was still a vast white fog. It filled his vision. The rapid flight brought about a gust of wind that blew across his body, making him excited. This immortal goo is different from mortal goo, it is truly extraordinary. Xue Songzi experienced the pleasure of using the immortal flying killer move, while also paying attention to his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, there was an ice path immortal goo, it was huge. It was the size of a normal horse, the entire immortal goo looked like a heart. They were like ice sculptures, vivid and lifelike, overflowing with cold air. This was Ice Heart Immortal Goo. Ice Heart Immortal Goo naturally did not belong to Xue Songzi. Shadow Sect's Qin Baisheng had lent it to Xue Songzi to increase his battle strength in order to invade Langya Blessed Land. Qin Baisheng not only gave the rank 6 Immortal Goo to Xue Songzi, he also gave several sets of immortal killer moves with Ice Heart Immortal Goo as the core. It covered offense, defense, advance and retreat, healing, and so on. Xue Songzi was a Snow Path Goo Immortal. Ice Path and Snow Path were twin paths, they intertwined with each other and were almost indistinguishable. Xue Songzi used this Ice Path Immortal Goo and killer move. It was very suitable. Ice Heart Immortal Goo let out bone-chilling frost energy, but Xue Songzi's heart was burning. Before Qin Baisheng attacked this time, he promised Xue Songzi that if they succeeded in this invasion, then he would give this Ice Path Immortal Goo to Xue Songzi as a reward. Thus, Xue Songzi had a lot of motivation. After invading the Blessed Land, he was very proactive. After all, in order to find a wooden chicken Immortal Goo, he had even helped my tribe in the Imperial Court contest. Now that there was such a good opportunity, Ice Heart Immortal Goo was much more suitable for him than wooden chicken Immortal Goo. Of course he was moved. Cloud building. Xue Songzi's body froze, he cried out involuntarily. Chapter 882. You killed an enemy Goo Immortal? Good, good, good. Fang Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body when the land spirit of Langya's voice entered his ears. Fang Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Langya Blessed Land has a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit of Langya was so convenient to transmit, who Immortal Land Spirit and Star Form Land Spirit did not have this ability. It could be seen that Langya Blessed Land had a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit was very surprised that Fang Yuan could kill Xue Songzi, saying good 3 times in a row. This was the first time the enemy had lost a member since they started attacking. Fang Yuan, to think that you are so good at deducing Immortal Goo recipes, you are also not careless in battle. At this juncture, the land spirit of Langya was not stingy with its praise. He. Fang Yuan also laughed. When he laughed, Xue Songzi's flesh and bones had just fallen to the ground. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion under his feet was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan used it as a pawn to deal with Xue Songzi, obtaining a miraculous effect. In this battle, Fang Yuan only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He did not expend much energy. But he killed Xue Songzi, the battle result was huge. At Fang Yuan's level, he deeply understood that all battles were just a continuation of economic conflicts. In other words, battles and wars were like doing business, there was an accounting of what one had to pay and what one obtained. Why was Fang Yuan so satisfied? Because he had paid very little in this battle. But his gains were huge. In business terms, he had used a small amount to gain a large amount. He had made a huge profit. Xuesongzi had an immortal gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Fang Yuan fought directly, he might not be able to defeat the enemy even after dozens of rounds. Here, Xuesongzi could only use immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan might be able to use mortal gu, but against the power of immortal killer moves, he would have to use immortal killer moves to block them, right? This way, his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Even if he expended a huge amount of immortal essence, Xuesongzi might not die. Who knows, the reinforcements might be Fang Yuan's turn to retreat instead. But when Gu immortals fight, they are not inflexible moves, they are filled with schemes and schemes. Fang Yuan had been guessing earlier, Xuesongzi was a member of snowy mountain-blessed land, he was weak, he was probably a peripheral character among these invading Gu immortals. Xue Gu immortal Gu, immortal Gu immortal immortal Gu immortal Gu immortal master. Most importantly, Fang Yuan knew that Xuesongzi was in the previous imperial court contest. Attention to what he did. Master Xue immortal Gu immortal master Xue immortal master master. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Xuesongzi obtained the immortal Gu, as well as his mentality. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Xuesongzi knew nothing about Fang Yuan, he was also a weakling, he did not seem to have received Qin Bai Sheng's warning. If it was Qin Bai Sheng, he would have told Xuesongzi that there were already Gu immortals in the cloud buildings. Then Xuesongzi would not be so careless. What was worse was, earlier, the invaders were unstoppable, they destroyed many formation cores of the cloud buildings. They also killed many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Bai Sheng had to send a message to the members and inform them once. Qin Bai Sheng's action was understandable. Because the Gu immortals were scattered, searching for formation cores everywhere. The vast white fog made the Gu immortals feel isolated, their morale would fall. He Lang Zi was skeptical of Hui Feng Zi's words, in fact, he was very wary of human Gu immortals. He flew down and stood beside Xuesongzi's corpse, his head suddenly turned into a wolf's head, his eyes were eerie as they flickered with green light, he looked around several times. At the same time, his wolf nose sniffed, as if he had smelled some important information. Soon, He Lang Zi's expression turned ugly, he said, rank 7 strength path. It is indeed rare, could it be the domination immortal? Next, he said, no matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first. He Lang Zi acted like a wild beast, he did things in a straightforward manner. Hui Feng Zi nodded, but his gaze was vigilant as he looked around, afraid that a terrifying rank 7 strength path expert was hiding near him. Brothers, you've come so quickly. I am Xingxiang Zi, I am overseeing this cloud building. May I know your names? Fang Yuan flew out of the cloud building. Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 Gu immortal. Hui Feng Zi quickly transmitted to He Lang Zi. He Lang Zi nodded silently. Chapter 883. Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi stared at Fang Yuan intently. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a blue robe, traces of starlight were leaking out of his wide sleeves. He was no longer tall and muscular like before, he was tall and slender. His skin was not the bronze zombie skin, it was white and tender like a baby's, it had a faint red glow to it. His facial features had also become elegant and refined. Coupled with his long and smooth white hair, he looked exactly like a free and unfettered expert with a sage-like demeanor. After obtaining change form Immortal Gu, vaguely familiar face's effect increased greatly, Fang Yuan's appearance changed greatly. Xianxia? I have never heard of him. He Lang Zi frowned, a ruthless gaze flickered in his eyes. From the start, he had felt something amiss. You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal? Hui Fengzi changed his expression. He looked relaxed, but he was actually wary of the other rank 7 strength path Gu immortal hiding in the dark. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, laughing heartily. I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal, a mere lone cultivator is not worth mentioning. Both of you are famous in Northern Plains, you are both experts, I cannot compare to you. He knew He Lang Zi, but he did not know Hui Fengzi. But looking at the situation, He Lang Zi and Hui Fengzi were walking side by side. With He Lang Zi's wild nature, one could deduce that this Hui Fengzi had battle strength that did not lose to He Lang Zi. Since you know of our reputation, why are you not retreating? If we really fight and you die in my hands, that would be too unwise. Hui Fengzi sneered a few times, his gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked over. Fang Yuan smiled helplessly. I have been entrusted with a task, so I have to fulfill it. I am not skilled in fighting, but I have no choice but to fight you too. Please. He said this in a perfunctory manner. But he was secretly happy. Vaguely familiar face's effect was quite good. The two of them were rank 7. The moment he appeared, he had definitely used many investigative killer moves. Based on the current situation, these two did not have any suspicions towards Fang Yuan's appearance. If he found out that Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, just based on He Lang Zi's personality, he would have already attacked. Star Path rank 6 was already lower than his cultivation. If he was an immortal zombie, he would look down on him even more. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party had already discovered it but was holding back. Hui Fengzi and He Lang Zi saw that Xianxia was only rank 6. Their cultivations were lower than his, but they took the initiative to challenge him. Involuntarily, the two thought of the hidden strength path Gu immortal. The two looked at each other. Hui Fengzi said to He Lang Zi, why don't you attack, I'll help you. He Lang Zi was wary of the rank 7 strength path Gu immortal who killed Shuesong Zi. Since Hui Fengzi is watching from the side, if that mysterious rank 7 strength path Gu immortal suddenly attacks, there is no need to worry too much. However, I had an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. I don't know why. He Lang Zi frowned and nodded to Hui Fengzi. At the next moment, he growled and pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the famous demon of Northern Plains, He Lang Zi, was getting closer. He smiled. Please. Fang Yuan pushed his palms forward, using an immortal killer move. At that instant, starlight shined. A whirlpool-like star cloud appeared. A few breaths of time later, it expanded to the size of 2 or 3 elephants. This star cloud rotated rapidly, creating a huge attractive force. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. This was Star Lord Wanxiang's defensive killer move. Long-range attacks could be attracted in and then crushed by the Star Cloud Grindstone. For close combat experts like He Lang Zi, once he entered the Star Cloud Grindstone, his body would be restricted and he would be crushed by it. All in all, this was a very strong offensive-defensive killer move. Howl! He Lang Zi's body burst out with an explosive light. The light was so bright that even Fang Yuan had to close his eyes. At the next moment, the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf wasn't very big. In fact, it was even slightly smaller than an ordinary wolf. But the dangerous aura it exuded made Fang Yuan's eyelids twitch. It had no fur on its body, it was like a wooden statue covered in brown paint, giving off a sinister aura. On the wolf's head, there were naturally mushroom-like bones. it looked like it was wearing a pitch-black triangular hat. Under the brim of the hat, in the empty eye sockets, there were not sparkling eyeballs, but two glossy green flames quietly burning. Rank 7 desolate beasts fed on soul beasts. Fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. After He Lang Zi transformed into the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf, his speed increased by 3 times. He was like a shadow that flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Such speed! Even my investigative killer move cannot capture it. Fang Yuan's heart tightened. In any Gu immortal battle, speed was an extremely important factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative, advancing or retreating could be done with a single thought. The slower side wanted to attack but could not hit the other side. If they wanted to retreat, they would be chased by the other side. He Lang Zi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. When he was in human form, his battle strength was only rank 6 peak stage. But once he transformed into beast form, his battle strength rose sharply. It proved that he had great battle strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he did not panic. Even though he had an incomplete strength path immortal killer move, 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, he did not show any signs of using it now. True solid bat wings was a top-tier mortal killer move. Once Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, it could burst out with the speed of an immortal killer move. Thus, it was called an incomplete immortal killer move. But this movement killer move was too unstable. And even if Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, Fang Yuan's speed could not match the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight against rank 7 Gu immortals. It was known for its speed and agility. Moreover, if Fang Yuan used true solid bat wings now, he would be exposing his strength path Gu immortal identity. A wise man would not take it. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to become a star path Gu immortal this time. He was also using these 2 strong enemies to test his star path methods. He was testing the results of his research in Hu immortal blessed land. The fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf let out a sharp howl. Chapter 884. When the star snake rope was used with the star cloud grindstone, its power would increase exponentially. Even though the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it did not specialize in strength. He Lang Zi's transformation was not perfect either. Thus, under the pull of the 6-star snake ropes, he struggled to no avail. Eventually, he was pulled back by Fang Yuan. He Lang Zi was trapped in the star cloud grindstone. Starlight attacked him and grinded his wolf body, causing his skin and muscles to tighten as the pressure increased. At the same time, the 6-star snake ropes coiled around the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's body. They shrunk and soon created dents in the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's body. He Lang Zi could not even open his mouth. He only felt waves of force grinding against him. His bones were starting to creak. He Lang Zi was not flustered. Thoughts flashed in his mind. My transformation only has the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf speed, its defense and strength are insufficient. And this person in front of me has a deep soul foundation. Earlier, I used the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf transformation to scratch him, but he was completely fine. This means that the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's soul damaging attack is not effective against him. In an instant, He Lang Zi understood. Even though the wolf's mouth was tied up, this did not stop He Lang Zi from using his Gu worms. He shouted at Fang Yuan, "Since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish." As he said that, lightning exploded. Large amounts of lightning shot in all directions. Rumble. Balls of lightning and thunder were exploding violently. Fang Yuan's 6-star snake ropes were submerged in the lightning and thunder. They first broke apart inch by inch before completely disintegrating. He Lang Zi regained his freedom. His body was bathed in lightning. He raised his head and howled. Howl! A few breaths of time later, the lightning dissipated. The wolf's howl also stopped. What appeared was no longer the fragrant sorcererine statue wolf. It was a lightning-flashed giant wolf. This was also an ancient desolate beast with rank 7 battle strength. The giant wolf was the size of an elephant, it was covered in blue fur, the tip of the wolf's fur had turned into a special blue crystal, emitting faint lightning. The fragrant sorcererine statue wolfine dove was thin and weak, but the lightning-flashed giant wolf was majestic. He actually turned all his Dao marks into the lightning Dao so quickly. It should be that thunder and lightning flashing earlier. I wonder what immortal killer move had such an effect. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. He memorized this precious information. The next time he fought with He Lang Zi, Fang Yuan would try to destroy the immortal killer move and cause He Lang Zi's transformation to fail. Forget it this time. He Lang Zi would not give Fang Yuan this chance. Moreover, Fang Yuan knew that he would definitely lose this battle. It was just that the longer the battle dragged on, the better. They were rank 7 Gu immortals after all, experts who had been famous for a long time. He was also from northern plains, his battle strength surpassed the other 4 regions. But Fang Yuan only had a 6th revolution star path cultivation. This time, Fang Yuan mainly wanted to use actual combat to test vaguely familiar face. And many star path killer moves. After a while. Boom! With a loud rumble, a lightning pillar soared into the sky and smashed through the nebula grindstone that was on the verge of collapse. Fang Yuan's azure blue robe was in tatters. There were countless injuries all over his body. Thankfully, these were injuries caused by the lightning, the wounds were charred black. There was no blood, this helped Fang Yuan conceal his weakness. The lightning-flashed giant wolf howled proudly. It spoke, not a battlefield killer move, you want to trap me? Humph. You are too naive, die. Saying so, it opened its mouth and spat out a lightning pillar. The lightning pillar shot towards Fang Yuan with an imposing aura. Fang Yuan's face shone with an eerie blue light, his eyes shined with a bright light, but he still maintained his calm demeanor. Hee, it is not easy to kill me. Saying so, Fang Yuan's body shook and suddenly turned into 6 figures, flying away and causing the lightning pillar to miss its target. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, 6 illusion star bodies. One body turned into 6, which one is the true body? Hui Fengzi had been observing the battle, because he was wary of the Strength Path Gu Immortal hiding in the dark, he did not make a move. The 6 figures drew trails of blue starlight in the sky, they surrounded the lightning-flashed giant wolf and attacked together. At once, starlight flickered, countless mortal killer moves flew towards the lightning-flashed giant wolf. He Lang Zi activated his defense, resisting Fang Yuan's attacks as he retaliated. But after spending a lot of effort and killing one Fang Yuan clone, another clone would be created. He Lang Zi attacked left and right, he killed a total of 8 Fang Yuan phantom stars, it was quite a fruitful battle. But after Fang Yuan phantom stars were destroyed, they would be reborn again and again, they seemed to have endless power. There were still 6 Fang Yuan clones surrounding the lightning-flashed giant wolf and attacking it. He Lang Zi felt a huge headache. Here, he could only use immortal killer moves to defend and expend rank 7 immortal essence. But the enemy only used mortal killer moves, they expended primeval essence. If this continued, he would be at a huge disadvantage. However, he had no choice but to defend. His physical body couldn't withstand such an indiscriminate bombardment. He attacked, but Fang Yuan's 6 phantom stars continued to grow. At once, Fang Yuan gained the initiative for the first time, he turned the situation around. At this time, He Lang Zi's investigative methods were being tested. Damn it, this lightning-flashed giant wolf has powerful attacks but it is not good at investigative methods. Its speed is also not good, even if I attack cloud building, I will be blocked by it. Do I have to turn back into the fragrant sorcererine statue wolf? He Lang Zi gritted his teeth. Transformation path Gu cultivators could only transform a limited number of times in a certain period of time. This was because the transformation was successful, the Dao marks would change. When transforming into another life form, the Dao marks would be left behind. Transformation path Gu immortals needed to use Gu worms to cleanse their bodies and get rid of the remaining Dao marks, otherwise, they would be in great danger. Earlier, He Lang Zi could turn from the fragrant sorcererine statue wolf to the lightning flash giant wolf because he used a lightning path immortal killer move. He took a step forward and asked the land spirit of Langia, Lord Land Spirit of Langia, what do we do? We cannot delay any longer. Your rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, cannot unleash its power and forcefully refine the immortal Gu of these Gu immortals. Rank 8 immortal Gu house. Refinement cauldron? This is the trump card of the land spirit of Langia. Hearing this immortal Gu house can forcefully refine other people's immortal Gu? Fang Yuan's heart shook when he heard this secret. Everything became clear. No wonder the land spirit of Langia could resist the invasion of so many Gu immortals. It was no wonder that even Feng Jioge would die here. With this rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, as long as they delayed for a period of time, the immortal Gu of the Gu immortals would be refined by the land spirit. But Gu immortals could only use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves here. If the immortal Gu were refined, then the Gu immortals could only be slaughtered. No wonder the land spirit of Langia could capture so many Gu immortals alive. A rank 8 immortal Gu house could refine the immortal Gu of other Gu immortals through the immortal aperture. This power was unbelievably strong. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Long-hair ancestor was the creator of 88-point Jianyang Tower. It was completely reasonable for him to create a rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. If I could forcefully refine Gu, I would have done it long ago. What to do? What to do? There is not enough time. The land spirit of Langia ran around the house as he shouted in a frenzy. Mo Tan Sang had helped defend against 2 waves of attacks. He had never seen the land spirit of Langia so flustered. His heart sank to rock bottom. Don't tell me that not only did I ruin the whole of northern plains, even Langia blessed land has been affected and is going to be destroyed in advance? Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. Any hairy man who can achieve this goal will be the owner of the land spirit of Langia. Ha ha ha. Mo Tan Sang was dazed. Fang Yuan was speechless. No wonder he did not have the qualifications, because Fang Yuan was not a hairy man. He did not even have the qualifications to participate. 2 obsessions. Theoretically speaking, it's not impossible. No wonder long-hair ancestor is called long-hair, he is a hairy man. So that's it, long-hair ancestor is extremely talented, but in history, there are no records of him being recruited by the celestial court. No wonder. I once tried to buy hairy man slaves from the land spirit of Langia, but he rejected me with a firm attitude. Fang Yuan started to believe the words of the land spirit of Langia. After all, from start to finish, he had personally witnessed the entire process, through the appraisal of more than 10 investigative killer moves. This means that after long-hair ancestor died, he had 2 obsessions. One was the refinement path obsession. It was related to space escape immortal Gu and great dream immortal venerable. The other obsession was the obsession of the race. Long-hair ancestor was a hairy man. He felt that hairy men were oppressed by humans. That was why he had such an intense obsession. Fang Yuan's expression became even more solemn. The land spirit of Langia in front of him not only changed in appearance, his temperament had also changed. Their previous friendship was no longer useful. Then now, what attitude would the new land spirit of Langia have towards the pure human Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan, Mo Tan sang, the land spirit of Langia saw their speechless expressions, and was slightly stunned. Before his expression turned solemn, his hand rubbing his chin. I accidentally spoke my mind again. Fang Yuan completely relaxed. How could someone like the land spirit of Langia become the overlord of hairy men? Mo Tan sang covered his face with his hands. Even though he was an Inkman and not a hairy man, he still felt embarrassed for the land spirit of Langia. Qin Baisheng quickly got close. The cloud building was already within his attack range. There is a land spirit and 2 Gu immortals in the building. Qin Baisheng had an outstanding investigative immortal killer move. He immediately found out many details about Fang Yuan's side. Qin Baisheng squinted his eyes. He suddenly slowed down his speed and swung his right hand forward. Boom! Golden light burst out, and a huge shadow of a giant golden hammer took shape in an instant. It suddenly shot out, crushing toward the cloud pavilion. Chi waves surged. The golden hammer shadow had an intimidating aura. It was even larger than the cloud building. The cloud building, which was originally quite large, immediately became thin under the golden hammer shadow. Metal Path Immortal Killer Move, City Shattering Hammer. How dare you! At the next moment, a figure rushed out of the cloud building, shouting furiously. It was the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit did not dodge. He faced the giant golden hammer head-on. The moment his thick arms made contact with the city-shattering hammer, dozens of goo worms appeared and surrounded the land spirit's body. Rule Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Space. In an instant, the giant golden hammer shadow disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Only the golden hammer shadow was left. The chi waves created by the attack lasted for a long time. Land Spirit of Langia? Seeing the land spirit of Langia's change in appearance, even the mysterious Shadow Sect's vice leader Qin Baisheng showed a strange expression. He asked with uncertainty. It is me. The land spirit of Langia shouted furiously. After destroying the golden hammer, he did not give up. He directly charged towards Qin Baisheng. He was indeed different from the land spirit of Langia. His temperament was simply two extremes. He was very valiant and full of battle intent. Fang Yuan and Mo Tan sang were on tenterhooks as they watched from the back. The land spirit was the symbol of this world. It was the most important thing for Gu immortals to attack blessed lands. Normally speaking, the land spirit would hide itself and use the entire blessed land to deal with the invading enemy. After all, the land spirit could control the blessed land. Once it was captured or destroyed, the difficulty of attacking the blessed land would fall sharply by several levels. But the land spirit of Langia, who had turned into a hairy man, was different. He directly attacked. Even though Qin Baisheng had displayed extremely powerful battle strength, the land spirit of Langia was not afraid at all. He Cheng, who was at the side, was first stunned, then he laughed. He felt that with Qin Baisheng's strength, the land spirit of Langia had taken the initiative to attack. He was simply walking into a trap. But as the person involved, Qin Baisheng, his expression was solemn. Since invading Langia blessed land, this was the first time he retreated explosively. He mainly cultivated Soul Path. He also cultivated Metal Path. His most useful immortal killer move, Soul Suppression, was useless against the land spirit of Langia. Soul Suppression was Qin Baisheng's method of using his own soul to suppress his opponent's soul. The difference in soul foundation caused the immortal killer move soul suppression to have an astonishing effect. Earlier, in Luopa Valley, Qin Baisheng had used soul suppression to suppress He Lang Zi, who had turned into a giant wolf. And just now, Qin Baisheng had used soul suppression again, suppressing that Inkman Gu Immortal until he could not move, and then used a metal path killer move to behead the Inkman Gu Immortal. But against the land spirit of Langya now, soul suppression had no effect at all. Why? Because the land spirit of Langya was a special existence, he did not have a soul. He was only a type of postnatal spirit formed from the combination of his obsession and heavenly power. His body was between illusion and reality, he did not have a real body. Nor did he have a soul. To make an analogy, it was like cursing someone. Qin Baisheng had soul suppression, he could speak like a river, he could directly curse someone to death. But the land spirit of Langya did not understand his language at all. Even if he cursed harshly, to the land spirit of Langya, it was like a gentle breeze. Because the land spirit did not understand at all. Qin Baisheng was well aware of this point. And because this land spirit of Langya was too strange, he chose to retreat. He wanted to see what the land spirit of Langya was planning. Once Qin Baisheng retreated, the land spirit of Langya's aura surged, he became even more unforgiving. Immortal killer move, Great Thousand Spears. Immortal killer move, Triple Desolation. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Lightning Starfire. Countless golden spears shot out, forming a dense forest of spears that shot towards Qin Baisheng from all directions. Qin Baisheng quickly defended himself, his entire body seemed to be covered by a giant pillar. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the giant pillar. The golden dragon pillar temporarily blocked the endless Great Thousand Spears, but Qin Baisheng's hair was covered in a layer of white frost, his lifespan was instantly reduced. This was the ability of Time Path Killer move Triple Desolation. Great Thousand Spears were like a torrential storm, they were aggressive and unstoppable. Triple Desolation was mysterious and hard to defend against. Among them were sparks and sparks, they were chaotic and disorderly, but they were able to drill into the golden dragon pillar of light, burning and exploding on Qin Baisheng's skin. The land spirit of Langya raised his head and roared, countless goo worms on his body disappeared and reappeared. After they were used, they disappeared again. Immortal goo and countless mortal goo appeared one after another. Immortal killer move, Yellow Wood Rustling. Immortal killer move, Defeat Blood Flying Smoke. Immortal killer move, Immortal Slaughtering Beheading Blade. Wood Path Killer move, Causing Withered Leaves to Fly in the Air. Blade Path Killer move, Unstoppable, the blade light was bright and unstoppable. There was even a Blood Path Killer move, a blood-red smoke coiled around Qin Baisheng's waist. Qin Baisheng was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat. The land spirit of Langya roared again, chasing after him relentlessly. All sorts of mortal goo and immortal goo appeared on his body, rapidly changing positions. Mo Tan Sang felt something was amiss, and immediately shouted. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, his eyes staring at Qin Baisheng, he was secretly shocked. This starting stance, could it be the legendary move? In the battle just now, Qin Baisheng was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, a heavenly dragon wreaking havoc in the seas, unstoppable. Now with his palms together, his head lowered and eyes closed, he was like a piece of dead wood. There was no aura. The two states formed a stark contrast. Slowly. Qin Baisheng's right palm, 5 fingers pressed against his left palm. As if he was squeezing something precious, his right palm slowly clenched into a fist. Next, his left palm remained at the same spot, while his clenched right fist slowly rose, from his chest to his shoulder, to his head, before finally stopping above his head. Qin Baisheng's eyes were closed, there was no wind or ripple on his face as he lowered his head. His aura was completely restrained. His left palm was placed vertically at the center of his chest, while his right hand was clenched into a fist and raised above his head. Mo Tan Sang did not know what was going on, but he knew that Qin Baisheng would not act without thinking. Once he used this move, heaven and earth would collapse, even gods and ghosts would be shocked. The land spirit of Lengia sensed the greatest danger, it struggled with all its might. The gold coiling around its body shattered, showing countless cracks. But it was already too late. That's right, it is that move. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's legendary move. Famous in Central Continent. Qin Baisheng is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, how can he know it? Fang Yuan gulped, he felt extremely stifled. He did not dare to save it. Sword Path Immortal Killer Move, 5-finger fist heart sword. 1 finger. Qin Baisheng suddenly raised his right thumb. His right fist that was raised above his head suddenly shot out a sword light. Fast. 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 The sword light was extremely fast. It was unimaginable. The moment it shot out, it hit the land spirit of Lengia's forehead. The land spirit of Lengia struggled intensely. In an instant, this sword light pierced through his skull. He suddenly stopped moving, his body was stiff like a statue. He looked at Qin Baisheng who was in the sky with a dazed expression. But at the next moment, the land spirit of Lengia struggled even more crazily like it was electrocuted. If it was Fang Yuan, even if he was an immortal zombie, he would have died from this attack. But the land spirit of Lengia was a special existence, it did not have any fatal weakness. But this attack caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The solid head started to turn blurry. 2 fingers. Qin Baisheng raised his right index finger again. The second sword light shot out from his fist, it was as fast as before. The sword light pierced through the land spirit of Lengia's right arm. The land spirit of Lengia screamed miserably, its right arm immediately turned blurry. 3 fingers. The third sword light pierced through the land spirit of Lengia's left arm. The land spirit of Lengia screamed miserably, its left arm actually started to dissipate. Quickly save him, once the land spirit of Lengia dies, we are all finished. Mo Tan Sang shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, his body was like steel, he did not show any signs of saving the land spirit of Lengia. Clusters of star cloud millstones appeared in front of Fang Yuan one after another. If the battle situation did not turn for the better, Fang Yuan had already decided to use fixed immortal travel to escape from Lengia Blessed Land. 4 fingers. At this time, Qin Baisheng raised his right ring finger. Save me. The land spirit of Lengia could not stay calm, it screamed with all its might. Let's fight. Mo Tan Sang shouted at Fang Yuan, he immediately flew out and used his killer move to attack from afar. But the fourth sword light had already shot out. Clang! A sharp sound of impact suddenly came from the deep pit. A figure stood in front of the land spirit of Lengia, blocking the fourth sword light. This aura, it is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan was still in the cloud building, he sensed the unfamiliar aura, bright light flashed in his eyes. This was a variable. As he expected, Lengia Blessed Land still had other trump cards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Next, 8 black figures appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the air and appearing near the deep pit, protecting the land spirit of Lengia. Mo Tan Sang quickly stopped in his tracks, he took a look and cried out, so many hairy man Gu immortals. Reinforcements had arrived. The 9 Gu immortals were all hairy men. Among them, the hairy man Gu immortal who saved the land spirit of Lengia was the only rank 7, the other 8 hairy man Gu immortals were all rank 6. He Cheng's expression changed, he said in disbelief, how can this be? With so many hairy man-gu immortals, the advantage in numbers was immediately reversed. Mo Tan Sang showed joy on his face. Fang Yuan, however, frowned. To be able to obtain such protection from hairy man-gu immortals, it seems this is indeed the land spirit of Langia. But it is completely different from the previous land spirit. Qin Baisheng slowly opened his eyes, he retracted his right fist and left palm, dispersing the five-finger fist heart sword. His lips curled up into a victorious smile. From the start, he did not intend to eradicate the land spirit of Langia. Now that these hairy man-gu immortals had appeared, it was exactly what he wanted. Something is wrong. Fang Yuan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. Between the two Langia land spirits, there are differences in temperament. No matter how stupid the previous land spirit was, he would not leave such a huge battle strength to seek help from an outsider like me. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He guessed Qin Baisheng's motive. Don't tell me, the other party's true motive is not Langia blessed land? Chapter 889. There were so many hairy man-gu immortals in Langia blessed land, but why did the land spirit of Langia not let them show up? Fang Yuan guessed that the reason should be the rank 8 immortal gu house refinement cauldron. The human old man's land spirit of Langia was likely to have sent all of the hairy man-gu immortals into the cauldron. Long-hair ancestor's true identity was a hairy man. The land spirit of Langia loved hairy men like their own children. According to this line of thought, he did not want the hairy man-gu immortals to suffer losses, so he arranged for them to stay in refinement cauldron. Most importantly, immortal gu houses also needed gu immortals to control them. Moreover, the more gu immortals controlled, the stronger the power of the immortal gu house. When Tai Bai Yunsheng was in Eastern Sea, when he attacked Yulu blessed land and met with difficulties, all of the gu immortals worked together to activate the immortal gu house Profound Ice House. This allowed Profound Ice House's power to be strong enough to break through the battlefield killer move and allow the gu immortals to escape safely. The more hairy man-gu immortals there were, the stronger refinement cauldron immortal gu house would be, and the faster it could refine other people's immortal gu. Fang Yuan was almost certain, in the previous 3 waves of attacks, the land spirit of Langia had arranged for the hairy men to refine the immortal gu of the invading gu immortals and capture them alive. Now, in the 4th wave of attack, the enemy was stronger than expected. The land spirit of Langia in human form could not solve this problem, so he could only let another obsession appear to solve this problem. But this hairy man land spirit is also stupid. He is actually fighting himself, only summoning the hairy man-gu immortals at the crucial moment of life and death. Fang Yuan shook his head as he observed the battlefield. Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, and the hairy man-gu immortals fell into a temporary deadlock. Plop. Suddenly, the one who blocked the 5-finger fist heart sword killer move for land spirit of Langia was that rank 7 hairy man-gu immortal. He fell to the ground. Damao? Damao! The hairy man-gu immortals went into an uproar. She looked at him with a concerned gaze and exclaimed in surprise. Damao, Damao, what happened to you, Damao? A female hairy man-gu immortal knelt beside Damao and hugged his upper body, but found that his body had been pierced by sword chi, he was already dead. Damao, Damao, you can't die. Great hair. The female hairy man-gu immortal cried out, her face was covered in tears, she had a mental breakdown. Ermao, don't cry. Maybe Lord Land Spirit has a way. Ermao, if you cry again, we want to cry too. Woo 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 woo. At once, in front of Qin Baisheng, many hairy man-gu immortals turned around and went to Second Hair's side. He softly comforted her. Some hairy man-gu immortals also shed tears, they were choking with emotions or sobbing softly. Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang were stunned. At this moment, They finally understood why the land spirit of Lengya did not send these hairy men to the battlefield, but to the furnace. Because of the battle attainment of these hairy man-gu immortals. He was simply trash. Oh, no. Calling them scum was too much of a compliment. The enemy was right in front of them. They were so weak that they were crying and had a mental breakdown. It seemed that these hairy man-gu immortals were nurtured by the first land spirit of Lengya as the purest refinement path helpers. They were skilled in gu refinement, but they were even more unskilled in battle. The land spirit of Lengya's expression was ashen. He broke free from the restraints and went to the dead hairy man-gu immortal. After inspecting him, he sighed in pain and stretched out his hand, closing the eyelids of this rank 7 hairy man-gu immortal who had died with grievances. Ah, no. The female hairy man-gu immortal called Second Hair saw this and had a mental breakdown. After a cry, she pounced on De Mao's corpse, her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The other hairy man-gu immortals saw this and quickly went to save her. Some of them even raised their heads and looked at Qin Baisheng with teary eyes, complaining, "Oh heavens, why are there such cruel and violent gu immortals like you? We have no enmity, why did you attack us, why did you kill innocent gu immortals? Isn't it good to coexist peacefully?" Hearing this, Mo Tan Sang and Fang Yuan completely lost hope in these hairy men. These hairy man-gu immortals seemed to have been protected by the previous land spirit of Lengya too well. They were like flowers in a greenhouse, they had not experienced the cruelty of the outside world, and were focused on refinement path cultivation. In terms of battle, they were simply too weak. As long as you obediently hand over the immortal gu house refinement cauldron, I will not harm you. Qin Baisheng sneered. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The land spirit of Lengya raised his head and looked at Qin Baisheng angrily, rejecting him directly. His attitude was firm, he had no hesitation. Humph, you want to use refinement cauldron to forcefully refine our immortal gu. Don't try such a childish idea on me, I won't give you time to do it. Qin Baisheng sneered, he paused as if he sensed something. He muttered, continuing, "Oh, are you ready? Then let's begin. This hindrance, destroy it first." Raising his voice, he glanced at the cloud building. Immortal killer move, city-crushing hammer. The huge hammer attacked. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it, he decided to be a coward first, he could not be the first to stand out now. However, the land spirit of Lengya was not at its wit's end yet. Fang Yuan did not intend to retreat. Rumble. The cloud building behind him was like paper, it was destroyed by the city-crushing hammer. Fang Yuan flew out in a sorry state. By the time he appeared in everyone's eyes, his appearance had changed again. He had turned into a hairy man. Qin Baisheng snorted in his heart, he looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning before shifting his gaze. The cloud building was destroyed, the fog in the sky dissipated. This was the last cloud building, the other one had been discovered by Hui Fengzi, it had already been destroyed. At this point, the 5 cloud buildings that Fang Yuan used to reinforce them were all destroyed. 12-wave cloud confusion formation was destroyed. White ground in the day. The sky was pure white, the cloud soil on the ground was pure white. Qin Baisheng looked around, he sneered in disdain, laughable disguise. At the next moment, he raised his head, looking at the sky. He was beaming with joy, his expression was arrogant. He stretched out his hands. He grabbed towards the sky, shouting with desire, "Come, refinement cauldron." At the same time, the mysterious black-robed gu immortals and fairy Jianghu in the other 2 directions also attacked. They attacked the cloud soil on the ground. Crack crack. Thunderclaps erupted in the sky, and waves of lightning flashed. The clouds surged violently, and the void shattered into pieces. There was a loud rumble. It was as if a formless monster was using its sharp claws to tear the cloud soil under everyone's feet. The thick layer of cloud soil was torn apart like cotton, leaving an extremely huge crack. The crack pierced through everything, extending to the limits of the immortal's vision. This is... Mo Tanzi's pupils shrunk. The true Langya blessed land, such a grand creation, I only saw the surface. At this moment, even Fang Yuan was shocked. Through the huge crack. The immortals looked down, they saw that below the cloud soil was a vast ocean. In the ocean, there were 3 huge continents. These 3 continents. There were dense forests, towering mountains, and vast grasslands. There was a swamp shrouded in fog, countless lifeforms lived on these continents. There were birds and giant dragons in the sky. There were sea monsters and fish in the sea, ants on the ground. Tigers and elephants, there were many lifeforms, they formed 3 extraordinary food chains on these 3 continents. On these 3 continents, hairy men were the only masters, they were the overlords. Countless villages and towns were scattered in the forests, grasslands, plains, and rivers of the 3 continents. There were even many hairy men exploring the sea, their footprints were spread all over the islands in the sea. Here, hairy men worked from dawn to dusk, competing in Gu refinement, they competed with their conscience, they lived a life of being the rulers of the food chain. So the place I was standing on was just a white cloud above the blessed land? Mo Tan Sang's body shook. How can this be? There is such a vast space, is this still a blessed land? Even grotto heavens are not so spacious. This Langya blessed land has already surpassed most grotto heavens. He Qing saw this and fell into complete shock. How did they do this? Langya blessed land, this is simply another world. It far surpasses the usual form of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. At this moment, countless hairy men on the ground also raised their heads, looking at the cloud layer where Fang Yuan and the rest were. A shocking change has occurred in Cloud Cover Continent. This legendary continent in the sky seems to have been torn in half. Quick, report this to the elders. The billions of hairy men fell into panic. When immortals fought, mortals panicked. Such a population. Fang Yuan's eyes widened slightly, he licked his lips and shouted in his heart, how much wealth is this? Breathtaking, breathtaking. No wonder the land spirit of Langya had the ambition to rule the world. This is simply a hairy man empire. No wonder there are so many hairy man Gu immortals and so many outstanding hairy man Gu masters, these people must have been chosen from the vast number of hairy men. Rumble. The thunder in the sky became louder and louder. Countless lightning bolts struck the sky, interweaving like a net and spreading rapidly. Within the intense winds, Qin Baisheng stood straight like a spear, proudly standing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind, like a battle flag fluttering in the wind. Space ruptured, and Gu worms appeared from within the ruptured space. These were the components of refinement cauldron. Seeing this, the land spirit of Langya knew he could not delay any longer, he shouted, "You want to snatch refinement cauldron? Wishful thinking. Form the battle formation." "Yes, Lord Land Spirit." The hairy man Gu immortals responded. Chapter 890. Hearing the land spirit of Langya's call, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered intensely, he hesitated internally. But in the end, he still moved towards the land spirit and the hairy man Gu immortals. Mo Tan Sang did the same as him. Battle formation, heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langya shouted, countless Gu worms appeared and were teleported, surrounding the land spirit and all the hairy man Gu immortals. Next, these tens of thousands of Gu worms that appeared suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. The silver light was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Mo Tan Sang's attitude towards joining the land spirit was much more resolute than Fang Yuan. Therefore, when he saw this ball of silver light that was the size of a small mountain, he did not hesitate at all and plunged into it. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. Once he entered the silver light, Fang Yuan was pulled by the land spirit of Langia. He came to the center with Mo Tan Sang. The land spirit's expression was ashen. He nodded at Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang quickly expressed his loyalty. Lord Land Spirit, don't worry, in this battle, I, Mo Tan Sang, will represent Northern Plains Inkman City. I will do my best and fight to the death. I will stand by your side. Fang Yuan was silent, he only nodded at the land spirit of Langia. The other hairy man Gu immortals were standing around. They did not pay much attention to Mo Tan Sang. Instead, they looked at Fang Yuan, this hairy man Gu immortal of the same tribe. They gave him curious, friendly, and puzzled gazes. At the crucial moment, the land spirit of Langia did not criticize Fang Yuan for turning into a hairy man Gu immortal. Perhaps in his heart, he would even be secretly happy. After all, Fang Yuan's action was to get close to the hairy man tribe. No time for nonsense, the three of us will be the main attackers in the following battle. The land spirit of Langia said. Before he finished speaking, the silver light around them had already become extremely dense. It turned into silver metal liquid. Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar. The land spirit of Langia suddenly danced and shouted. After he shouted for the third time, the surrounding silver water suddenly exploded, revealing a space the size of a courtyard. In the space, light pillars of various sizes interweaved into a huge three-dimensional Gu formation. All the Gu immortals were separated by the land spirit of Langia. They each occupied a formation core of the Gu formation. At the same time, Fang Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, the land spirit, and the hairy man Gu immortals were covered in a layer of silver light. From the perspective of Gu immortal He Cheng, the land spirit of Langia's formation was very fast. Silver light shot out first before silver liquid gushed out. It was like a tidal wave, sweeping outwards. In the end, the silver liquid suddenly rolled back and solidified in an instant, forming a three-headed, six-armed metal giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Its entire body shone with a brilliant silver light. The giant slowly opened its eyes. Like a demonic god awakening, a formless aura burst out, enveloping the surrounding tens of li of the sky. This is actually an ancient battle formation. Fang Yuan was inside the space created by the silver giant. His vision was completely shared with the giant. He first saw He Cheng's shocked expression, then he saw that even Qin Bai Sheng had a slightly surprised expression. The land spirit of Langia, who was at the center of the formation core, smiled smugly, saying proudly, "My heavenly giant solar battle formation." Even in the olden antiquity era, it was the second strongest battle formation in the world. It was only below heavenly sage Jin Fan. In this battle formation, all of our powers are combined, as if we have fused into one. Even though the sharp-tusked boar is dead, I still have the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. He Cheng growled as he controlled Dark Prison to move like a meteor, exploding in the air as it crashed towards the silver giant. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. They were fortresses of war. They could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. Immortal Killer Move, Might Mountain Shield. Immortal Killer Move, Fifth Earth Veil. Inside the silver giant, 3 Gu immortals activated 3 defensive immortal killer moves at the same time. At once, 3 of the silver giant's 6 arms changed at the same time. He Cheng was right. If an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron lost many goo worms and even lost some immortal goo, as long as the core was still intact, its power would only weaken. The ability to forcefully refine other people's goo worms would still be effective. Ha ha ha, 15 minutes is up. You have all lost, you have all lost. There are still 2 hairy man goo immortals in my refinement cauldron, with them guarding it. How will you snatch my immortal goo house? Land Spirit of Langia shouted, declaring victory. Langia blessed land's foundation was truly deep. Even at this stage, there were still hairy man goo immortals who had yet to show themselves. But thinking about it, an important place like refinement cauldron had to have people guarding it. But at this time, Qin Baisheng smiled coldly. Are you sure? Before he finished speaking, 2 hairy man goo immortals descended from the sky, greeting Qin Baisheng. Greetings to Lord Vice Envoy. These 2 hairy man goo immortals who were guarding refinement cauldron were actually shadow sect spies in Langia blessed land. With their cooperation, the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron would definitely be lost. Chapter 892. Land Spirit of Langia's expression changed. He looked at this scene in disbelief. 12th hair, 13th hair, what are you 2 doing? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked and furious. One of them shouted. As hairy men, you are helping the enemy and betraying your own tribesmen. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th hair and 13th hair are hairy men born in the blessed land. How can they betray us? This must be an illusion, don't be deceived by this. Some hairy man goo immortals could not believe it. Everyone's attention was on the 2 hairy man goo immortals, but they had arrogant expressions as they protected Qin Baisheng, showing an arrogant attitude of disdain. Their betrayal was a fatal blow to Land Spirit of Langia's side. Especially those hairy man goo immortals, their minds were in chaos, they could not control the battle formation. He Cheng obtained a precious chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the hairy man traders, Qin Baisheng collected the goo worms at an even faster speed. Land Spirit of Langia's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot. It was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth, kill them all. Kill these 2 traitors among the hairy men. Even if they betrayed us, Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron still has my will, it will not stop. It still has power, it is still operating. Everyone, the life and death of Langia blessed land is in your hands. We have no way out, kill them all. Land Spirit of Langia tried his best to raise the morale of the hairy man Goo Immortals. No matter how naive the hairy man Goo Immortals were, they realized the danger of the situation. They made up their minds to fight to the death. The Silver Giant's aura was overwhelming, it regrouped and fought the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison again. After a few rounds, Dark Prison lost again and again. Inside Dark Prison, He Cheng's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, he felt dizzy, his control of Dark Prison was reaching its limit. It turned out that this ancient battle formation had a flaw. That was, to make the battle formation display its power, the Goo Immortals needed to practice it beforehand. This was the first time Fang Yuan and the others had formed a formation. Even though many Goo Immortals participated in this ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, the main attackers were Fang Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, and Land Spirit of Langia. It was like having 2 fists, but only using 3 of the fingers to poke the opponent during a fight. The hairy man Goo Immortals were not good at fighting, they were a huge burden to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Silver Giant was very clumsy, many opportunities had appeared but it could not grasp them. However, after the intense battle earlier, the Immortals were already familiar with how to control each other, and they had even developed a bit of tacit understanding. It was precisely this bit of tacit understanding that allowed the Silver Giant to seize 2 opportunities to smash Black Prison into pieces. He Cheng had to retreat. Two hairy man-gu immortals flew forward to protect Qin Baisheng. However, the silver giant's footsteps were only slightly sluggish as it charged forward. Its entire body was like a mountain as it rammed towards Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng spat out a large mouthful of blood. He interrupted the collection process and dodged, his entire body rapidly rising into the sky. Chase after him. Land Spirit of Langia ordered. The silver giant chased after Qin Baisheng, but at this moment, Black Prison crashed towards it. It was very fast and came at a tricky angle. The defending hairy man-gu immortals could not react in time. The silver giant was knocked down. The silver giant retaliated, slapping Black Prison far away. But at this time, two figures flew out from afar. It was Huifeng Zi and He Lang Zi, who came as reinforcements. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Long-hair ancestors' foundation was so deep that it refreshed his knowledge. You two contributed a lot in repelling the enemies this time, especially you, Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langia said. Mo Tan Sang stared with wide eyes, looking at Fang Yuan in shock. Only now did he realize that this person in front of him was the Fang Yuan he knew. Fang Yuan had no awkwardness from having his identity exposed. He smiled lightly at Mo Tan Sang. Sigh. The land spirit of Langia let out a sigh. It seems that the rise of my hairy man tribe is still very long and difficult. The journey is tortuous, but the future is bright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with following me. This time, I am very satisfied with your performance. I will reward you greatly. Shortly after, he said, without fodder, even the worst horse cannot move. Even if it was a dog, it had to be given a bone to make it bark happily. Ah, why did I say my thoughts out loud again? Chapter 893. Northern Plains, a certain secret area, Luopa Valley. Ghosts roared, lightning flashed. Sparks shot everywhere, explosions resounded. An intense battle was unfolding. The defending side was Shadow Sects Qin Baisheng, Fairy Jianghu, Huifeng Zi, He Lang Zi, and the rest, who had given up on Langia blessed land and returned in time. Immortal killer move, soul suppression. Qin Baisheng gave a shout, braving the light and fire in the sky as he stepped forward. Boom boom boom. With three intense explosions, Qin Baisheng forced back the three invading Gu immortals. His aura surged, giving off a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. The great Chen Zhenqi, actually lost 3 times to a Gu immortal, and could not even last one move each time. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu immortal Chen Zhenqi stopped his body with difficulty, looking at Qin Baisheng with a furious expression. Damn it, the wave of attacks that I gathered after so much effort was easily destroyed by him again. Bu Fei Yen gritted his teeth, blood seeping out of his mouth. This soul path killer move is too strong. To think that this Qin Baisheng's true strength is so strong. Old Oracle's deduction was right after all. This guy is likely to be the culprit who destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Old man Tian Long thought to himself. The ones attacking Luopa Valley were none other than the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Ever since they encountered a wall in snowy mountain-blessed land, Feng Jioge was not discouraged. He commanded them well and obtained many secret clues. After Old Oracle's deduction, the immortals found out the location of Luopa Valley and rushed over. But Luopa Valley had been managed by Shadow Sect for a long time. It had a strong defensive Gu formation. The Central Continent Gu immortals were delayed. Qin Baisheng and the rest made a decision. They immediately returned to reinforce them. Thus, the current situation was formed. Both sides were in a deadlock. Central Continent side wanted to attack Luopa Valley, while Shadow Sect side was defending their headquarters. Transformation Path, Fragrant Sorcerer Een Carved Wolf. Wind Path, Death Wind Flying Blade. He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi saw that the central continent Gu Immortal's attacks were thwarted. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched a sharp counterattack. Ling Mei and Ao Shui, the two fairies from the Heaven's Envy Pavilion, were no match for the two. They could only retreat, unable to fight back. Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. At the crucial moment, Feng Jioge attacked. His Sound Path Killer Move was extraordinary. He Lang Zi and Hui Fengzi were forced to retreat. Hui Fengzi returned to the defensive Gu formation, coughing out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. The blood had turned into a jade-green color. There was a qualitative change. He Lang Zi's injuries were even greater. Half of his fragrant sorcererine statue wolf form was dyed into jade. He was extremely shocked. What immortal killer move is this? It seemed to restrain the transformation Dao. Now that I've been hit by this move, I'm actually unable to return to human form. Looks like I have to deal with this injury before I can continue transforming. Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng roared, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Qin Baisheng, I underestimated you. Last time, I was fooled by you. Your acting skills made me concede defeat. This time, we had a wisdom path Gu Immortal on our side. Without wasting lifespan, we were able to deduce this Luo Pa Valley. Feng Jioge was still wearing his red and white robe. He stood tall, like a spear or a sword. He spoke at this moment. He had a smile on his face, his tone was deep and graceful. Successful deduction, my ass. I had nothing to do with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It had nothing to do with me. But since you are here, hand over your life. Chapter 894. Half a month later. Sent inside Feng Yuan's immortal aperture Death Land, two wills were fighting against each other. A wisp of will, like twinkling stars, flickered. The other was illusory, advancing and retreating at times. They were Nebula and the fake will. These two wills had been fighting for 15 minutes already. Nebula was gradually losing to the fake will. It was on the verge of defeat. But Feng Yuan willed, another wave of nebula descended from the sky and joined the battle, immediately changing the situation. Eventually, the fake will lost miserably, only a few of them were left. Feng Yuan, you will die a horrible death. The fake will could not take on any form, it used all its strength to curse intermittently. The curses of such weaklings were useless. Nebula 1, it formed into Feng Yuan's image, it looked at Mo Yao's fake will and sneered, flying into the sky and leaving the immortal aperture Death Land. I have made great progress in the battle of wills. Now, in a one-on-one battle, even though I cannot beat Mo Yao and lose every time, Mo Yao's fake will is not having a good time either, it has been a Pyrrhic victory recently. While Feng Yuan was evaluating himself, Nebula entered his mind and presented the information it had obtained to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not have any expectations, but this time's information made him slightly surprised. Spring Dream Fruit Tree? Feng Yuan's heart jumped. It turned out that when Mo Yao was outside, she had accidentally encountered a spring dream fruit tree near a nameless village. During that era, the concept of dream path was very weak. There were no external manifestations of dream realms. Even the celestial court's exploration of dream realms. It was also very shallow. Mo Yao only felt that this tree was strange, she did not recognize it. Thus, she remembered it. She left this spring dream fruit tree on the spot, not touching it. The spring dream fruit tree was not a desolate plant, it looked very ordinary from the outside, Gu immortals would not be able to discover it. But Mo Yao's investigative killer move was rather unique, he found some peculiarities of the spring dream fruit tree. However, she was only slightly curious. After all, it wasn't an immortal grade material. Later on, due to other matters, he didn't go to that small village again. The spring dream fruit tree had always been there. After so many years, the world turned into mulberry fields. He wondered how the tree was doing. Perhaps it had been felled by mortals, perhaps it had been destroyed by fire, perhaps it was still there. There were too many possibilities, and it was hard to say. Mo Yao, that old hag, is really hard to deal with. This kind of memory was buried at the bottom of her heart. Only when she couldn't hide it anymore did I dig it out. But from the looks of it, everything she knows has been squeezed out. Fang Yuan suppressed his desire to take the spring dream fruit tree. In fact, previously, he had also obtained another valuable clue. It was related to the hibiscus stone milk. This was a genuine immortal material. But later, when he sneaked over, he regretfully found that the crucial location was already secretly occupied by Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but did not touch it in the end. Thus, regarding the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan did not have much hope. And to take the spring dream fruit, he had to use a unique dream path method. Fang Yuan needed to make more preparations for this. If there really is a spring dream fruit, it will be of great help to me when I refine dream path mortal goo. It will be of great help. After all, goo materials that can be used to refine dream path goo worms are too rare. Ever since he obtained the killer move Understanding Dream Immortal. No matter how busy Fang Yuan was, he had to take time out almost every day to refine dream path mortal goo. If he had the spring dream fruit, it would be of great help to him when refining dream path mortal goo. Conservatively speaking, the goo refinement efficiency would increase by at least 6 times. The extremely weak Mo Yao's fake will was left in the immortal aperture, allowing her to recover slowly. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he left the bed and went to Danghun Palace's prison. Guyue Fangzheng was locked up inside, he was lying on the stone bed, staring blankly at the ceiling without moving. Crane Gate abandoned him, it was an extremely heavy blow to him. After the initial hysterical howling and crying, Fangzheng became like this. Fang Yuan spoke. Even though he was mocking and cursing Crane Gate and Master Tenshuru, Fangzheng did not react. Fang Yuan did not mind, after saying a few words, he turned around and left. Teaching this little brother of his needed time, it could not be done in one go. Fang Yuan had already expected this, he did not lack patience. Once in a while, he would take the initiative to visit Fangzheng. In Danghun Palace, he could monitor Fangzheng's actions from afar. The true reason why Fang Yuan visited was because he wanted Fangzheng to know that he had been here. Fang Yuan left this place and went to another prison cell. Up until now, Fang Yuan's prison cell had many prisoners locked up. Other than Mo Yao's fake will and Guyue Fangzheng, there were also Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul, and finally, there was Shuesong Zi's soul, which was captured during the battle in Langya Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori's soul had already been soul-searched by Fang Yuan, only the soul itself was valuable. But Zhengling and Shuesong Zi's souls were very valuable. These days after returning from Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had been soul-searching these two people. Fang Yuan gained a large number of mortal goo recipes, many mortal killer moves, some immortal killer moves, a few immortal goo recipes, as well as secret knowledge, clues to many treasures and inheritances. But because Zhengling was a wind path goo immortal, and Shuesong Zi was a snow path goo immortal, there was nothing suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path or star path. Before Fang Yuan had Wind Path Immortal Gu and Snow Path Immortal Gu, these could only be used to strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation. What was worth mentioning was that Shuesong Zi's soul was touched, his most recent memories were erased. Thus, Fang Yuan did not know how Shuesong Zi and He Cheng got together with Qin Baisheng and the rest. This soul path method was very profound. It made Fang Yuan sigh in amazement. He could not do anything about it. Of course, Zhengling and Shuesong Zi had not finished soul searching. It was unknown what they would gain next. As for the rewards for Land Spirit of Langia, they were very generous indeed. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, under Fang Yuan's insistence, he even imparted the method to relocate the blessed land to Fang Yuan without holding back. There were only 2 gains. They seemed ordinary, but to Fang Yuan, they were extremely valuable. There was no need to talk about the Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, just moving the blessed land. Be it Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land, they needed to be moved. But this method was very costly. It would cause great damage to the blessed land itself. It needed to use 12 Immortal Gu at the same time. Land Spirit of Langia was already preparing to relocate. After that, he would lend these Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan, and let Fang Yuan move. Amazing! This battlefield killer move is completely one with Yulu Blessed Land. It seems to be created using the Dao marks of the Blessed Land. This method is much more advanced than Langia Blessed Land. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found something special. Land Spirit of Langia did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in the Blessed Land. When fighting against Qin Baisheng's group, he only used the 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langia was afraid that the temporary Dao marks created by the battlefield killer move would cause great damage to the Blessed Land. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most Gu immortals did not dare to use battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Once the temporary Dao marks of a battlefield killer move clashed with the Dao marks of the Immortal Aperture's small world, the battlefield killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer backlash, or the Dao marks would reject and cause terrifying damage. The blessed land could be destroyed and the Gu immortal would die on the spot. This was the same principle as the backlash of Gu refinement. But Fairy Yu Lu was a battlefield killer move expert after all. She directly overcame this flaw. Her method was profound and advanced. It was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. He even threw Langia Land Spirit, this old antique, 8 miles away. Chapter 897. Soon, using the star thoughts in his mind to make deductions, Fang Yuan found the locations of several Gu worms. These locations could not be found by investigative methods. 1, 2, 3, 4, there are a total of 4 locations with Gu worms, but they are all mortal Gu. They are really well hidden. Even if I have a star path investigative killer move, I cannot find them. With his previous experience, Fang Yuan did not directly attack and destroy these mortal Gu. He did not move, he continued to observe and deduce. So close. Soon, he sighed inwardly, finding a dangerous location. The mortal goo hidden in this location was a crucial location in the formation of the battlefield killer move. At the start of his deductions, Fang Yuan found that as long as he destroyed this goo, he would be able to reduce the power of the icy rain snow monsters by 50 to 60%. But after further deductions, Fang Yuan made even more discoveries. If he really destroyed this goo, it would be terrible. This time, the power of the attack would indeed fall sharply, but the next attack would be launched earlier, and its power would increase by nearly 2 times. In this attack, Shark Demon and the rest were already having a hard time defending. The icy rain continued, causing a lot of immortal essence expenditure. The immortal zombies were having a headache. More than 60 feet tall snow monsters appeared. The goo immortals did not dare to be careless. If the power increases by 2 times, I'm afraid ancient desolate beast level snow monsters will appear. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. The risk of unraveling this battlefield killer move was very high. If he was not careful, he would end up worse off. And this was just unraveling mortal goo. These mortal goo were the outer layer of the formation. If he dealt with the inner goo worms, if Fang Yuan's method was not good enough, he would even suffer a strong backlash. Fang Yuan went around this crucial location and continued to target other locations. He probed. Time passed quickly. Fang Yuan made no progress. This is the 4th attack. Sigh, how much longer do we have to last? An immortal zombie sighed. He had participated in this attack. The immortal essence expenditure made him feel heartache. With the current situation, no matter how much celestial core power is consumed, what's the use if it doesn't improve? Bu Dan said meaningfully. Shark Demon and the rest were a little impatient. They turned their attention to Fang Yuan. This was the first time they met Xianxia. They did not know about Fang Yuan's wisdom path strength. Bu Dan could not do it anymore. Now that the burden of deciphering the battlefield killer move was given to this stranger, was it reliable or not? Lord Xianxia. From the beginning until now, you have been using mortal path methods to probe. You see, although the current situation is not critical, it can be said to be difficult. Why don't you use immortal level wisdom path methods? Don't worry, according to the rules, you will get a fixed amount of immortal yuan stone as compensation for your immortal elemental power consumption. You don't have to worry about the loss, said Bu Dan. Fang Yuan frowned. Bu Dan's intention was sinister. Again and again. Again and again, he tried to sow discord. Fang Yuan knew about the predicament of immortal zombies. Immortal essence was hard to obtain, he cherished it. But now, his losses were huge. There was no progress. Even Shark Demon was silent. Su Baiman was solemn. The other immortal zombies were very anxious. Bu Dan was targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could understand. However, this kind of provocative behavior was one thing. This was simply stabbing Fang Yuan in the back. Immediately, Fang Yuan took a deep look at Bu Dan. Next, he secretly used moving perspective cups goo to send a message to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately cooperated, saying, Bu Dan, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Shark Demon said that we need to endure this attack and buy time for Xianxia. Right now, this offensive is only halfway through, and you want to run away before the battle? Or do you think you have contributed too much? Bu Dan's expression changed. He said with grievance, how would I dare? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng has misunderstood me. He knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng was Shark Demon's favorite. Looking at Shark Demon's warm attitude towards Tai Bai Yunsheng, anyone could tell. Moreover, Tai Bai Yunsheng had an extraordinary precious immortal goo. He was an expert healer. He could not be offended. Alright, stop arguing. Shark Demon maintained the situation, looking at Fang Yuan. We have already experienced 3 rounds of attacks, a 4th is not a big deal. Fang Yuan felt Shark Demon's gaze, his heart sank. It seemed that Shark Demon's group did not think highly of him. How could this work? Fang Yuan knew the importance of first impressions. He still wanted to borrow Shark Demon's help to get him to join Eastern Sea's Immortal Zombie headquarters. If he failed the first time and left a deep impression on Shark Demon, it would be difficult in the future. Even if he showed his value in the future, in Shark Demon's heart, it would be discounted. On the contrary, if he succeeded this time, even if he failed in the future, in Shark Demon's eyes, it would be pardonable. Who would not fail at times? Hearing Shark Demon's tone, it seems that before the fifth attack, he does not want to stay here any longer. After all, he needs to consider the cost of attacking this place. Forget it. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, before finally making up his mind. He suddenly attacked the goo worm from before. With a soft sound, the goo worm shattered. Another goo worm. Huh. Tai Bai Yunsheng cooperated with him, immediately laughing. A joyous expression involuntarily appeared on the faces of Shark Demon and the others as their morale rose slightly. Bu Dan did not make a sound. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not let him go under Fang Yuan's instructions. How is it, Bu Dan? Methods do not differ between mortal and immortal, as long as they are effective, it is fine. Bu Dan nodded, smiling. Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is right, I was too impatient earlier. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, he did not resist, but gave in. Evidently, such a petty person was harder to deal with than a person who resisted head-on. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued, you might not understand, but I have known Brother Xianxia for a long time, I know that his wisdom path methods are very powerful. Tai Bai Yunsheng showed his loyalty to his good friend. At this time, Fang Yuan acted like he had made great progress, saying, I finally found a vital spot. This discovery has greatly increased my confidence in deciphering this battlefield killer move. Is that so? Su Baiman's eyes brightened. He was somewhat doubtful. But soon, facts spoke louder than words. Chapter 899. The banquet had a harmonious atmosphere. Pound. Even though Shark Demon and the rest had failed in their attack on Yulu Blessed Land, after the matter, Shark Demon still invited Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Bai Yunsheng's man as before immortal goo was something that Shark Demon desired. As for Xianxia, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment made Shark Demon and Su Baiman see his value, especially when it came to attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Thus, it was not surprising that Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Shark Demon's residence was called Shark Sea. This was a vast sea area, it was over 5 billion km2 in size. If converted to Earth size, this Shark Sea was equivalent to China's Southern Sea. That was to say, this entire sea area of Southern Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything in this sea area, the countless species of sharks, the abundant seaweed, the sand and rocks at the bottom of the sea, as well as this huge amount of seawater, were all owned by Shark Demon. It was like northern plains, where the beautiful grasslands were divided by others. In Eastern Sea, the rich and resource-rich sea areas were also divided by others. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had great strength, he had the ability to guard this sea area. His palace was situated at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. The banquet was filled with Eastern Sea's unique dishes, they were delicious and had a unique style. Regardless of what intentions both sides had, on the surface, this banquet was very effective, it was joyous and harmonious. Shark Demon enjoyed the wine in his cup, even though he was an immortal zombie. With the help of goo worms, his sense of taste returned to his body. Next, he put down the cup and willed. The majestic and exquisite roof of the palace turned transparent. Everyone, please look. This is the God Spear Shark, this is the Shatter-Tooth Golden Shark, and that one over there is the Silver-Scaled Treasure Shark. These are all my little pets that I've carefully cultivated. Shark Demon pointed with his finger, not concealing his pride at all. Fang Yuan looked up and saw that the seawater was dark. The lights in the palace could only illuminate a distance of 20 to 30 feet. The undersea palace, on the other hand, was ablaze with lights. Looking from the outside, it looked like an enormous, weirdly shaped gem that emitted warm light. Fang Yuan had his own investigative killer move. The dark seawater was no obstacle. He soon saw the shark pointed out by Shark Demon. The divine spear shark was solitary and had a peculiar appearance. The tip of the shark's head was shaped like a spear. The outside of GE's body was no longer smooth shark skin. Instead, it revealed the texture of white bones. The god spear shark swam freely at the bottom of the sea. The dagger axe above his head was unexpectedly sharp, but it did not lose its momentum. Wherever it went, the rocks at the bottom of the sea were smashed into pieces. A path was opened. The Shatter-Tooth Golden Sharks were the most numerous, often forming groups of 200 to 300. This kind of shark had very fine teeth. When the Shatter-Tooth Golden Shark opened its mouth to hunt, Fang Yuan acutely observed that this golden shark had an upper and lower oral cavity. There were 6 rows of tiny, sharp teeth growing out of it. Even though this kind of golden shark was a carnivore, it did not prey on large fish. Instead, it was like a whale, it ate small fish and prawns. These 6 rows of fine teeth. They formed 6 tight lines of defense to distinguish between sand and prawns. Even the smallest fish and prawns could not escape the golden shark's chewing. The silver scale great treasure shark was the largest, on Earth. It was the size of a small whale. This kind of great treasure shark seemed to be a family unit, forming groups of 3 or 4. Normally, they would take their time, but when food appeared, they would rush out to hunt for it with a whoosh. Even though this silver-scale great treasure shark was huge, it had an astonishing speed that did not match its size. Once they moved, they were extremely fast. In the dark depths of the sea, there seemed to be a flash of silver lightning. Silver-scale great treasure sharks had the fiercest temperament. Not only did they prey on other fish species, they also treated other sharks as food. Of course, for strong sharks like the divine spear shark and the Shatter-Tooth Golden Shark, as long as they had enough food, great treasure sharks would not provoke them. How is it, these little fishes that I raised are not bad, right? Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were engrossed in their gazes. He could not help but feel happy. Not bad at all. These sharks are full of vigor and vitality, they are raised very well. In this sea area, all kinds of species coexist harmoniously. The goo worm aura on these sharks is very dense. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks from afar. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunsheng also sighed. He nodded and sighed. No wonder Eastern Sea is the richest region in the 5 regions in terms of resources. This sea area in front of us shows it. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed heartily. Su Baiman was beside him. He smiled. Don't praise him to the heavens. My husband usually raises these sharks leisurely and elegantly, and he loves to hear other people praise these sharks the most. At the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Su Baiman, they were much more amiable and approachable than when they were in Yulu Blessed Land. This showed that the two of them had a clear distinction between public and private matters. They had to lead the situation in public, they had to be serious and impartial. In private, they were gentle and calm, they would joke around, it made people want to get closer to them. This couple was not only good at fighting, they were also good at socializing. It was no wonder that they were able to snatch the important mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land in the Zombie Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intense competition. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had invested a lot, but they had already lost a lot of wealth. But once Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Shark Demon and Su Baiman would obtain 10 times, or even dozens of times, of what they had gained. Ordinary immortal zombies would not be able to take on such an important mission. Only older generation experts like Shark Demon and Su Baiman had the foundation to support the huge expenditure in the early stages. Hearing Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng's sincere praise, Shark Demon smiled. "You are too kind, huh? Actually, my sea area is only ranked 46th in Eastern Sea's ranking list." Chapter 900. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it and decided to help Tai Bai Yuncheng. The cloudline sharks that Tai Bai Yuncheng wanted to collect were small and exquisite. Not only could they swim in the sea, but they could also fly in the air and survive for a long time. They were very suitable for Tai Bai Blessed Land. However, these cloudline sharks were very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the gaps between the 3 groups of sharks and near the underwater palace. Tai Bai Yuncheng's shark fishing encountered difficulties right from the start. His target was the cloudline sharks, but the God Spear sharks, Shattertooth golden sharks, and silver scale treasure sharks weren't just watching from the sidelines. Tai Bai Yuncheng's method spread like smoke in the sea, stirring up the 3 groups of sharks. From their point of view, this feng shui treasure land was under their joint control. Now that something was wrong, they were like wild beasts that had their territory invaded. Naturally, they had to teach these daring invaders a lesson. Tai Bai Yuncheng was good at healing, but he wasn't good at shark fishing. The 3 groups of sharks also caused him serious interference. After Fang Yuan made his move, he immediately eliminated most of the interference. Tai Bai Yuncheng immediately felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at Tai Bai Yuncheng without saying anything. Finally, with Fang Yuan's cooperation, Tai Bai Yuncheng harvested an ideal number of cloudline sharks. Tai Bai Yuncheng hereby thanks Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Tai Bai Yuncheng stood up and solemnly bowed to the 2 of them. "The 2 of you really have a deep friendship." Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, the banquet came to an end. The guests and the host were all happy. Shark Demon personally sent them off. He sent Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng out of the sea. Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, they had already shrunk to the size of ants in the sky. Su Baiman's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she asked, "What do you think of this Xing Xiangzi?" The smile on Shark Demon's face disappeared, his gaze cold and arrogant. He snorted, "This person looks humble on the outside, but he is actually arrogant and full of thoughts. He is different from Tai Bai Yuncheng, he is not an easy person to deal with." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Budan is too useless. He was led by the nose by Xing Xiangzi. Budan was on my side, but Xing Xiangzi was making things difficult for him. If Budan was embarrassed, I would also lose face." This Xing Xiangzi had stirred up a storm the first time he came. Hiding a needle in a cotton floss, he was not a kind person. If it was my previous personality, I would have slapped him a few times and taught him to be obedient. Let him know that this is Eastern Sea, but Northern Plains. Su Baiman quickly consoled, "Don't be angry, husband, such a capable person naturally has his pride." As for Bo Dan being at a loss of what to do, it was understandable. Think about it, that private sea area of his. Blazing Heaven Demonis had occupied it for many years without any intention of returning it. Recently, when Budan came to ask for it, he was beaten up by Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis is a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Budan is naturally angry at Northern Plains Gu immortals. Moreover, he lost his private sea area. Without any other methods to earn money, he is extremely short on funds. This time, the rewards for attacking Yulu Blessed Land are huge. It is the best chance to save him from bankruptcy. Xianxia's wisdom path methods are even more profound than his. Budan could not help but feel anger from losing his livelihood. Because of the importance of this matter, he lost his composure. This is unavoidable. Shark Demon heard this and his eyes brightened. He turned to look at Su Bai Man with a smiling gaze. Why is Madam suddenly speaking up for this Budan? Oh, it must be that fellow Budan secretly giving Madam some big gift, right? Su Bai Man covered her mouth and laughed. Nothing can be hidden from husband. It is not a huge gift, it is just a palm-sized medicine ice. Shark Demon was surprised. Even though this medicine ice is not much, it is a genuine rank 8 immortal material. Where did Budan get it from? Heh, it seems that he is really spending a lot to protect his livelihood. Su Bai Man shook her head. Budan looks unremarkable, but to have such accomplishments, he is not simple. Shark Demon pondered. It seems that Budan really wants to grasp this opportunity. He is involved in the situation, his knowledge is a bit blurry. Actually, even if he is not very capable, he will still be of some use. Even though Xianxia is very capable, he is still an outsider. I will definitely bring along Budan to keep this Xianxia in check, to prevent him from monopolizing power in the future. If he is already so arrogant now, how will he be in the future? What if he sets a trap for us when we attack? What will we do? We do not know about wisdom path methods. With Budan, Xianxia will have to be cautious and prevent him from playing any tricks. That is good enough. Su Bai Man was immediately at ease. She looked at the man she loved deeply. My husband is truly skilled. Budan and Xianxia will not be able to do anything in your hands. Ha ha ha, madam, don't praise me. Fang Yuan followed Tai Bai Yunsheng back to the island. This nameless island was where Tai Bai Yunsheng had stayed previously. It was very simple, but because of Tai Bai Yunsheng, it gradually gained some fame in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Shark Demon had encountered some difficulties in attacking Yulu Blessed Land this time. He had to return in defeat. To carry out the next invasion, he needed some time to prepare. Tai Bai Yunsheng used this free time to go to all the invitations he had received earlier. Needless to say, landscape as before, this time Path Immortal Gu was very popular. There were unpredictable situations in the world. The sea areas controlled by Gu immortals would have some problems from time to time. Landscape as before Immortal Gu was outstanding in this aspect. It showed immediate results. Fang Yuan, why don't you go with me? We can take care of each other, and I can also introduce you to others. If you follow me for one round, you will be able to familiarize yourself with the nearby Gu immortals. Tai Bai Yunsheng suggested. This suggestion was very pertinent, but Fang Yuan already had a plan. He smiled bitterly and told Tai Bai Yunsheng, Old Bai, it is best if you don't let others know about our relationship. Because what I am going to do next might implicate you. Didn't you come to Eastern Sea to get a share of Yulu Blessed Land and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? When Song Yishur underwent immortal ascension, her grandfather Song Qi Yuan personally protected her. After becoming a rank 6 Gu immortal, Song Qi Yuan gave his granddaughter a huge gift, a sea area of 6 billion km2. It was slightly larger than China's southern sea on Earth. Not only that, this sea area was rich in resources. It was called Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In Eastern Sea's ranking, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. After Fang Yuan investigated and combined with his previous life's memories, he placed his attention on this Song Yishur. Floating astronomy. Li Xiaoyao fell all the way into the depths of the cliff and was swept away by the sea current. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's nest. The inside seemed to have been drilled through. It was filled with all kinds of caves and tunnels. 6 hours later, Fang Yuan found the correct path. He broke the hole on this side and went in. He entered the inside of the cliff and quickly descended. It was dark and damp inside. There were many small creatures like snakes and frogs. The largest one was a type of lizard that had the size of a cat. These were not obstacles for Fang Yuan. He quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. The rumbling sound of water waves became louder and louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge whirlpool of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the whirlpool rotated rapidly and was filled with water vapor. It was like a monster opening its mouth. Fang Yuan willed and several goo worms flew out and stayed there as a mark. Next, he plunged into the rumbling whirlpool. Once he entered the whirlpool, a formless force wrapped around Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he felt helpless when he was wrapped in seawater. Fang Yuan did not struggle and allowed this undercurrent to send him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon python that traversed the bottom of the sea. The fish in the depths of the sea would stay away from the undercurrent. Even seaweed and trees would not grow near the undercurrent. Because they could not grow and could not endure the erosion of the undercurrent. Fang Yuan moved rapidly along this undercurrent. His current speed was extremely fast, it was even faster than some ordinary movement immortal killer moves. This was the characteristic of the undercurrent. In Eastern Sea, there was a precious sea map. The map did not show islands or sea level, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Undercurrent after undercurrent intertwined at the bottom of the sea, it was a natural transportation resource. In Eastern Sea, some super forces had deep sea caravans. These caravans used goo worms to drill into the sea and use the undercurrent to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to conduct business. After about 15 minutes, Fang Yuan went from one end of this undercurrent to the other end. The end was similar to the beginning, it was a huge whirlpool of seawater. Fang Yuan jumped out of the whirlpool. What entered his eyes was a sea of red. The scorching hot air hit him in the face. This was a volcano at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Fang Yuan. He was at the waist of this underwater volcano. The volcano was hollow, there was no seawater inside. At the bottom of the volcano, hot and thick magma was surging out from the depths of the trench. Large numbers of lifeforms resided here. And at the top of the volcano, there was a natural underwater hot spring. Fang Yuan's destination was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Fang Yuan estimated that it was not time yet, he decided to probe down and waste some time. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. His eyes were red. A type of fire lizard entered Fang Yuan's detection range. This type of lizard was covered in glossy scales, its tongue was extended and flicked as it caught flying insects as food. These flying insects actually came from the bottom of the volcano, from the flowing magma river. In the river of magma, bubbles popped up one after another, and tiny bugs flew out of them. The fire lizard was lying on both sides of the magma river, seeing the insects flying out. Its tongue shot out like lightning, catching these insects quickly and accurately. In the next second, the tongue brought the food back into its mouth. Such a unique ecology. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while. The mysteries of nature were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. After observing the fire lizard for a while, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the flying insects. These flying insects were quite special. They were born from the magma river and could endure extremely high temperatures. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan had a new discovery: the fire lizard was not certain when it hunted, sometimes it would fail consecutively. A portion of the flying insects. It seemed that under the life and death pressure of the fire lizard, some kind of profound potential was stimulated. These flying insects, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly turned into goo insects. Their speed increased and they dodged the fire lizard's attack. This was a type of evolution. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, turning from a fish to a dragon. The essence of their life was elevated. After these flying insects evolved into goo worms, a portion of them landed on the fire lizard's body and became its parasitic goo, relying on the fire lizard to survive. But these were all fire path mortal goo. They had no value to Fang Yuan. The only thing that caught Fang Yuan's attention now was this underwater volcano. With it, he would have a production line that could mass-produce fire path and water path goo worms for a long period of time. Mortal goo worms would only have value to goo immortals if they increased in quantity. Finally, Fang Yuan observed this magma river. There were living beings in this magma river. They were a type of fish. Fang Yuan did not intend to look into it, nor did he want to find trouble by swimming in the magma river. The magma river's temperature was very high. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to enter, he would need to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. This also meant that he would need to expend precious immortal essence. Nature was great. There were many places with harsh environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Fang Yuan had been estimating the time. When he felt it was about time, he moved up from the bottom of the volcano. After passing the waist of the volcano, Fang Yuan got closer to the peak. At this point, he started to be careful and conceal his traces. The young and beautiful Song Yishe was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea. Today, Song Yishe was not in a good mood. She was being pestered again. These male goo immortals that came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They surrounded Song Yishe and made a lot of noise. She could not chase them away. After getting rid of these pursuers with much difficulty, Song Yishe arrived at her private sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path goo worm, Poetic Emotion Goo. This goo worm could be used to store emotions. It was extremely precious in the eyes of mortal goo masters. Song Yishe went deep into the sea. She arrived at her underwater volcano palace. This underwater volcano was located in Poetic Emotion Sea. It was naturally Song Yishe's private territory. Song Yishe had built an exquisite and beautiful small palace at the peak of the volcano. She loved the hot spring in the palace. Every once in a while, she would come here to soak in it. She took off her clothes, revealing her exquisite, fair, and delicate body. Her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg. Her body was soft. She had red lips and beautiful eyes. Her long hair hung down to her waist. She entered the hot spring and closed her eyes to enjoy it. Soon, her mood turned for the better. She started to hum softly. She did not know that Fang Yuan was already hiding nearby, observing her every move. It's about time. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he calculated, purposely revealing a trace of his aura. He was brought along by Song Yishe, and was taught Goo Master Cultivation. Li Xiaoyao and Fang Yuan's experiences were completely different. Li Xiaoyao is a young boy, with delicate features. Although I have a sage-like demeanor and good looks, I am already 70 or 80 years old. Song Yishe is young, and Song clan is a huge force. It would be strange if she did not chase after me in anger. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly as he observed his surroundings. When he discovered that Song Yishe was chasing after him, he smiled faintly and charged out of the sea with a boom. Goo Immortal Yao Gupai was one of Song Yishe's pursuers. Right now, he was patrolling around Emotion Poetry Sea area. He was a handsome young man with rank 6 cultivation, and was a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Every once in a while, Fairy Yi would go to Emotion Poetry Sea's underwater volcano hot spring to bathe. They do not know this secret, only I am clear about it now. I want to use this opportunity to interact with Fairy Yi more. If I can marry her, would I still need to worry about lacking cultivation resources in the future? What happened? Yao Gupai looked towards the source of the voice and saw Fang Yuan rapidly flying out of the sea, looking like he was escaping in a sorry state. The calm sea surface was stirred up by him. From his appearance, he seems to be a scoundrel. Should I chase after him? Yao Gupai hesitated. Right at this time, Song Yishe also came out of the sea. Looking at Fang Yuan's fleeing figure, she shouted angrily, "Don't run, perverted scoundrel, die." What, perverted scoundrel? It was as if Yao Gupai was struck by a bolt out of the blue. He was so shocked that his eyes bulged out, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Perverted scoundrel? What did Fairy Yishe encounter? That old bastard is actually a daring pervert. He deserves to die, he deserves to die. Yao Gupai roared in his heart, killing intent filling his chest. Fairy Yishe, don't worry, I, Yao Gupai, am here. At the next moment, Yao Gupai shouted loudly, stepping forward. Song Yishe was slightly stunned, her surging aura stagnated. She had just attacked in anger and did not think much when she shouted, but Yao Gupai's appearance made her panic again. Heaven have pity on me. She was still a young girl, this was the first time she had encountered such a thing, she had no experience. She naturally wanted to keep this matter a secret, it would be best if she could settle everything secretly and kill Fang Yuan, no one else would know about this. If this matter spread, how could she face others in the future? But now, another Gu Immortal had appeared. She knew this person, he was one of the pursuers she hated, his surname seemed to be Yao. Song Yishe was not too sure. Yao Gupai saw Song Yishe's panicked expression and felt even more pain in his heart. Later, Li Xiaoyao obtained sword Immortal Drunken Green Bull's inheritance, he took a new path and became a powerful sword path Gu Immortal, this made Song Yishe fall in love with him. In the end, the two of them became an immortal couple. Their whereabouts were erratic and elusive, and they were free and unfettered. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they could fight rank 8s together, they were a pillar of defense against Central Continent. Chapter 903. In the sky, a pursuit was taking place. Bam bam bam. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Song Yishe and Yao Gupai continued to attack, but due to the distance, Fang Yuan was like a slippery eel that was covered in oil, displaying astonishing flying attainment. Fang Yuan, who was running in front like he was escaping, had purposely slowed down to keep up with the two pursuers. He was a demonic path overlord, even though his accomplishments in his previous life were not high, his life experience and battle experience were unimaginable to the two young Gu Immortals behind him. Especially Song Yishe, she was too young and had too little battle experience. Even though she had immortal killer moves to travel, she could not catch up to Fang Yuan no matter what. Fang Yuan made many turns, sometimes diving into the water, sometimes flying into the clouds, he was extremely crafty. Song Yishe was seething with anger, she felt like she was not being chased, but being played. As for Yao Gupai, he was a lone cultivator, even though he had more experience, he did not have an immortal Gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He who could only use mortal killer moves was a tragedy in this pursuit. He was left at the back, he could only shout and scream, if not for Fang Yuan taking care of him, he would have been left far behind long ago. The three streaked across the sky, gradually leaving the poetic emotion sea area. What's going on? Gu immortals are fighting? The sound of breaking air attracted the attention of two lone cultivator Gu immortals on the distant island. These two were playing chess. They were in a leisurely and elegant mood. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads and started investigating. It seems to be Song clan's Fairy Yishur, and a young lone cultivator are chasing after another person. This person's aura is leaking. He is not from Eastern Sea, but a Northern Plains Gu immortal. One more thing. One less thing is better. Song Yishur is Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter, let's not get involved. That's right. Come, let's continue playing chess. Fong Yuan looked at this island and frowned slightly. He changed his direction and continued flying. Not long after, in the Net IC area. What? There is such a shameless old pervert in this world. Fairy Yishur, Chen Zhongyong, will lend you a hand. Fong Yuan chuckled and dodged Chen Zhongyong's attack. He continued to flee. Thus, the number of pursuers behind him increased to 3. After another period of time, in the thunder-shaking strait. Fairy Yishur is as pure as ice and pure as jade, yet she was tainted by someone. He deserves to be killed, he deserves to be killed. Bai Qingtian was overcome with grief, and he resolutely joined in the hunt. 15 minutes later, the grand pursuit attracted another Gu immortal who liked to fight. You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal, you dare to target our Eastern Sea female immortal? Are you trying to bully the Eastern Sea for not having anyone capable? Lei Hong was enraged. Song Yishur was getting more and more furious. As she watched Fong Yuan scurry away, her mood became worse and worse. Clearly, she had only been peeked at. Why did these people scold her more and more outrageously, making it seem like she was the victim? All of you, stop shouting. Kill this person in secret. I have a great reward. Song Yishur could not hold it in any longer and transmitted a message to her companions. These Gu immortals were not fools. After hearing this, they immediately understood. After hearing this, they all kept quiet. Why aren't you scolding anymore? Fong Yuan naturally did not want this to happen. He wanted the matter to blow up as much as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better. Since you are not scolding me, I will do it myself. Thus, Fong Yuan started to shout loudly. He defended himself. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding, I want to explain the situation clearly.